Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Quirkless Deku was Omega. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Hey, firecracker, his mom called, Kazue hurrying over to grab his leg. Mommy, you're back. I'm back, the Omega purred, pausing when Miss Sano cleared her throat and crossed her arms. Excuse me, she sounded sassy, or at least, that's what his mom sometimes called her when he thought nobody was paying attention. His mom blinked. Your date. Miss Sano threw her hands up. What happened to your special night with Mr. Tall, Blonde, and Pyrotechnic? Oh. His mom paused to hook Kazue under the arms and pull him to his hip. Kazue tried to climb higher on him, trying to get to his neck, but his mom held him in place. Well, things didn't turn out after all. Miss Sano sighed. He got called out to work, didn't he? His mom shrugged and Miss Sano groaned. I'm not saying I hate him. Because I do get he's a hero and there are people to be saved and yada yada yada. But seriously, he needs to put you at a higher priority and you need to be able to tell him to make you his number one. Work should not be so consuming that people start calling it his side piece. I don't think that's going to be an issue moving forward, his mom said. Kazue pressed against him, think that he sounded a little weird. But he smelled so good, so happy and warm. He wanted to take a nap. A nap with his mom sounded wonderful. He tried one more time to climb up to his mom's neck, but his mom tightened his grip and kept him from moving too much, Kazue growling in discontent. His mom frowned at him, but before he said anything Miss Sano gasped, Babe. What happened to your cast? Kazue blinked, glanced down at his mom's arm. Somehow, he'd missed the absence of the black cast that had been there since he'd woken up in the hospital. He reached out, fascinated by the pale skin now present all along his arm, but his mom pulled away. I thought you still had a week or two before the doctors were going to take it off. Miss Sano kept talking, her voice halfway between excited and confused. She kept looking at his mom weirdly, as if she couldn't quite see him right. She adjusted her glasses, took them off to wipe them on her shirt, before returning them to her nose. As she did that, his mom laughed. What are you talking about? I've still got it on. At first, Kazue was confused. No, his mom didn't have the cast on anymore. He saw it. But then, his mom let out a bit more of his scent and it washed over Kazue and it made him feel so happy and warm and safe. He purred, closed his eyes, reached for his neck one more time. Thought he felt a bit of hair between his fingers that was strange. His mom's hair was curly and thick and he liked playing with it because he could mess with it as much as he wanted to and sometimes it made funny shapes. The hair he felt in his fingers was thinner and straight and when he pulled it around his fingertips, he thought it would make terrible sculpting material. Then, it was suddenly gone and when he opened his eyes, his mom was smiling contently. Miss Sano blinked again, and shook her head. Oh, she said, then shook her head again, guess my glasses are worse than I thought. Don't know how I'd missed that. Miss what? Kazue couldn't remember what she was talking about. He kicked outward but stopped when he saw he'd almost kicked his mom's arm, the one that was still hurt, the one with the black cast around it. He stopped and stared at the cast for a moment. What had they been talking about again? What had he been thinking about? He didn't really care. His mom smelled so good. He just wanted to go home and take a nap. Mommy, he muttered and his mom scratched his back. It was a weird motion, he thought. His mom had never really done that before. But it did feel good, so he closed his eyes again. I should get going. Thanks for watching him, Sano. Babe, you know it's always my pleasure. Bring him back soon, alright? And, I don't know, maybe make Bakugo keep his date with you next time. I'm still mad. I know you were so excited about it. It's fine, Sano. Well, say goodbye, Kazue. Bye, Miss Sano. Kazue appeared at the beta and raised his hand, but mostly he wanted to sleep. Goodbye, sleepy firecracker. I'll see you soon. Okay. And with that said, his mom turned around, and they walked out onto the street. Immediately, Kazue shivered. It was cold out and he'd forgotten to grab his jacket. Miss Sano had forgotten to grab it too, and his mom had forgotten too. But he didn't think about it long because they only went a few steps forward and Kazue heard the click of a lock and opened his eyes, surprised to see his mom opening the back door of a car. It wasn't a car he recognized, but it had a seat in the back, like the pack cars did. So maybe they got a new car. Yeah. A cool new car. Kazue would have been more delighted, but he yawned instead. His mom laughed. We'll get you settled in at home and you can get some good sleep, my little alpha. All the want to sleep vanished from Kazue, the pup feeling a sting in his teeth, something that hurt and he didn't like it, and he growled and flailed his limbs as his mom tried to put him in the car. And oh mommy. No. He pressed a hand to his mom's face, pressing hard enough to squish his cheek, then he saw the look on his mom's face and he stopped. His mom was scary. He didn't really know any other word for it. His mom had stopped moving, was holding him above the ground, his arms starting to hurt where the Omega held him up. His green eyes were wide and shiny, but not with tears. With something else, something scary. Kazue didn't like it. His mom had never looked scary like that before. He'd looked scary a couple of times. But only at the alpha. He'd snarled at the alpha and bitten him and looked really scary then. Sometimes he'd snarl at Kaken and look a little scary. But he never looked at Kazue like that. He never looked scary at his pup. Kazue pulled his hand back and the Omega brightened almost immediately. He set the pup into the car seat, buckled him in, patted him on the head. He didn't ruffle Kazue's hair like he normally would. Kazue couldn't decide if that meant his mom was mad at him. That's a good pup, his mom said, then shut the door. Kazue waited, feeling bad, like his stomach was all twisted up, until his mom opened the front door and got into the car. The car turned on and drove onto the street. It was a little strange seeing his mom driving the car. He never had before. Usually, they'd take the trains and if they did take a car, Kaken would drive. Slowly, Kazue kicked his legs, but stopped after only a few moments. Mommy, are we going to go see Kaken? Ooh. Kazue pouted. Kaken. Firecracker, you're going to have to elaborate for me. You know, Kaken. He made an explosion sound, throwing his arms up in the air. Hero name, Ground Zero. Quirk, explosion. Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken. Him, his mom laughed quietly, but Kazue didn't like that laugh very much. Oh. I don't think we'll ever see him again, actually. Kazue let his limbs fall. Never see Kaken again. But, Mommy, he whined, but I want to see Kaken again. No, Kazue. You won't be seeing him again. But I want to go see Kaken. Right now. He kicked out, landed a good hit on the back of his mom's chair. He'd never kicked the chair in front of him, but he'd never quite felt such a terrible, sinking feeling inside of him, and he needed to get that feeling out, and kicking his mom's chair made him feel a little better. Mommy, I want to go see Kaken. I want to go see Kaken right now. I want. His mom slammed his palm onto the dashboard. It was a quick, loud sound, so sudden, so harsh, that Kazue jerked back. There was something moving fast in his tea and his stomach. He curled up, stared at the back of his mom's head. His mom wouldn't look at him. He whimpered quietly, knowing sometimes his mom responded to that a little better, but his mom didn't move, kept his palm pressed to the dashboard. Mommy, can I at least go see the pack? I want to see Kiri again. And I want to play with Takahiro and Fumiko. And I want to. That's enough, Kazue. His mom had that scary voice. Kazue did not like that voice. Stop talking about this. You aren't going to see any of them ever again. This isn't a discussion. I will not say anything more on the subject. We are going to go to a new home, just you and I, and we are going to be very happy, Kazue. We are going to be very happy. Kazue stared at his mom. For a long time. Eventually, his mom's hand relaxed and returned to the wheel of the car. They kept driving. When Kazue looked out the window, he didn't recognize any of the buildings. Then he stared at his mom again. He kept looking and wondering. And something weird was happening. When he looked, sometimes he didn't see his mom. Sometimes he saw someone else. Sometimes he looked and he was very scared. Because he thought, maybe his mom wasn't his mom. Maybe this person wasn't his mom at all. When he thought that, tears welled up in his eyes. He began crying, unable to stop, thinking his mom wasn't his mom and he was alone and he wasn't going to get to see Kaken or Kiri or Fumiko or Takahiro or Tadu or Momo or Yurika or Tsu or, it really wasn't his mom at all. He cried and he cried and he cried, and eventually, the Omega sitting in the front seat began to hum. When Kazue cried louder, he hummed over the pup's cries. Katsuki hated being away from Izuku. Packing the Omega into the pack's car had been a horrible, heart-wrenching moment to top off everything that had happened already. Kirishima had arrived with the car, Mina, Shiro, Tsu, and Todoroki all somehow piled inside. The pack had rallied around Izuku as one by one they arrived, and Izuku seemed more relaxed in their presence, especially now that his scent gland had been uncovered, but as soon as Katsuki had opened the door for him and he'd sat down, he'd started crying again. It had taken almost everything Katsuki had to lean in only to kiss his forehead and not crawl right into the car with him, to pull away and shut the door on the sobbing Omega. But he watched as Kirishima threw a blanket over the Omega's shoulders, as Tsu sat closer to him, lending her warmth and her comforting scent, as Todoroki carefully steered the car onto the streets toward the pack house. They would protect him. They would keep him safe and happy. As much as he could be. And he'd never be completely happy without his pup. So that was Katsuki's first and only order of business. With the pack helping the police clean up the scene, Katsuki immediately started to head for Seino's house. It was getting very dark now, the streetlight flicking on as he blasted past them. It was probably an ill-mannered use of his quirk, but he didn't care. He needed to get to Kazue, to see him, and there was no way in hell he was going to have had the patience to wait in traffic or on the train. Even if it exhausted him, even if it was maybe a bit slower than just taking a normal mode of transportation, at least he was moving. At least he was doing something. It seemed a lifetime before Seino's lump of a house finally came into sight, another eon before he finally landed at her front door. He paused, torn by the urge to break it down to get to his pup and the realization that doing so would terrifying everyone inside, including his pup. So, as much as it pained him, he knocked, then waited, half snarling, at the doorstep for Sano to finally open up. Katsuki barely gave her time to recognize that someone was at her door before blurting out, "I need to see Kazu. Where is he?" For a moment, Sano just stared at him. Waiting for her to gather herself was agonizing, but Katsuki bit his tongue, literally, as she blinked. "Bakugo." "Yes. Where's Kazuo?" "I'm taking him home." The beta laughed. She actually laughed. One look at the costume gives it all away. "Haven't been home yet. Didn't even bother to call Izuku on your way." What? "You're a bit late," Sano remarked, and even if her meaning wasn't clear, Katsuki still felt his stomach drop. "Izuku already came and picked him up. You know, it was really crappy of you to leave him hanging. He was looking forward to getting to spend some one-on-one time with you." "What do you mean Izuku picked him up already?" His voice shook. His hands shook more. He didn't really know what to do with them, but he found himself holding them out, as if waiting to receive his pup. Waiting for Sano to cut the CRP already. Waiting for Kazue to come running around the corner. Waiting for his little voice to chirp, "Kaken?" Exactly what I said. He came by and picked him up, took him home. Don't change the subject here. I already told you not to mess with Izuku's heart, all right. You're on thin ice with me, buddy. When? Sano blinked when Katsuki asked, so he tried again, when? I don't know. 20 minutes ago. Maybe a little more. She glanced around, maybe looking for a clock, but Katsuki shut her out the moment he had his answer. This couldn't be. Sano wouldn't have just given Kazue over to some random person. She knew them too well. She loved Kazue too much for something that stupid. And Izuku would have mentioned if he had picked Kazue up, if the pup had been with him, if something had happened to him. But the timeline didn't match up for that anyway. So it hadn't been Izuku who had taken him. And Sano wouldn't have let Kazue go with anyone but either himself or Izuku. She had said Izuku picked him up. She had meant it. Which meant, "Sugawara. Hello." Sano snapped a couple of times in front of Katsuki's face. "What's up with you? Having an "oh, I really am a big, dumb alpha after all" moment?" Half an hour ago, Katsuki swallowed, his throat nearly too dry to keep talking, I pulled Izuku out of the trunk of a car. This time, Sano didn't even blink. Her mouth was still hanging half open, staring at him, as if time had stopped and she couldn't move. Then she jolted. What? Izuku was attacked. Almost an hour ago. He was attacked and kidnapped and I rescued him half an hour ago. No, Sano said immediately, as if hadn't heard what he'd said at all. No, Izuku picked Kazue up like 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes. Was that enough time to get far away? Enough far away. Probably. Which way did they go? Katsuki demanded. I don't know. I assume toward the train station. You assume? I shut the door. Listen, it was Izuku. I don't know what you're talking about, attacks and kidnappings. He was here. He was fine. He came to my door, asked for Kazue, and took him home. That's all. No, Katsuki staggered. He looked up and down the block. But without knowing where to go, it was too late. Far too late. 20 minutes in either direction, without knowing if they'd continued walked, gotten into a car, gone to the station to get on a train. Too many possibilities. Too many. He was one man. And even if he called in reinforcements, by the time they go. It was too late. It was too late. Katsuki gasped, staggered again. Sano stared at him, her hands lowering. You're being serious? Katsuki didn't know how to tell her he was. She just stared at him and he stared back. Then she shook her head. But Izuku was just here. He was here, I saw him. She passed a hand over her face. Oh gods. Oh gods. Is he okay? Is Izuku okay? She asked it again, but Katsuki just laughed. No, he would not be okay when he found out what had happened. Sano. Jin's voice carried from behind the beta, the alpha appearing in a huff. He glared at Katsuki, glanced down at Sano, who looked on the verge of a panic attack. What's going on? What are you doing here, Bakugo? Jin, Sano breathed. Oh gods, Jin. What is it? The alpha glanced between the two of them again, seemed to realize that something horrible was happening. But neither Sano nor Katsuki could think of what to say. Could think of what to do. Because Kazue was gone. And they both knew it. Detective Ito was the first to arrive. His car squealed to a stop in front of Sano's house, more specifically, in front of the alpha who was sitting slumped at the side of the road. Sano could be heard crying from inside. Jin was trying to console her, but the alpha was just as shaken as she was. He said that he, too, had seen Izuku picking Kazue up. That he hadn't given it a second thought. Katsuki knew it wasn't their fault. He knew it. But he still felt himself shaking. In rage or frustration or impotence or a combination of everything. It was in this state that Ito leaped out of his car, finding him sitting there on the side of the road. Bakugo, what's going on? Where's your pup? Gone. Katsuki lifted his gaze, saw shock and disbelief in the detective's face. It was Sugawara. It had to be. Sano said Izuku picked him up 25 minutes ago, but we both know Izuku wasn't anywhere near this place. But, the detective paused, stared, much as Sano had done. Then he shook his head, dug out his notebook. Tell me everything. And Katsuki did. He told the detective everything he knew. But all it amounted to was that Kazue had been taken, for what purpose they didn't know, and to where they didn't know. They only knew he had been taken. That he was gone. Even through the limited information Katsuki had, Ito listened and he wrote. He kept scribbling far past when Katsuki stopped talking, then he pulled a radio from his pocket and called in more units. The buzz that overtook the radio signaled the collective realization of just how serious everything was, the realization that the situation had taken a turn. Katsuki knew that with Ito's declaration of a kidnapped pup having gone out over the radio, any of his pack members listening to their comms would hear it, would also realize what had happened, that Kazue was gone. The thought that he was alone and Kazue was gone and Izuku wasn't going to be able to be with his pup, it all crashed onto Katsuki. He shuddered. A noise caught in his throat. It wasn't a sob. But it was maybe as close as someone could get without tears. A hand landed on his shoulder, fingers digging in. When he looked up, Ito met his gaze. His eyes were drawn. His lips thin. A bit of a snarl in his teeth. Bakugo, he said, I'm going to find your pup. I'm going to make sure he gets back to you. Alright. I'm going to do that. I'm going to help you bring your pup home. Katsuki wanted to believe him. He wanted so badly to think his pup would be coming home. He pressed his fingers together and bowed his head to them, listened to Sano crying. Eventually, Ito told him to go home. That he needed rest after everything that had happened. That he probably still needed to go see a doctor, but if nothing else that he didn't need to be in the middle of the investigation for the moment. He promised to tell him should any new information came up, but that for now, he needed to be with his pack. So Katsuki left. He thought it was perhaps the first time he'd ever really listened to what the detective had told him to do. By the time he reached the pack house, everyone knew. Everyone, except for Izuku. It was by his request that, even though most if not all of the pack knew, that most of them were working with the police to track down Kazue as he stood at the front door, nobody had told Izuku. Katsuki had to be the one. The Omega would want to hear it from him. And he would have to bear the consequences of what was to come after. He knew that, so he took a breath and walked through the door. A pair of green eyes immediately caught his attention, and the sight of them had Katsuki freezing in his spot. Izuku had built a pseudo-nest on the couch. Mostly, it was constructed from blankets and discarded clothing items from the pack, jackets and sweaters mostly, and Katsuki spotted the comforter from his bed laid over Izuku's shoulders. Clutched in the Omega's hands, he saw one of Kazue's shirts, so little, so empty. It was the first time Katsuki could remember seeing Izuku in a nest of his own making. But just as he had a moment to register that Izuku was there and he had made a nest to try to insulate himself from what was happening, the Omega sprung from it, clothing scattering across the floor as Izuku raced to meet Katsuki. Katsuki. Katsuki, he stopped very suddenly. His eyes were about at Katsuki's knees. Looking. Searching. Katsuki stood there, endured the silent, agonizing moment of limbo before the Omega realized what had happened. Behind Izuku, some of the pack were gathered. Yaoyorozu had her hands over her mouth, Uraraka was already in tears, and Tsu looked particularly pained. The rest of the pack had gone to try to find Kazue, it seemed, leaving only Izuku's most trusted companions to watch over him. But they all knew. They didn't have to question why Katsuki was just standing there, why he was alone. Izuku, however, finally raised his eyes to Katsuki's. Where? He asked, not needing to elaborate. Katsuki didn't know what to say. He didn't know the right words to use. So he took several steps forward, reached for Izuku, who backed away, batted his hand away when Katsuki reached for him. The Alpha knew a cornered animal when he saw one, so he stopped advancing, gave the Omega the space between them. The space to deny. If only for the moment. Then, he took a breath. Izuku, he said, Kazu's, taken from Sano's home. Someone disguised themselves as you and tricked Sano and Jean. It wasn't their fault. He tried to explain it, even as Izuku stood there, even as he shook his head. He didn't even really know if the Omega was hearing him anymore. The police and the heroes and the pack are all looking for him, Izuku. They're going to keep looking until they find him. And they will find him. They will because they won't stop until they find him. And he was more surprised than anything else when his words caught in his throat. When he blinked and his vision blurred. And I'm sorry. I lied to you. I promised you I'd bring him home to you. And I can't right now. I can't give you, he gasped or maybe sobbed. He couldn't look at Izuku anymore. Not because the Omega's expression had changed any, but because he couldn't stand the empty nothingness, the unchanging look on the Omega's face. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He didn't know what it was. Whether it was Katsuki's apologies or the realization of what had happened. But Izuku wailed. It wasn't a noise Katsuki had ever heard from the Omega before. He'd heard such a sound from other grieving and heartbroken people before, though he was rarely ever the person to give news that could elicit such a sound. It was a haunting noise, enough, he felt, to crack the earth open. The weight of Izuku's sorrow struck him, had him swaying, his knees buckling. Arms caught him, although he knew they weren't Izuku's arms. When he looked up, the Omega had curled in on himself, hugging his stomach. The sound escaped his mouth in such a way that Katsuki knew it was involuntary, a deep, primal sound of pain and loss and suffering. Kazue was gone. Kazue was gone. He gasped and doubled over himself. Arms held him up. When he looked, there were arms holding Izuku up as well, keeping the Omega from collapsing to his knees, keeping him on his feet, holding with them, maybe, a little spark of hope. It's okay, Uraraka did not sound confident. But she spoke without a waver to her voice. She spoke clearly, and there was comfort in that. Somehow. It's going to be okay. We'll find him. You're right. We won't stop until we find him. Count on us. We'll find him. Katsuki nodded. I know, he said, and this time, it was accompanied by a sob. Slowly, he peeled himself away from Uraraka, felt her following at his heels. He crossed to where Izuku was. The Omega didn't notice him approaching. He didn't notice anything at all until Katsuki grabbed his face, pressing his palms to his cheeks. He stared into Izuku's eyes, the Omega startled silent, his tears already making Katsuki's hands slippery. He didn't know what to say to make things better. His own tears were not quelled by being nearer to the Omega. But he did have an idea of what he wanted to do, no matter how bad of an idea it was. So he leaned forward, pressed his lips fully to Izuku's. Kissed him. Deeply. The Omega didn't move, perhaps too startled by everything to react, though he did let out a little bit of a whine when Katsuki broke their kiss. Katsuki leaned forward, until their foreheads touched, until they could only look into each other's tear-soaked eyes. For the first time, Katsuki thought Izuku was actually seeing him, was actually there with him. He seized that moment of clarity to speak one more time. Izuku Midoriya, I love you. I've never stopped loving you and I don't think I ever will. I love you and I'm going to rescue our pup and bring him back to you, and if you'll let me, I intend to make this family work, one way or the other, and nothing is going to stop me. He said all the words that maybe he'd been intending to say. The words he'd been struggling so hard to say. The words he should have said so long ago. But then the time for words and tears was over. Katsuki thought about kissing him one more time, but knew that with clarity the Omega probably wouldn't react well to that, so he released Izuku, turned back toward the door. Wait, Izuku called, his voice crackling but focused. Where are you going? To join the search party. He paused, passed a hand near his ear only to remember he was hurt and his comms had been wrecked in the crash. I'll keep my phone on me, all right. Call me if you need anything. If anything comes up on my end, you'll be the first to hear it. There were no more words to say. Perhaps Izuku had something he wanted to say. But Katsuki could tell he didn't know how to say it yet, and he didn't have time to wait. Cheeks, let Ida know I'm on my way. I'll meet up with him at the agency. I want a rundown. I want a place to start looking. Tell him to add me into the grid or I'll make my own FING search pattern. He didn't wait to hear Uraraka's response, nor to hear if Izuku had found the words he was looking for. He took off, into the night, determination ringing in his ears, roaring in his BLD, his lips still warm with the taste of honey. As much as Izuku kept telling himself not to panic, he knew he was panicking and he no longer knew how to stop it. Despite the situation he faced, seeing Katsuki had ignited a single spark of hope that fed a fire in his stomach, a fire he knew from the Alpha, a fire that couldn't so easily be quenched. So he fought. Even with the knife pressed to his neck, he fought and he fought and he fought, until the Beta spat out a curse and shoved the knife away, grabbing Izuku around the waist and hauling him off his feet. Unable to reach the ground, Izuku kicked wildly, the Beta struggling to navigate the alley while carrying him, though he kept a somewhat steady pace moving away from Katsuki. As the Beta hurried away, the sound of an explosion bounced along the alley, followed by several gunshots. The Beta paused to listen, cursing again and picking up his pace. The gunshots worried Izuku, but all he could do was hope. Katsuki would be okay. He wasn't the number 4 hero for nothing, right? He was strong and capable and smart. He'd be okay. He had to be okay. Izuku hadn't gone through all of this for Katsuki to die from a gunshot like some ordinary citizen on the street. Katsuki would be fine and would eventually come to help him. All he had to do was hold the Beta up long enough for the hero to catch up. That was all. That was all he had to do. He could do this. He could do it. He had to. But it felt like only a few heartbeats since being taken away from Katsuki that the Beta rushed out of the alley and to a car parked just so to block the exit and whoever may spring from the side street. Izuku's heart leaped when he pulled out a key fob and the trunk clicked open. When the beta set him on the ground next to the trunk, he dug his heels in, preparing to fight, to resist, to not make this at all easy for the beta to do, but with his hands behind his back, he was precariously unbalanced and one well-placed shove had him tumbling toward the trunk. On his way, the back of his head smacked against the rim of the car, stars briefly dancing in his eyes, clouding his vision and thoughts until they slowly faded back to clarity. Izuku blinked just in time to see the beta quickly taping his ankles together, and with one final push, he found himself fully laying in the car and the trunk lid slammed shut over him, and that was it. Just like that, it was over. The trunk clicked shut. The driver door opened shut. The car grumbled to life and sped onward. But it wasn't over, it wasn't over. Izuku refused to accept defeat. No matter what, he wasn't going to give up yet. He had to escape. Get back to Katsuki. Get back to Kazue. Oh gods. He couldn't die. He couldn't leave Kazue. He needed to see his pup again. One more time, one more time. He'd give anything to see Kazue one more time. To tell him he loved him. To tell him he'd always be there, always right behind him, no matter what happened. It wasn't the time for crying. But tears still stung his eyes as Izuku twisted against the tape wrapped around his limbs. It gave in certain places, but only to bunch into tight, unbreakable bands. If he could get out of them, it would take time. Time he perhaps didn't have. He took a breath, closed his eyes, even though it was already dark in the trunk. What did he know? He knew he'd been kidnapped at the request of a mother, someone connected to Yokoyama. The beta had even mentioned him, though it had taken him a moment to remember the alpha's full name, Ryo Yokoyama. Additionally, it seemed Mother didn't want him hurt for now. Something he could potentially use to his advantage, though he doubted that would last for very long. Still, while the beta had him, he wasn't to be hurt, beyond being shoved into a trunk. What else? Katsuki was there. Judging from the sounds coming from the alley, the alpha was facing the other alpha and the omega, freed from his hesitation once Izuku and the beta had fled. It wouldn't take him very long to beat those two, even if one of them had a gun. Then he'd turn to tracking down where the beta had taken Izuku. This was where he hit a snag. Normally, he would expect the alpha to be able to track him, if only for a little while, by scent alone. With his neck covered, not much of his scent was getting released. So chances were, Katsuki wasn't going to be able to track them. Nevertheless, he would still come looking for them. All Izuku had to do was give the alpha something to follow. He opened his eyes and glanced around the darkness, though nothing immediately stood out. The trunk was bare save for the roll of duct tape and a spare pair of H&SFFs. He looked to see if maybe there was a key sliding around, but didn't see anything metallic sliding around. He also looked to see if there was a handle somewhere in the trunk. He knew some cars were fitted with safety handles that could be pulled from the inside to release the trunk lock, something put it to help if children found themselves playing in dangerous places and locked in them. And, he supposed, for when people kidnap someone. But there was no latch, no handle, nothing to use to unlock the trunk from the inside. The only other thing that caught his eyes was a bit of plastic in the corner, facing the door. He glared at it for a moment, trying to figure out what it could be. A compartment? Access panel maybe? Then he jolted with realization. The taillight. Most cars had an additional safety feature installed just for people in his situation. The taillights could be kicked out. If he kicked out a light, it might rouse enough suspicion for someone to call the authorities, especially if they noticed someone in the trunk. If the police were notified, Katsuki would get the alert and he'd realize what it was. This was it. His way out. It took a lot of finagling with his ankles tied and the car moving, causing him to slide back and forth, but Izuku aimed carefully and managed a kick that struck right at the plastic covering. It rattled with the impact, but stayed in place. Both cursing and pleading in the same thought, he tried again and again, both times to no avail. His hope had not started to fade quite yet when the light shot forward with his fourth kick and thundered out of its socket, trailing from a strong tangle of wires still attached to the car. What the? Shut up back there. The beta screamed, Izuku still, horrified he may realize what had happened. But he kept driving and he ignored the continued smacking sound of the taillight hitting the car's bumper. Knowing he had little time left, Izuku tried to maneuver closer to the hole, trying to stick his feet out. He closed his eyes one more time and he clung to the beating heart of hope that bashed wildly against his ear, praying Katsuki would find him. At the same time, he kept wiggling his wrists, ever searching for a way out on his own. These a-holes were chumps and Katsuki knew it and they knew it too. The further away the beta got, the more they started to lose their form. In only a couple of minutes, the alpha had morphed from a fit, strong fighter into a gelatinous mountain of fat, as if he'd gained 30 pounds in the space of only a few heartbeats. The reality was, Katsuki could see that his flesh was melting against itself, losing its integrity as the beta got farther away. The Omega was much the same, slumping to the ground, hardly able to move save for its arm, which it waved around, shooting the gun at random. Katsuki knew they must be from the beta's quirk. It explained why they each looked identical and why they were so affected from being apart from the beta. Or maybe they simply had a time limit to their life. Either way, they were running out of that time and Katsuki was getting annoyed they were wasting so much of his. The scattered gunshots from the Omega were more dangerous than the aimed ones, Katsuki knew, just as he knew the mountain of an alpha was less dangerous than the fully formed and thinking person. They evened each other out, even as they continued to fall apart. Even so, he didn't think about those things. Not for long, at least. Instead, he breathed heavily, mouth hanging open, dragging as much scent over his tongue as he could. He couldn't taste honey anymore, the small, lingering snatches of Izuku used up in that space. The Omega was gone and there was nothing left to signal he had ever been in that alleyway. As his foes disintegrated, growing more and less dangerous with each passing moment, the beta was taking Izuku farther and farther away, leaving Katsuki with more and more of a possibility he would never see the Omega again. That couldn't happen. The image seared into his mind, the Omega terrified and crying and begging for his help, couldn't be the last thing he saw of Izuku. It couldn't, and it wouldn't be. He refused that fate. With a well-timed explosion, he blasted the remnants of the Omega back against the wall. It struck the bricks with tremendous force, losing all integrity in its body and melting into a puddle before reconstructing itself momentarily, looking like a real person. It glared hard at Katsuki, but didn't have the chance to do anything more before it reduced back to the puddle and faded away, as if evaporating, leaving the gun to clatter to the concrete floor. The Alpha was similarly dispatched, smeared against the nearby wall, though Katsuki didn't stick around to see if it melted as the Omega had. He raced down the alley and skidded around the corner he'd last seen the Beta and Izuku disappear behind, but found himself facing only another branching path. He breathed again, seeking Izuku's scent, but only picking up the Beta's faintly metallic one, the smell turning his stomach. Still, even without the Omega's scent, he knew to follow the Beta's, racing through the alley until it ended onto a street, the smell of exhaust carrying the Beta's scent away. He paused to spit out a curse before he snarled over the comms. "This is ground zero. Where's my backup?" "I hear you." Of all the voices Katsuki had been prepared to hear, Shinso's was not one of them, though he welcomed it anyway. Kaminari called. "Said you traded patrol routes with him." "No time for that. They got away with Izuku. We have to find them now." "Care to elaborate on who they are?" Katsuki growled, blasted his way to the nearest roof, peering out over the street as if he'd spot the Beta simply strolling down the avenue. He gave Shinso a brief description, told him he'd gotten away in a car. "I don't have any more information than that." "Well, yes, that's very helpful, isn't it? A Beta with a hoodie on driving a car. Shut the hell up and start looking." He flew to another roof, looked out over another street. He was breathing again, but not from exertion. The radio was silent for a moment. Then Shinso said, "We'll save him, Bakugo. Just breathe. You're no use to anyone if you start panicking." He was right, of course, though Katsuki would never admit it. But he did pause to take a deep breath, to shut his eyes, to hold it, just as he'd seen Kazue and Izuku do. Kazue. He couldn't let the pup be separated from his Omega. Not again. Not like this. "If you're a little more in control of yourself, by the way," Shinso interrupted, though Katsuki continued to hold his breath. "It might interest you to know there's a strange car 4 blocks down from you. Taillight's been kicked out." The breath whooshed from Katsuki's lungs just as he flung himself into the air. He could hear Shinso laughing, proud and smug, anticipating the fight to come. I don't have a clean way of stopping the car without it slowing down itself. Care to take the point on this one? Just don't kill him. Katsuki didn't respond, knowing he wouldn't have to. He didn't know where the other hero was, nor did he particularly care. Because, having launched himself high into the air and with a general idea of where to look, he'd spotted a black sedan with one of the backlights dangling from a rope of cords. Something flashed from the hole its absence had created, but he was too far away to see if it was a foot or a hand or something else. And honestly, it didn't matter. Either way, he angled himself downward. His aim was careful. His intention clear. He crashed into the street in front of the car, only a few yards rapidly closing between them, the scream of a horn and the screech of tires approaching. Knowing he couldn't let the car jostle around too much, Katsuki leaped again, landing this time on the hood. Through the windshield, he saw the beta cowering and he enjoyed the fear crashing along his face for only a heartbeat before he jammed his hand through the glass with an expertly timed explosion. His fingers found the wheel and he jerked it to the side, his other hand yanking the emergency brake on, the car sliding off the road, shrieking along the quickly abandoned sidewalk until it hit a bench that knocked it sideways, skidding a final, smoking stop at the side of the road. The beta had a chance to blink in shock before Katsuki grasped his neck and pulled him through the shattered glass. He yelped as Katsuki flung him, landing in a sprawl several feet away. Before he could get back to his feet, Shinso appeared, driving a knee into the beta's chin, knocking him out in one clean blow. The Omega paused to take in the scene, but Katsuki didn't have time with the beta taken care of. He scrambled to the trunk, digging into the lock with smoking fingers and prying it open with a soft, short explosion. He was drawn to watery green eyes, pulled forward by a muffled sound of relief and fear and exhaustion. "Izuku," he whispered, reaching for the Omega, feeling his heart shuddering back into place now that they'd been reunited. His first order of business was to free the Omega. He leaned into the trunk, frowning at the tape plastered over Izuku's mouth. "This is going to hurt," he warned, but gave Izuku no time to contemplate it before he ripped the tape off his face. A sound caught in Izuku's throat, a yelp, a scream, the pain shocking him enough that Katsuki had to help pull the wadded cloth from behind his teeth. As soon as his voice was freed, fresh tears rushed down Izuku's face and he took a deep, desperate breath, as if he'd been starved for air. "Katsuki." The name tripped almost disbelievingly off Izuku's tongue, as if the Omega was fully expecting to watch him morph into some hideous monster, perhaps a terrible rendition of the beta who had taken him. At the same time, it was a plea, a prayer, a cry for help that Katsuki hushed, turning his attention to the rest of the bindings. He gripped the short chain of the HNDCFFS, too impatient to look for a key, and a small explosion separated the two cuffs, one still clamped onto Izuku's wrist. He let his palms sizzle and smoke with heat, so when he grabbed the tape spooled around Izuku's wrists, it melted, giving him an easier time tearing it apart and yanking it off. With his hands freed, Izuku flung himself forward, burying his face into Katsuki's neck. Katsuki felt the Omega's teeth graze his scent gland, but he knew it was only because the Omega was trying to take in as much of his scent as he could, both an instinctual and an emotional need to confirm to himself that he was now safe with the Alpha. It only bothered Katsuki that he couldn't taste the Omega's scent in return, not with the tape on his neck. He repeated the process to the tape on Izuku's legs and carefully shifted his hands under the Omega's knees and shoulders, picking him up out of the trunk and carrying him to the sidewalk, where he carefully crouched down and sat Izuku on the pavement, though the Omega refused to let go of him. By then, a crowd of people had stopped to see what was going on, several with their phones out, no doubt recording the whole thing. It bugged him that Shinso hadn't tried to stop them yet. He typically didn't like to be recorded at all. When Katsuki looked though, the Omega was busy searching the beta's pockets, a phone, a pack of cigarettes, and a few business cards lined onto the pavement next to him. Katsuki considered growling at the growing crowd, but was distracted when Izuku whimpered, an involuntary sound of maybe to try to get his attention. "It's all right. I'm here now." He ran a hand over the Omega's back, stopping when his fingers brushed over more tape. He thought about starting the process of tearing it off, but he knew it would be selfish of him to do so. He wanted Izuku to be free of any reminders of his imprisonment, but he wouldn't be able to get the H&D CFFS off him until Shinso hopefully located the key, and the tape on his neck wasn't actually hurting him, just preventing the Alpha from taking in the Omega's scent, which he was increasingly growing anxious to do. However, the skin on Izuku's scent gland was extremely sensitive, so tearing the tape off would hurt a lot more than when he'd ripped it off his mouth. The police, who were almost certainly on their way by now, had a solvent that could painlessly wash away the adhesive. So he'd have to wait on that as much as it annoyed every part of him. Instead, he turned to searching Izuku for any injuries, though with the Omega pressed so close to him, he couldn't quite see all of his body. When he tried to pull away a little, just enough to see if Izuku was bleeding anywhere, the Omega whimpered again and dug his fingers into Katsuki's back, holding him in place. He knew if he hadn't been wearing his costume, with its extra strong layer of insulation, Izuku's nails would have drawn BLD from him. The desperation in his grip and the pain and fear in his voice kept Katsuki from trying again, though he did run a hand over the Omega's body, feeling for BLD or cuts in his clothes or skin, finding nothing of note, nothing of alarm, save for a few scratches, maybe from the beta, maybe from the car wreck. "Hey," Shinso called, Katsuki looking up just in time to see a flash as the Omega lobbed a small key toward him. Katsuki caught it and said, "Here, Izuku, give me your hand." Again, the Omega whimpered and tightened his grip on Katsuki, teeth brushing over his scent gland as he began gasping. Katsuki wondered if maybe the inability to be properly scented and comforted was making Izuku even more anxious, but didn't allow himself to dwell on that thought for long. He unlocked the cuff still attached to the Omega's breathes and threw it to the side, drawing him closer once that was done, resolving to wait for the police before trying anything else. Shinso had finally pushed the crowds back and threatened most of the would-be cameramen with property destruction if they didn't delete what they'd filmed and put their phones away. Katsuki kept himself aware of all this, but mostly he whispered right into Izuku's ear, "It's all right, you're all right. I'm here and you're safe. You're safe and you were so strong. So good. My strong, handsome Omega." He wondered if the use of possessive terms might jolt Izuku out of his shock, but the Omega hardly reacted, relaxing only enough to begin shivering violently. He also didn't say anything, which was honestly more alarming to Katsuki than anything else. He rubbed his head along Izuku's neck, hoping the motion alone might help to soothe him, though the Omega gave no immediate outward reaction. He did, however, tense when Shinso drew near, obviously hearing or smelling his approach. If the other Omega noticed, he didn't give any indication of it. "You hearing Ingenium?" Shinso asked, then frowned. "Guessing not. What happened to your ear?" "His ear?" Katsuki drew a hand up, felt liquid between his fingers, saw them tipped with BLD. He wondered when that could have happened, thought it was probably during the car crash. He didn't know if he'd been injured anywhere else, though when he paid attention, he didn't feel any pain anywhere save for the graze on his arm, which was starting to burn. From what he could feel, there was a bit of his ear missing and his comms piece had been knocked from where it usually rested right in his ear. Not life-threatening and not important at the moment. He wiped the BLD off his fingers. What does he want? He's on his way. Wants to help establish a perimeter. Also said he's contacted Tsukachi. He assumes this is connected to the Yokoyama case. The mention of the Alpha had another whimper drawn from Izuku's throat, though this time, he took in a deep breath and held it, the stillness of his body and the absence of his breath momentarily alarming before the Omega let air hiss between his teeth and he slumped a little more easily against Katsuki's "Don't know. I assume so." He paused when Izuku tilted his head toward him, pressed his forehead into his chin. Katsuki pressed a kiss to the crown of his head. "Just tell the police to bring some adhesive solvent." Shinso blinked at him, until Katsuki nodded toward Izuku's neck, with the silvery tape still stuck to it. His expression tightened, darkened, and he turned away without another word. Once he was gone, Katsuki shifted his arms around Izuku. "You all right?" "No," the Omega breathed. "Are you hurt?" "No." "All right," Katsuki sighed, tried to think of what to do next, though he paused when Izuku shifted again. "Take me home." "What?" "Take me home. I want my pup and I want to go home." Katsuki paused, thinking carefully. "You want to go back to your apartment?" Izuku whimpered, shivered. He might have shaken his head, but Katsuki was distracted by the familiar revving of an engine, wind cutting down the street as Ida suddenly appeared before them, skidding to a halt beside the car. The Pack Alpha spotted Katsuki and Izuku and hurried over to them, each step producing a cloud of smoke from the engines on his legs. "Are you two all right?" Before Katsuki could respond, Ida grabbed his chin and tilted his head, ignoring the immediate snarl from the Alpha as he leaned in close to examine his bleeding ear. "You're going to need stitches to fix that up. And your arm. Is that all? And Midoriya. Are you hurt anywhere?" Ida put a hand on Izuku's back and Katsuki half expected the Omega to panic again, readied himself to hiss and growl at the Pack Alpha, but Izuku didn't react. He even lifted his head slightly to look at Ida, to search him, though for what, Katsuki wasn't sure. He sniffed, shook his head. "I want to go home," he repeated. Ida nodded. "I understand. We'll work to get you back home as soon as possible." Now, Ida's hand traveled to the line of tape still along his neck. Even with his helmet on, Katsuki knew the Pack Alpha was frowning. "Soon, Midoriya. The police will want to talk with you." "No. I want Kazue. I want to be home." He buried himself back into Katsuki's shoulder, muttering something, though Katsuki only heard the word, "nightmare." "I know you're anxious. But rest assured, it's over now. The villains cannot hurt you with the three of us here. And if nothing else, the police will have the proper equipment to help rid you of that despicable tape. I'm afraid it would be quite painful for us to remove it otherwise. Just try to breathe until then." Telling him to breathe isn't going to help, Shinso talked as if he'd been a part of the conversation the entire time. Both Alphas looked at him, but he didn't meet their gaze, staring off toward the blue lights quickly approaching. They covered his scent gland like that because it's disorientation. Omegas have a higher scent sensitivity. We can smell ourselves, though most never realize it. Without that scent, our entire world smells different. He shrugged. "I've seen it used by human trafficking rings as a way to keep Omegas subdued. They're less likely to fight back while trying to reorient themselves in a world without their scent. He wants to go home with his pup because he's scared and was nearly taken away from them, but also because his scent will be there. It's an instinctual urge." Katsuki blinked, again when Ida shifted, both obviously surprised. Shinso, however, having told them all the pieces they'd been missing, ignored them and went to meet the police as the first car rolled to a stop next to the wreck. The new knowledge tumbled around Katsuki's head and he found himself fighting the urge to rip the tape off Izuku's neck immediately. Ida raised a finger to his head as if to adjust his glasses, then lowered it. "For now, it's best if you stay there, Ground Zero. No doubt the police will want to get pictures before they remove the tape, so I will speed that process along." Katsuki grunted, watched as Ida joined Shinso with the police, who looked more than a little bewildered by the scene. He kissed Izuku again, shifted him closer so the Omega could take in as much of his scent as possible. Even if he couldn't have his own scent, he knew the familiar Alpha scent was the best he could get in the circumstance. As Ida predicted, the police wanted to take photos of Izuku, specifically of the marks from the bindings and the handcuffs still attached to his wrist. At first, Izuku refused to be moved, though slowly, reluctantly, he shifted away from Katsuki for the first time, swaying drunkenly without the Alpha's stability. The police were taking photos when Tsukachi arrived. The inspector stepped from his vehicle almost without turning it off, hurrying to meet Katsuki and Izuku. Behind him, his passenger door opened and Ito stepped out as well, more cautious, with his lips drawn tight. Instead of going to Katsuki and Izuku, he wandered over to where the beta was still laying on the ground, unconscious and handcuffed by the responding police. "Are you all right?" Tsukachi asked. Katsuki could tell that question was going to get old really quickly. "Fine. Just need a couple stitches." He gestured mildly to his ear, which the inspector frowned at. "Mostly just need a solvent to get this off Izuku?" Tsukachi glared hard at the tape, nodded once. "The ambulance crew will have some. They should be able to get you stitched up as well, Ground Zero." Katsuki grunted, but before he could say anything, Izuku muttered, I want my pup." "Where's your pup?" Tsukachi asked at once. "A daycare we use," Katsuki responded so Izuku wouldn't have to. "Run by Sano." Tsukachi frowned at the name, being familiar with it no doubt. Don't worry about that. Once I get stitched up, I'll go get him. No, Izuku muttered, stumbling closer to the alpha. Katsuki wrapped an arm around his waist, but didn't bother to respond to his outburst. As much as he wanted to stay with Izuku and comfort him, he had his own rising instinctual need to have his pup at his side. Izuku was safe now, with the police, with the pack, more of whom were starting to arrive, in ones and twos, to help control the crowd. But Kazue had no idea what was happening, and Katsuki didn't want the police to pick him up and scare him. No, he could go and get the pup and bring him back to the Omega, as he had done before. As if it were any other day. The inspector glanced between the two, then turned over his shoulder. Detective, what do you have? Ito didn't startle at Tsukachi's voice, still peering down at the beta. Transmitter quirk. He can create 2 clones of himself, 1 alpha, 1 omega. Unclear at the moment whether those are different identities of himself or if his true self is the beta. Clones? Tsukachi sighed. Nothing like Yokoyama or Sugawara. He didn't stop speaking when Izuku swayed at the alpha's name, though he did watch the omega closely. Izuku shuddered again. Yokoyama, he whispered. I mentioned him. He called him Ryo. Said Ryo had told him I was a handful. And he mentioned, he swallowed, breathed, swayed again. Katsuki took his arm to steady him. He said there was a mother who had requested to see me. That mother only sends him when she's serious about something. Katsuki stared forward, knowing if he caught anyone's eyes, they'd be able to see the fury and the murderous urge in him. He wanted so badly to rip them all apart. To show them what happened when they messed with Izuku. But now, it was starting to spiral out of control. Now there was Yokoyama, and a beta who could turn into an omega and an alpha, and potentially another omega who could look like someone else, and a mother who was seeking to capture Izuku. It was all getting far out of hand, very quickly. The inspector, however, took the information in stride, immediately pulling out a notebook that he scribbled in. This is good information, even if it's not the news we wanted to hear. Don't worry, Midoriya. This will help us catch them. Izuku said nothing, just leaned to be closer to Katsuki, who rubbed against him again. Tsukachi wandered away to speak with the others, spending several minutes going through the photos taken by the other officers. Ida and Shinso spoke between the police and the other heroes on scene, but nobody else came to speak with Izuku or Katsuki until the paramedics arrived. They had Izuku sit down and covered his neck and shoulder in soaking rags that smelled like vinegar. While the tape soaked, Katsuki allowed the paramedics to stitch his ear, though they insisted he go to the hospital to get it checked up and he refused, at least for the time being. In only a few minutes, the paramedics wiped the rags away, the tape sloughing off his skin. A burst of scent, stale and sour and so potent Katsuki was almost sick, sprung from Izuku's neck, though the Omega almost immediately took in a deep breath, settling much easier than he had before. I want my pup. I want to go home. He repeated his request numbly, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Katsuki kissed the knuckles on his hand, the ones he'd seen were bruised and bloodied, probably from throwing a good punch, then he kissed the Omega's forehead. The pack will take you home, all right. I'll go get Kazue and bring him to you. Izuku shivered. Don't leave me, he whispered. I'm not. I'll see you soon. I'll bring your pup to you and everything will be okay. All right, Izuku. He waited, but when the Omega didn't react, he drew Izuku closer, pressed a kiss this time to his scent gland, enjoyed the stillness that washed over the Omega at the contact. His skin tasted like glue and vinegar and something sweet and savory and so wonderful, and it made him want to bite something and throw up. I promise you. I'll bring Kazue back to you. Everything will be okay now. Hey, firecracker, his mom called, Kazue hurrying over to grab his leg. Mommy, you're back. I'm back, the Omega purred, pausing when Miss Sano cleared her throat and crossed her arms. Excuse me, she sounded sassy, or at least, that's what his mom sometimes called her when he thought nobody was paying attention. His mom blinked. Your date. Miss Sano threw her hands up. What happened to your special night with Mr. Tall, Blonde, and Pyrotechnic? Oh. His mom paused to hook Kazue under the arms and pull him to his hip. Kazue tried to climb higher on him, trying to get to his neck, but his mom held him in place. Well, things didn't turn out after all. Ms. Sano sighed. He got called out to work, didn't he? His mom shrugged and Ms. Sano groaned. I'm not saying I hate him. Because I do get he's a hero and there are people to be saved and yada yada yada. But seriously, he needs to put you at a higher priority and you need to be able to tell him to make you his number one. Work should not be so consuming that people start calling it his side piece. I don't think that's going to be an issue moving forward, his mom said. Kazue pressed against him, think that he sounded a little weird. But he smelled so good, so happy and warm. He wanted to take a nap. A nap with his mom sounded wonderful. He tried one more time to climb up to his mom's neck, but his mom tightened his grip and kept him from moving too much, Kazue growling in discontent. His mom frowned at him, but before he said anything Miss Sano gasped, "Babe. What happened to your cast?" Kazue blinked, glanced down at his mom's arm. Somehow, he'd missed the absence of the black cast that had been there since he'd woken up in the hospital. He reached out, fascinated by the pale skin now present all along his arm, but his mom pulled away. "I thought you still had a week or two before the doctors were going to take it off." Miss Sano kept talking, her voice halfway between excited and confused. She kept looking at his mom weirdly, as if she couldn't quite see him right. She adjusted her glasses, took them off to wipe them on her shirt, before returning them to her nose. As she did that, his mom laughed. "What are you talking about? I've still got it on." At first, Kazue was confused. No, his mom didn't have the cast on anymore. He saw it. But then, his mom let out a bit more of his scent and it washed over Kazue and it made him feel so happy and warm and safe. He purred, closed his eyes, reached for his neck one more time. Thought he felt a bit of hair between his fingers that was strange. His mom's hair was curly and thick and he liked playing with it because he could mess with it as much as he wanted to and sometimes it made funny shapes. The hair he felt in his fingers was thinner and straight and when he pulled it around his fingertips, he thought it would make terrible sculpting material. Then, it was suddenly gone and when he opened his eyes, his mom was smiling contently. Miss Sano blinked again, and shook her head. "Oh," she said, then shook her head again, "Guess my glasses are worse than I thought. Don't know how I'd missed that." "Miss what?" Kazue couldn't remember what she was talking about. He kicked outward but stopped when he saw he'd almost kicked his mom's arm, the one that was still hurt, the one with the black cast around it. He stopped and stared at the cast for a moment. What had they been talking about again? What had he been thinking about? He didn't really care. His mom smelled so good. He just wanted to go home and take a nap. "Mommy," he muttered and his mom scratched his back. It was a weird motion, he thought. His mom had never really done that before. But it did feel good, so he closed his eyes again. "I should get going. Thanks for watching him, Sano." "Babe, you know it's always my pleasure. Bring him back soon, alright? And, I don't know, maybe make Bakugo keep his date with you next time. I'm still mad. I know you were so excited about it." "It's fine, Sano." "Well, say goodbye, Kazue." "Bye, Miss Sano." Kazue appeared at the beta and raised his hand, but mostly he wanted to sleep. "Goodbye, sleepy firecracker. I'll see you soon." "Okay." And with that said, his mom turned around, and they walked out onto the street. Immediately, Kazue shivered. It was cold out and he'd forgotten to grab his jacket. Miss Sano had forgotten to grab it too, and his mom had forgotten too. But he didn't think about it long because they only went a few steps forward and Kazue heard the click of a lock and opened his eyes, surprised to see his mom opening the back door of a car. It wasn't a car he recognized, but it had a seat in the back, like the pack cars did. So maybe they got a new car. Yeah. A cool new car. Kazue would have been more delighted, but he yawned instead. His mom laughed. "We'll get you settled in at home and you can get some good sleep, my little alpha." All the want to sleep vanished from Kazue, the pup feeling a sting in his teeth, something that hurt and he didn't like it, and he growled and flailed his limbs as his mom tried to put him in the car. "And oh, mommy." "No." He pressed a hand to his mom's face, pressing hard enough to squish his cheek. Then he saw the look on his mom's face and he stopped. His mom was scary. He didn't really know any other word for it. His mom had stopped moving, was holding him above the ground, his arms starting to hurt where the Omega held him up. His green eyes were wide and shiny, but not with tears. With something else, something scary. Kazue didn't like it. His mom had never looked scary like that before. He'd looked scary a couple of times. But only at the alpha. He'd snarled at the alpha and bitten him and looked really scary then. Sometimes he'd snarl at Kaken and look a little scary. But he never looked at Kazue like that. He never looked scary at his pup. Kazue pulled his hand back and the Omega brightened almost immediately. He set the pup into the car seat, buckled him in, patted him on the head. He didn't ruffle Kazue's hair like he normally would. Kazue couldn't decide if that meant his mom was mad at him. "That's a good pup," his mom said, then shut the door. Kazue waited, feeling bad, like his stomach was all twisted up, until his mom opened the front door and got into the car. The car turned on and drove onto the street. It was a little strange seeing his mom driving the car. He never had before. Usually, they'd take the trains, and if they did take a car, Kaken would drive. Slowly, Kazue kicked his legs, but stopped after only a few moments. "Mommy, are we going to go see Kaken?" "Ooh." Kazue pouted. "Kaken? Firecracker, you're going to have to elaborate for me. You know, Kaken." He made an explosion sound, throwing his arms up in the air. "Hero name, Ground Zero. Quirk, explosion. Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken." Him, his mom laughed quietly, but Kazue didn't like that laugh very much. "Oh, I don't think we'll ever see him again, actually." Kazue let his limbs fall. "Never see Kaken again." But, Mommy," he whined, but I want to see Kaken again." "No, Kazue. You won't be seeing him again." "But I want to go see Kaken. Right now." He kicked out, landed a good hit on the back of his mom's chair. He'd never kicked the chair in front of him, but he'd never quite felt such a terrible, sinking feeling inside of him, and he needed to get that feeling out, and kicking his mom's chair made him feel a little better. "Mommy, I want to go see Kaken. I want to go see Kaken right now. I want." His mom slammed his palm onto the dashboard. It was a quick, loud sound, so sudden, so harsh, that Kazue jerked back. There was something moving fast in his chest and his stomach. He curled up, stared at the back of his mom's head. His mom wouldn't look at him. He whimpered quietly, knowing sometimes his mom responded to that a little better, but his mom didn't move, kept his palm pressed to the dashboard. "Mommy, can I at least go see the pack? I want to see Kiri again. And I want to play with Takahiro and Fumiko. And I want to..." "That's enough, Kazue." His mom had that scary voice. Kazue did not like that voice. "Stop talking about this. You aren't going to see any of them ever again. This isn't a discussion. I will not say anything more on the subject. We are going to go to a new home, just you and I, and we are going to be very happy, Kazue. We are going to be very happy." Kazue stared at his mom. For a long time. Eventually, his mom's hand relaxed and returned to the wheel of the car. They kept driving. When Kazue looked out the window, he didn't recognize any of the buildings. Then he stared at his mom again. He kept looking and wondering. And something weird was happening. When he looked, sometimes he didn't see his mom. Sometimes he saw someone else. Sometimes he looked and he was very scared. Because he thought, maybe his mom wasn't his mom. Maybe this person wasn't his mom at all. When he thought that, tears welled up in his eyes. He began crying, unable to stop, thinking his mom wasn't his mom and he was alone and he wasn't going to get to see Kaken or Kiri or Fumiko or Takahiro or Tadu or Momo or Yurika or Tsu or it really wasn't his mom at all. He cried and he cried and he cried, and eventually, the Omega sitting in the front seat began to hum. When Kazue cried louder, he hummed over the pup's cries. Katsuki hated being away from Izuku. Packing the Omega into the pack's car had been a horrible, heart-wrenching moment to top off everything that had happened already. Kirishima had arrived with the car, Mina, Shiro, Tsu, and Todoroki all somehow piled inside. The pack had rallied around Izuku as one by one they arrived, and Izuku seemed more relaxed in their presence, especially now that his scent gland had been uncovered, but as soon as Katsuki had opened the door for him and he'd sat down, he'd started crying again. It had taken almost everything Katsuki had to lean in only to kiss his forehead and not crawl right into the car with him, to pull away and shut the door on the sobbing Omega. But he watched as Kirishima threw a blanket over the Omega's shoulders, as Tsu sat closer to him, lending her warmth and her comforting scent, as Todoroki carefully steered the car onto the streets toward the pack house. They would protect him. They would keep him safe and happy. As much as he could be. And he'd never be completely happy without his pup. So that was Katsuki's first and only order of business. With the pack helping the police clean up the scene, Katsuki immediately started to head for Seino's house. It was getting very dark now, the streetlight flicking on as he blasted past them. It was probably an ill-mannered use of his quirk, but he didn't care. He needed to get to Kazue, to see him, and there was no way in hell he was going to have had the patience to wait in traffic or on the train. Even if it exhausted him, even if it was maybe a bit slower than just taking a normal mode of transportation, at least he was moving. At least he was doing something. It seemed a lifetime before Seino's lump of a house finally came into sight, another eon before he finally landed at her front door. He paused, torn by the urge to break it down to get to his pup and the realization that doing so would terrifying everyone inside, including his pup. So, as much as it pained him, he knocked, then waited, half snarling, at the doorstep for Sano to finally open up. Katsuki barely gave her time to recognize that someone was at her door before blurting out, "I need to see Kazu. Where is he?" For a moment, Sano just stared at him. Waiting for her to gather herself was agonizing, but Katsuki bit his tongue, literally, as she blinked. "Bakugo." "Yes. Where's Kazu? I'm taking him home." The beta laughed. She actually laughed. One look at the costume gives it all away. "Haven't been home yet. Didn't even bother to call Izuku on your way." What? "You're a bit late," Sano remarked, and even if her meaning wasn't clear, Katsuki still felt his stomach drop. "Izuku already came and picked him up. You know, it was really crappy of you to leave him hanging. He was looking forward to getting to spend some one-on-one time with you." "What do you mean Izuku picked him up already?" His voice shook. His hands shook more. He didn't really know what to do with them, but he found himself holding them out, as if waiting to receive his pup. Waiting for Sano to cut the CRP already. Waiting for Kazue to come running around the corner. Waiting for his little voice to chirp, "Kaken?" Exactly what I said. He came by and picked him up, took him home. Don't change the subject here. I already told you not to mess with Izuku's heart, all right. You're on thin ice with me, buddy. When? Sano blinked when Katsuki asked, so he tried again, when? I don't know. 20 minutes ago. Maybe a little more. She glanced around, maybe looking for a clock, but Katsuki shut her out the moment he had his answer. This couldn't be. Sano wouldn't have just given Kazue over to some random person. She knew them too well. She loved Kazue too much for something that stupid. And Izuku would have mentioned if he had picked Kazue up, if the pup had been with him, if something had happened to him. But the timeline didn't match up for that anyway. So it hadn't been Izuku who had taken him. And Sano wouldn't have let Kazue go with anyone but either himself or Izuku. She had said Izuku picked him up. She had meant it. Which meant, "Sugawara. Hello." Sano snapped a couple of times in front of Katsuki's face. "What's up with you? Having an oh, I really am a big, dumb alpha after all moment?" Half an hour ago, Katsuki swallowed, his throat nearly too dry to keep talking. "I pulled Izuku out of the trunk of a car." This time, Sano didn't even blink. Her mouth was still hanging half open, staring at him, as if time had stopped and she couldn't move. Then she jolted. "What?" "Izuku was attacked. Almost an hour ago. He was attacked and kidnapped and I rescued him half an hour ago." "No," Sano said immediately, as if hadn't heard what he'd said at all. "No, Izuku picked Kazue up like 20 minutes ago." 20 minutes? Was that enough time to get far away? Enough far away? Probably. Which way did they go? Katsuki demanded. "I don't know. I assume toward the train station." "You assume?" "I shut the door. Listen, it was Izuku. I don't know what you're talking about, attacks and kidnappings. He was here. He was fine. He came to my door, asked for Kazue, and took him home. That's all." "No," Katsuki staggered. He looked up and down the block. But without knowing where to go, it was too late. Far too late. 20 minutes in either direction, without knowing if they'd continued walked, gotten into a car, gone to the station to get on a train. Too many possibilities. Too many. He was one man. And even if he called in reinforcements, by the time they go there, it was too late. It was too late. Katsuki gasped, staggered again. Sano stared at him, her hands lowering. You're being serious? Katsuki didn't know how to tell her he was. She just stared at him and he stared back. Then she shook her head. But Izuku was just here. He was here, I saw him. She passed a hand over her face. Oh gods. Oh gods. Is he okay? Is Izuku okay? She asked it again, but Katsuki just laughed. No, he would not be okay when he found out what had happened. Sano. Jin's voice carried from behind the beta, the alpha appearing in a huff. He glared at Katsuki, glanced down at Sano, who looked on the verge of a panic attack. What's going on? What are you doing here, Bakugo? Jin. Sano breathed. Oh gods, Jin. What is it? The alpha glanced between the two of them again, seemed to realize that something horrible was happening. But neither Sano nor Katsuki could think of what to say. Could think of what to do. Because Kazue was gone. And they both knew it. Detective Ito was the first to arrive. His car squealed to a stop in front of Sano's house, more specifically, in front of the alpha who was sitting slumped at the side of the road. Sano could be heard crying from inside. Jin was trying to console her, but the alpha was just as shaken as she was. He said that he, too, had seen Izuku picking Kazue up. That he hadn't given it a second thought. Katsuki knew it wasn't their fault. He knew it. But he still felt himself shaking. In rage or frustration or impotence or a combination of everything. It was in this state that Ito leaped out of his car, finding him sitting there on the side of the road. Bakugo, what's going on? Where's your pup? Gone. Katsuki lifted his gaze, saw shock and disbelief in the detective's face. It was Sugawara. It had to be. Sano said Izuku picked him up 25 minutes ago, but we both know Izuku wasn't anywhere near this place. But, the detective paused, stared, much as Sano had done. Then he shook his head, dug out his notebook. Tell me everything. And Katsuki did. He told the detective everything he knew. But all it amounted to was that Kazue had been taken, for what purpose they didn't know, and to where they didn't know. They only knew he had been taken. That he was gone. Even through the limited information Katsuki had, Ito listened and he wrote. He kept scribbling far past when Katsuki stopped talking, then he pulled a radio from his pocket and called in more units. The buzz that overtook the radio signaled the collective realization of just how serious everything was, the realization that the situation had taken a turn. Katsuki knew that with Ito's declaration of a kidnapped pup having gone out over the radio, any of his pack members listening to their comms would hear it, would also realize what had happened, that Kazue was gone. The thought that he was alone and Kazue was gone and Izuku wasn't going to be able to be with his pup, it all crashed onto Katsuki. He shuddered. A noise caught in his throat. It wasn't a sob. But it was maybe as close as someone could get without tears. A hand landed on his shoulder, fingers digging in. When he looked up, Ito met his gaze. His eyes were drawn. His lips thin. A bit of a snarl in his teeth. Bakugo, he said, I'm going to find your pup. I'm going to make sure he gets back to you. All right. I'm going to do that. I'm going to help you. Bring your pup home. Katsuki wanted to believe him. He wanted so badly to think his pup would be coming home. He pressed his fingers together and bowed his head to them, listened to Sano crying. Eventually, Ito told him to go home. That he needed rest after everything that had happened. That he probably still needed to go see a doctor, but if nothing else that he didn't need to be in the middle of the investigation for the moment. He promised to tell him should any new information came up, but that for now, he needed to be with his pack. So Katsuki left. He thought it was perhaps the first time he'd ever really listened to what the detective had told him to do. By the time he reached the pack house, everyone knew. Everyone, except for Izuku. It was by his request that, even though most if not all of the pack knew, that most of them were working with the police to track down Kazue as he stood at the front door, nobody had told Izuku. Katsuki had to be the one. The Omega would want to hear it from him. and he would have to bear the consequences of what was to come after. He knew that, so he took a breath and walked through the door. A pair of green eyes immediately caught his attention, and the sight of them had Katsuki freezing in his spot. Izuku had built a pseudo-nest on the couch. Mostly, it was constructed from blankets and discarded clothing items from the pack, jackets and sweaters mostly, and Katsuki spotted the comforter from his bed laid over Izuku's shoulders. Clutched in the Omega's hands, he saw one of Kazue's shirts, so little, so empty. It was the first time Katsuki could remember seeing Izuku in a nest of his own making. But just as he had a moment to register that Izuku was there and he had made a nest to try to insulate himself from what was happening, the Omega sprung from it, clothing scattering across the floor as Izuku raced to meet Katsuki. Katsuki! Katsuki! He stopped very suddenly. His eyes were about at Katsuki's knees. Looking. Searching. Katsuki stood there, endured the silent, agonizing moment of limbo before the Omega realized what had happened. Behind Izuku, some of the pack were gathered. Yaoyorozu had her hands over her mouth, Uraraka was already in tears, and Tsu looked particularly pained. The rest of the pack had gone to try to find Kazue, it seemed, leaving only Izuku's most trusted companions to watch over him. But they all knew. They didn't have to question why Katsuki was just standing there, why he was alone. Izuku, however, finally raised his eyes to Katsuki's. "Where?" he asked, not needing to elaborate. Katsuki didn't know what to say. He didn't know the right words to use. So he took several steps forward, reached for Izuku, who backed away, batted his hand away when Katsuki reached for him. The alpha knew a cornered animal when he saw one, so he stopped advancing, gave the Omega the space between them. The space to deny. If only for the moment. Then he took a breath. "Izuku," he said, "Kazu's taken from Sano's home. Someone disguised themselves as you and tricked Sano and Jean. It wasn't their fault." He tried to explain it, even as Izuku stood there, even as he shook his head. He didn't even really know if the Omega was hearing him anymore. The police and the heroes and the pack are all looking for him, Izuku. They're going to keep looking until they find him. And they will find him. They will, because they won't stop until they find him. And he was more surprised than anything else when his words caught in his throat. When he blinked and his vision blurred. "And I'm sorry. I lied to you. I promised you I'd bring him home to you. And I can't right now. I can't give you," he gasped or maybe sobbed. He couldn't look at Izuku anymore. Not because the Omega's expression had changed any, but because he couldn't stand the empty nothingness, the unchanging look on the Omega's face. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He didn't know what it was. Whether it was Katsuki's apologies or the realization of what had happened. But Izuku wailed. It wasn't a noise Katsuki had ever heard from the Omega before. He'd heard such a sound from other grieving and heartbroken people before, though he was rarely ever the person to give news that could elicit such a sound. It was a haunting noise, enough, he felt, to crack the earth open. The weight of Izuku's sorrow struck him, had him swaying, his knees buckling. Arms caught him, although he knew they weren't Izuku's arms. When he looked up, the Omega had curled in on himself, hugging his stomach. The sound escaped his mouth in such a way that Katsuki knew it was involuntary, a deep, primal sound of pain and loss and suffering. Kazue was gone. Kazue was gone. He gasped and doubled over himself. Arms held him up. When he looked, there were arms holding Izuku up as well, keeping the Omega from collapsing to his knees, keeping him on his feet, holding with them, maybe, a little spark of hope. "It's okay," Uraraka did not sound confident. But she spoke without a waver to her voice. She spoke clearly, and there was comfort in that. Somehow. "It's going to be okay. We'll find him. You're right. We won't stop until we find him. Count on us. We'll find him." Katsuki nodded. "I know," he said, and this time, it was accompanied by a sob. Slowly, he peeled himself away from Uraraka, felt her following at his heels. He crossed to where Izuku was. The Omega didn't notice him approaching. He didn't notice anything at all until Katsuki grabbed his face, pressing his palms to his cheeks. He stared into Izuku's eyes, the Omega startled silent, his tears already making Katsuki's hands slippery. He didn't know what to say to make things better. His own tears were not quelled by being nearer to the Omega. But he did have an idea of what he wanted to do, no matter how bad of an idea it was. So he leaned forward, pressed his lips fully to Izuku's, kissed him deeply. The Omega didn't move, perhaps too startled by everything to react, though he did let out a little bit of a whine when Katsuki broke their kiss. Katsuki leaned forward, until their foreheads touched, until they could only look into each other's tear-soaked eyes. For the first time, Katsuki thought Izuku was actually seeing him, was actually there with him. He seized that moment of clarity to speak one more time. Izuku Midoriya, I love you. I've never stopped loving you and I don't think I ever will. I love you and I'm going to rescue our pup and bring him back to you, and if you'll let me, I intend to make this family work, one way or the other, and nothing is going to stop me. He said all the words that maybe he'd been intending to say. The words he'd been struggling so hard to say. The words he should have said so long ago. But then the time for words and tears was over. Katsuki thought about kissing him one more time, but knew that with clarity the Omega probably wouldn't react well to that, so he released Izuku, turned back toward the door. Wait, Izuku called, his voice crackling but focused. Where are you going? To join the search party. He paused, passed a hand near his ear only to remember he was hurt and his comms had been wrecked in the crash. I'll keep my phone on me, all right. Call me if you need anything. If anything comes up on my end, you'll be the first to hear it. There were no more words to say. Perhaps Izuku had something he wanted to say. But Katsuki could tell he didn't know how to say it yet, and he didn't have time to wait. Cheeks, let Ida know I'm on my way. I'll meet up with him at the agency. I want a rundown. I want a place to start looking. Tell him to add me into the grid or I'll make my own FING search pattern. He didn't wait to hear Uraraka's response, nor to hear if Izuku had found the words he was looking for. He took off, into the night, determination ringing in his ears, roaring in his BLD, his lips still warm with the taste of honey. Kazue cried and cried and cried until he couldn't cry anymore, so he slept for a little while, then he woke up and cried a little more. He was still crying when the Omega pulled into a driveway at a house and the car turned off. Then he stopped crying, because he was too scared to cry anymore. Ah, the Omega purred. He still looked like his mom, even though Kazue was fairly certain he wasn't. Then no more tears, that's right. We're home now and everything's going to be okay. Look at you, poor thing. Must be exhausted. He clicked his seatbelt free and opened his door, coming around to Kazue's door. He unbuckled the pup and pulled him into his arms, Kazue allowing him to because he still wasn't really sure what else he was supposed to do. It was dark and it was scary and there was no one else nearby. And the Omega smelled like his mom. He smelled so good. Let's get inside and get to bed. Oh wait, did you have dinner? Maybe we'll have something to eat first. Kazue stared out past the Omega's shoulder, to the neighborhood around them. It was quiet, one row of houses next to another, not unlike the neighborhood where the pack house sat. Maybe if he looked hard enough, he'd find the pack house somewhere amongst the houses. Then they stepped through a door and it shut behind them and Kazue was staring at a wall, the click of a lock sealing him inside. Come on, the Omega set him down, gestured him down a narrow hallway. The hallway had several closed doors lining it, the archway at the end opening into what looked like a kitchen. What would you like to eat? The Omega wandered into the kitchen, leaving Kazue standing in the entryway. The pup glanced up at the locks on the door, wondered if he could just leave, but he didn't know where he would go or what he would do. The house was warm at least, though there was a lingering smell that made his toes curl in his shoes. His mom's smell was starting to drift through the space though, eating away at the old, unfamiliar smell. Even though Kazue knew the Omega wasn't his mom. Or maybe it was his mom. The Omega smelled like his mom and his mom's scent had never changed. He'd never known anyone's scent that could change, not like that. Sometimes his mom's scent would taste sour and nasty, or sometime really sweet and kinda gross, but it was always his mom's scent. So, if the Omega smelled like his mom, maybe it was his mom. Maybe this was just a new house. Maybe his mom was just feeling a little weird. But his mom had also said they weren't going to see Kaken again. He didn't think his mom would ever say that. His mom liked Kaken. He liked most of the people at the pack house. Why would he say they would never see them again? Kazue, come in here and tell me what you want. The Omega even sounded like his mom. So Kazue stepped forward, pausing to look at the single piece of furniture lining the hall, a set of drawers with a small mirror on top. Although he was too short to see into the mirror, it reflecting the wall in front of it instead, he could see that a ribbon was woven around the mirror, tied in an intricate pattern around a metal bar of some sort. Clipped to the ribbon were dozens of butterfly pins, all in different colors. Something about the pins kept him still for a moment, but when the Omega called him again, he quickly went into the kitchen. The kitchen had filled with his mom's smell. It was warm and safe. Even though Kazue didn't really feel very safe. He stayed just at the edge of the room, watching as the Omega milled between the stove and the pantry, stacking pots on the counters, turning the oven on. The movement reminded him of Kaken, like how he would get ready to make breakfast in the morning, and he was sad, remembering that the Omega had said he would never see the Alpha again. Kazue whined a little, because he missed Kaken and he wanted to see him again. And when he did, the Omega turned quickly to him. Oh, there. He crossed the room and crouched in front of Kazue, brushing a hand over his face, wiping at the salt dried on his cheeks. It's all right now, little Alpha. You're home now. Kazue felt something terrible in his stomach, but he didn't say anything, remembering the scary look the Omega had given him earlier. When the Omega smiled and stood and offered a hand, Kazue took it, mostly because he wasn't sure what else to do. Thought about what you want for dinner yet? Or maybe I should make something secret. That sounds fun, doesn't it? The Omega waited, but Kazue still said nothing, staring around the kitchen, looking for anything that felt familiar. The pots and pans were familiar, but sat upon an unfamiliar stove. He wished they were sitting on a hot plate instead. Well, the Omega continued, here, let's show you around the house a little. I'll think about what to make while we walk. The Omega led him back out into the hallway, showing him a sitting room, bland and small, with a couch that was a lot smaller than the Pax, a television hung on the walls otherwise empty and white. After that came a small library, though the books were all too big for Kazue, and the only chair looked very uncomfortable. Then, across the hall was a door that led to a stairwell, which the Omega took him up, showing him a bathroom and 2 bedrooms. One bedroom was for the Omega, again sparse, empty, the walls almost too white. The last bedroom had a small bed, a CST full of toys, and was painted a bright blue color. This room is for you, Kazu. The Omega looked around the room quite proudly. Kazue stared at the small bed and the CST full of toys, and he wanted to go home. Home to the pack house, where he had his bed with his mom and Kaken and all the hero figurines. There was no sign of any hero merchandise in the room, nothing about heroes at all. It felt fake. Fake and cold, and Kazue did not like it. He shifted to gripping the Omega's leg, clinging to the warmth of his scent, even if he didn't really like the way the Omega scratched his head. You'll get used to it. Just give it a little time, all right? There's a couple more places to show you, then I think I know what we'll have for dinner. But don't ask, okay? It's going to be a surprise. Kazue didn't want to ask what was for dinner. He wasn't very hungry anyway. He just wanted to sleep. But not here. Not in that bed. Still, he followed the Omega as he led the way back down the stairs. They passed by the last door on the left, Kazue pausing, despite the Omega walking on. This door was almost hidden by the drawers, blocked from view until they were already passing it. Kazue pointed to it. What's there? Just the basement. The Omega tugged him forward, Kazue stumbling. Come along. There's another thing I want to show you. Kazue stared at the unopened door until the Omega pulled him into the kitchen and around the corner. He pointed across the room to another unopened door, told him, the downstairs bathroom is there, but here, this is really what I want to show you. The Omega pulled the curtains back on the window, revealing a sprawling, colorful garden, full of flowers and bushes and trees and a small pond with a small fountain pumping water in a flowing stream. Most of the flower bushes had little plaques in front of them, though Kazue couldn't read them in the dark. It was appealing. It reminded Kazue of Tsu's garden. Do you like it? The Omega asked, practically gleaming with pride. Kazue looked up at the Omega, and he didn't really like the smile, even though it was a warm smile, even though it was his mom smiling. Except, It wasn't his mom's smile. Before he could respond, the front door burst open with such force the entire house seemed to rattle, and a roaring voice screamed, "Mother!" Quick as could be, Kazue found himself shoved into a chair, the Omega pushing him toward the table tucked into the corner of the kitchen before hurrying out the archway. "Stay here, Kazue." What is it?" His voice rose at the last few words, calling to the stranger who had stormed into the house. The Omega disappeared into the hallway, the strange voice calling out, "What did you do? What did you do? Hush, hush in here. Let's talk in here." "No. What have you done to me, mother? What were you thinking?" "Calm down, sweetheart. Come talk to me calmly in here." A stomping pair of footsteps echoed through the house, followed by a door closing, and immediately, Kazue could hear a voice muttering through the wall, though he couldn't pick out exactly what was being said. For a moment, he sat and he stared out at the garden, but looking at the flowers reminded him so much of the pack house and Kaken that he turned back to the hallway, to the wall where he could hear the Omega talking to the stranger. He leaped out of the chair and wandered to the hallway, first seeing the front door. It was closed and locked, but unguarded. If he wanted to, he could unlock it, walk right out onto the street. But it was cold and dark and the house was warm and it smelled like his mom. He didn't know if he was brave enough to leave. He wanted to be brave. But whenever he thought about leaving, his whole body shook and he wanted to whimper and whine for his Omega. So no, maybe now wasn't the time to just leave. Maybe when he was braver, he would. Instead, he went to the door to the living room, daring not to open it, but standing just in front of it. There, he could hear the conversation a little more clearly, though he wasn't sure he understood what was going on. "Asai, when are you going to get out of this rebellious stage of yours? You're old enough now that you should understand." "Understand what exactly?" "You know." There was a growl, a sigh, a pause. "Oh, my little show. I hate seeing you like this. I hate what you've done. Don't be rude now. What do you need? What can I do for you?" "It's too late, mother. I needed you to listen to me at the very beginning. Now you've gone and done this." "Hush. I told you exactly what I wanted. You didn't tell me you were going to send Hideki. Now that you mention it, I'm expecting to hear from him soon. He going to call you for bail money or something?" A laugh. "Of course not. He's cleaning up his latest mistake." Another pause. "What are you talking about? He's in jail?" "Never you mind. Your brother's resourceful after all. And let's just say, the hero wasn't complete in his work. Hideki will be fine, though I suspect you will also be getting a call about him soon enough." "You're still going to do this?" "Yes, of course. It's what we've always done, Sho. Rio left me a mess to clean up. There are still a few loose ends to be snipped." A scoff. "This is disgusting, mother. What did I say about being rude?" No, enough. Enough is enough. What else am I supposed to do?" "Your part, Sho. Your part. As you always have." "No, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not going to just look the other way this time." There was a pause. A long pause. Kazue didn't know how long he'd been standing at the door, but he felt a little fidgety, shuffling his feet a little. Then the Omega spoke, soft and quiet. "Sho, don't make me tell father what you've said." There was a snarl and heavy footsteps toward the door. Kazue yelped and scurried around the corner, the door opening behind him just as he reached the kitchen. He stood for a moment, listened as the strangers stood very still and very quiet. Then another scoff, and the stranger left, slamming the front door shut behind him, rattling the house again. Kazue sunk down, hugging his knees to his knee, waited there until the Omega came back into the kitchen. He smiled at Kazue. "Oh, poor pup. I'm sorry you had to hear that. But don't worry. I'm here now." He held out his hand and Kazue took it, allowed himself to be pulled back to his feet. "Now, dinner." "Yes, let's get dinner going, then we'll eat and maybe take a bath and get you all ready for bed." Ida met Katsuki at the agency and gave him a specialized wristband that held the search pattern grid as well as the localized area he was to search, which meant he had to go without his gauntlets. He could have taken one of them, but having only one set him off balance and he didn't want to waste time messing with his gear. With all the information he needed, he set off to start his search. Time didn't mean anything to him, and yet, it also meant everything given the situation. He might have said he was tired if he thought about it. Emotionally, mentally, physically. None of that mattered. What mattered was Kazue, finding him, bringing him back to Izuku. Completing their family again. It was the word he'd been foregoing this entire time. Family. They were a family. Whether they acknowledged it or not, he, Izuku, and Kazue had been a family since the pup's Byaruch. Now they had been given the chance to reunite and reconstruct that family, and Katsuki wasn't going to let it slip away that easily. He would find Kazue. He would find Kazue. But the neighborhood he found himself searching was quiet. Ida had given him a quick rundown on what the police had thought, that Sugawara's previous address had been in this area and perhaps she still lived close by. It was the only lead they had at the moment, though there were other heroes on other search grids searching similar neighborhoods. Meanwhile, the police were investigating all they could on Sugawara's movements, pulling out every resource now available to them with the pup in danger. They also had that beta in custody and were trying to get information from him, though from what Katsuki had heard, it wasn't going well. But they were still trying. Everyone was still trying. It was all hands on deck. The only pack members who had stayed home were the Omegas, minus Jiro and Shinso, and Yaoyorozu. The Omegas because the pack was nervous about how Izuku had been handled, his restraints suggesting that Yokoyama, the beta, identified as Hideki Suda, and even Sugawara may have ties to some sort of human trafficking ring, and almost all known rings traded with Omegas. Todoroki had convinced Yaoyorozu to stay with Izuku at home as his closest friend in the pack, though he had also admitted he was worried with her carrying their pup. From what Katsuki understood, while Jiro wasn't at the pack house, she had gone to be with her secret parent, who she had finally revealed was another Omega, that she was worried about them being caught up in all this and wanted to be there with them, so Ida had allowed it. Kaminari had tried to convince Shinso to at least stay at the agency, but the hero had not been deterred, so he was out searching with everyone else, though Kaminari stayed close at hand, should anything happen. The paranoia underlined a desperation Katsuki had never seen from the pack. Everyone was scared. This had been building almost since they'd found Izuku in that building, especially since Yokoyama had attacked the pack house directly. Some of their own had been hurt and nobody felt safe. But Katsuki knew that just fueled everyone's determination to stop these people. Just as Katsuki was singularly focused on finding Kazue and stopping whoever had perpetrated the attacks, the pack was as well. With everyone working together, they wouldn't be stopped. Katsuki had not seen the day yet when the pack had been bested by someone while working together. This would certainly not be that day. Katsuki blasted through the air, let his explosions go still and quiet, landing heavily in the middle of a street, breathing deeply, needing a moment to catch his breath and to help conserve his strength, knowing he might be in for a long night. There was nobody out and about this late at night. Some of the houses had lights on, but most everyone else had gone to bed by now. It had been hours since Kazue had been taken. Katsuki knew the statistics on how precious time was when looking for a pup. He could practically see the clock ticking down, could see his percentile chance of finding Kazue dropping precipitously. But that sheet didn't matter, because statistics didn't factor in the absolute determination of the pack. They would find Kazue. They would stop whoever was doing this. It was only a matter of time now. Katsuki took in a deep breath, collected himself, and braced to blast back into the air, when he felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. Immediately, he grabbed for it, his hand slipping along the chain Izuku had given him. Although he might normally pause to caress the links in his fingers, he pushed it aside, grabbed for the phone, knowing it might have more information, or that his backup comms piece had been connected to the network. As much as he didn't want to leave the search, having a working comms piece, the instant connection to both his packmates and any information they might find, would be essential for the search, so he would leave his post only to go get it. But it wasn't Izuku. It wasn't Ida. It wasn't even a number he recognized. It was text from an unknown number, no name attached, nothing to signify who it could be. Katsuki nearly shoved the phone back in his pocket, but then he realized what the text was. It was an address. He brought up the search grid, found that the address was inside one of them, the one assigned to Todoroki. But it wasn't Todoroki's number. Maybe it was. Had Katsuki deleted it again recently? No, he didn't think so. And even if he had, he didn't think Todoroki's number was anything like this one. But what if it was Todoroki? What if he had information? What if he'd found Kazue? The what-ifs were too much to ignore. Katsuki blasted into the air. It wasn't too far away, and like before, he hated the idea of waiting on public transportation to reach his destination. Instead, he flew through the air, following the directions on the search map, his heart hammering in his ear. On the way, he thought about Izuku. He thought about the Omega sitting at home, waiting for them to come home, for Katsuki to place Kazue in his arms. He'd made a promise he hadn't been able to keep. The thought of it still stung. He had that wrong to right. His palms were aching when he finally landed at the address. It was an unassuming house on an unassuming street in an unassuming neighborhood. It literally could have been the street Katsuki had just come from. There was hardly anything to mark it as a different location. There was a car in the driveway, but nothing else. From the back, he could see the house had some sort of a garden, but his interest in such a thing waned as soon as it registered. There were no signs of Todoroki, no trails of ice or scorch marks anywhere, nothing to obviously point to the half-and-half hero. Nothing of immediate interest at first glance. However, there were lights on inside the house. Someone was home, and they were awake despite the late hours. It was worth a shot. Everything was worth trying at this point. Katsuki walked up to the door and knocked, pausing when his phone dinged again. He pulled it out with the same fervor, saw this time it was a message from Ida. The words chilled him to the bone. Suit is gone. The police say his form melted into nothingness. They're out looking for him now. Katsuki gripped the phone so tightly the screen cracked. Melted? Melted? Like the Omega. Katsuki thought back to his fight with the Omega and the Alpha, how the Omega had formed together briefly before melting as the police had said the Beta had done. He'd smashed the Alpha against the wall, and left without making sure he melted away as well. And now, Suda was gone. Motherphew. Katsuki stopped mid-curse as the door opened, only an inch, and he saw nobody in the doorway. He blinked, then again as the door suddenly burst open, his eyes drawn to an amazed chirp near his knees. His eyes fell to a little pup, with bright hair and big, watery red eyes, a dusting of freckles over his nose. Kaken. The pup chirped again, reaching for the hero. The sound of his nickname, the little chirp, the sight alone, it all crashed into Katsuki. He thought for a moment he had to be dreaming. That this couldn't actually be Kazue, standing right in front of him, after so little time searching. But the pup grabbed onto Katsuki and Katsuki ran a hand through his hair, ruffled it as he might any other day, and the pup let out a cry. Kaken. You're here. Kaken, please. Kazue. Kazue. A noise drew his attention back to the house, but a strong whiff of an Omega scent had him stumbling forward. The pup had flung the door wide open to reach him, revealing a long hallway that ended in an archway into another room of the house. Just at the edge of the archway, someone was standing there, watching him. Someone with green hair and green eyes and a familiar dusting of freckles on their nose as well. Izuku. But how? It couldn't be Izuku. But then, Suda. He'd gotten away. The Alpha Suda had survived the attack and gotten away. Had he gotten to the pack house and taken Izuku, as he had originally intended? Nobody had heard anything from the pack house. Or at least, Katsuki hadn't heard anything. Someone would have told him if the pack house had been attacked, if Izuku had gone missing. Right? But also, they hadn't heard anything. They hadn't heard that everyone was safe, just as much as they hadn't heard if something had gone wrong. What if Suda had taken everyone out? Snatched Izuku without anyone noticing? Or what if this was something else? But it couldn't be. Izuku was standing there, right there, and he looked a little startled and a little scared, but he was there and so was Kazue in an unfamiliar house. It was almost sick, Katsuki thought, standing in the doorway as if he'd just arrived home, his pup excited to see him, his Omega in the kitchen making dinner. Just another day in a normal life. Except they didn't know this house, Kazue was crying, and Izuku was scared, and this was all so wrong. A part of Katsuki, that part of him that maybe knew Izuku most but he knew of himself the least, was roaring in his ears, speaking for the first time in so long. Omega. Omega here. Take Omega. Bring back home. His alpha brain would know if it was really Izuku. Because it had to be. There was no other option. Izuku was here. Someone had taken him. As the original plan had been. Somehow, they'd carried out their plot and kidnapped the Omega after all, and here he was, standing before Katsuki, confused and scared, but no longer alone. Izuku. Katsuki hurried forward, reached for the Omega. What are you doing here? Izuku blinked at him, stepped back, seemed to slip, disappearing from his view. Unable to see where the Omega had gone, feeling his anxiety rising, Katsuki rushed forward. Kazue screamed behind him, nearly drawing his attention, but his alpha brain pulled him forward. Protect Omega. Save Omega. Keep safe. Izuku. Katsuki heard Kazue begin crying, the pup still standing in the doorway, as he turned the corner and found Izuku standing there. There was a gleam in his eyes, an unfamiliar look that Katsuki couldn't place, not on his Omega's face. As soon as he turned the corner, Izuku charged forward. It was only then that he noticed the knife. Izuku was alone, mostly because he wanted to be alone, but also because Uraraka, Sue, and Yaoyorozu were completely stressed out by being stuck at the pack house, and their stress was not helping him any. The three had busied themselves with oversight work, Yaoyorozu apparently setting up a spare communication device for Katsuki, while Uraraka helped Ida coordinate with the pack and the police, and Sue kept vigil over the pups, who had been set to sleep in the playroom instead of their beds upstairs. Every now and then, someone would come upstairs to check on him or bring him something nice for his nest, but mostly, they kept his door cracked open and they left him alone. After staying downstairs for a few more minutes, Izuku had taken most of his nest and gone upstairs. He'd glanced at his own room for a moment, knowing Kazue's scent would be strongest there, but ultimately, he went into Katsuki's room instead. The room smelled like the alpha. Like his alpha. He wanted Katsuki there. He wanted to be with the alpha so badly. He wanted to be out looking for Kazue, just like everyone else. But he knew it was late and he was tired and traumatized and maybe a target. If he went out on the street while the heroes were scattered, then it'd be easy for someone with ill intent to snatch him away again. The thought of facing another moment at someone else's mercy had Izuku shivering, crawling deeper into the nest he'd built. Yes, he wanted to be out looking for Kazue. Yes, he wanted to be with Katsuki. But for now, this was where he found himself. Still, he kept his phone in his hand, waiting for the call from Katsuki, waiting for a call from anyone. Waiting. Just waiting. He hated waiting. He hated having to play the victim over and over again. Mai had told him that he wasn't a victim, that he was a survivor, a fighter, but in that moment, he didn't much feel like it. He felt like he was clinging to something that wasn't even there, that his hands were gripping air where there should have been solid ground. He didn't feel like he'd done anything, like he could do anything. Instead, he was just waiting. For his pup. For his alpha. For anyone. Whimpering, he curled up a little more, dug himself deeper into his nest. The first nest he'd built downstairs had been flimsy at best. The one he'd construction on Katsuki's bed was rushed, but at least it was a real nest. He'd piled it high with blankets and clothes from the pack house, but also the clothes Kazue had most recently worn, as well as a plethora of things from Katsuki's room, all the little articles of clothing tossed aside, gathered in corners of the room. Katsuki hadn't taken much care of his room, probably because he spent so little time in it. It had served Izuku well, not having to search for things from the alpha he could use. He'd piled everything he could into the nest, and topped it all off with the nesting blanket he'd gotten from the store. Although it was practically scentless, it was big and warm and soft, and it made him feel just a bit more grounded than anything else. He kept one of Kazue's shirts in his hand to compensate for the lack of the blanket's smell, curling around it, trying to imagine he was curled around his pup, with the alpha wrapped around them, laying in that bed as if they were all sleeping. Even if he was alone. A short creaking in the hallway alerted him that someone had come to check on him. He didn't rise to see who it was, not really caring one way or the other. He thought it might be nice to see Yaoyorozu, might be nice to have her familiar alpha scent nearby, if only for a moment, but didn't care enough to check to see, didn't care enough to ask for her to come see him. Instead, he laid there, thinking of Kazue and Katsuki, wondering where they were, hoping they were safe. The door creaked open slowly and someone stepped inside. Still, Izuku remained in his nest. Until, that is, the door quietly closed. Then he sat up, curious. Standing in the doorway was the Alpha from the alleyway. For a moment, they stared at each other, Izuku in shock, the Alpha with a grin of malice and hunger. Then, the room flooded with the scent of BLD, and Izuku leaped up. A scream built in Izuku's, one of panic, of fear, but also one of fury and grit, but before it could be released, the Alpha launched at the Omega, crashing into him and sending him sprawling across the bed. Instead of a scream, all that came out was an oof as the air rushed from his lungs, then a yelp as the Alpha grabbed him by the neck and straddled him, keeping him pressed to the bed. Something deeper than just his fear bubbled up in his stomach, something that made every cell in his body quiver, something that had a hiss seeping out between his teeth. Not my Alpha. Something in him said. The scent of BLD was rank, it made him want to choke. The Alpha wasn't helping by keeping a palm pressed into his windpipe. Quiet, the Alpha growled, his breath hot, his entire body heavy, the bed swallowing Izuku up and keeping his struggles restricted. Just accept it. Be a good little Omega now. As he spoke, he softened his voice, leaned in a little closer, letting his scent wash over Izuku. It took Izuku only a second to realize what was happening. The Alpha knew he was going to fight, that he wouldn't just roll over and let him do whatever it was he wanted. That no matter how scared he wasn't one to give up that easily. So, the Alpha was taking a different tactic. Instead of appealing to Izuku's rational side, he was trying to dominate him as an Alpha. He was trying to overwhelm his Omega nature, to use his Alpha pheromones to induce his Omega instincts to respond to his commands. Perhaps it would have worked too. If when Izuku looked up at the Alpha leering over him, he didn't see Yokoyama, his thin curtains of hair draping over him, his grin of teeth. Instinct could not overpower the absolute terror that welled up inside him, that pushed everything else aside in a need to fight, to get away. So he hissed, flailed, tried to kick, though the Alpha pressed his hips down and kept Izuku from squirming too much. He kept a hand to the Omega's throat and grabbed one of his wrists, twisting his arm above his head, Izuku clawing desperately at the Alpha with his free hand. For a moment, he imagined he was back in that abandoned building, that he was laying on a lumpy mattress, that Yokoyama was… No, he couldn't think about that. Oh gods, stop please. He let out a sound of despair and desperation and horror, only for the Alpha to quash it down by pressing his palm into Izuku's throat. Shoo, quiet little Omega. This doesn't have to get nasty. Just quiet down. The Alpha kept his voice soft, low, almost a… Izuku hissed, bared his teeth, but the Alpha just kept talking. I get it now, you know. Why Rio and the others are so interested. You're not like other Omega, are you? You're special. It was sick. His words were sick. The way he spilled them like honey into Izuku's ears was sick. Was the Alpha actually trying to stuck him? Maybe it was just an appeal to his Omega instincts. But all it did was make his stomach turn up in knots. So settle down now. You've proven yourself. You're a big, tough Omega, after all. But you're still an Omega. Omegas shouldn't have to fight this hard. So just settle down and let me take care of everything. Izuku twisted, snapped at the Alpha's nose, so close he felt as if hair were grinding between his teeth. The Alpha pulled back, startled. His smile was gone, hate and revulsion marring his face, though he quickly wiped it away, leaned in again, though he kept enough of a distance that Izuku couldn't bite him. Aren't you tough? You've made your point. Now calm down. Let the Alpha take care of you. Izuku glanced around. He kept trying to wiggle free of the Alpha, but with only one hand he was having a hard time of it. Whenever he reached for the Alpha's face, he would simply lean back, pouring his sticky sweet words even when Izuku tried to claw at his eyes. Every now and then, he would loosen his grip slightly, trying to goad Izuku into relaxing, trying to prove he was a good Alpha, but whenever he did, Izuku took advantage to JRK and tried to wriggle his way free, so the Alpha would press back into the Omega, forcing him down on the bed. The only grip he kept constant was the hand on his neck, pressing just enough that Izuku could get a little bit of air, but not enough to scream, and in fact whenever the Alpha felt him trying to gather for a scream, he would press a little harder, cutting off his air, hushing him, telling him to be quiet. If being quiet was so important, then Izuku could guess that meant he'd snuck in without the heroes downstairs noticing. There was an entrance at the back of the house from the garden that was shielded from the main room, where Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were working. And chances were, their focus and attention was on their own work and the front door, not whatever was behind them, including the back of the house and the stairs. Sue was in the playroom with the pups, so she wouldn't have seen anything either. Plus, they were 3 veteran heroes. If they'd seen the Alpha, they would have stopped him. He'd already lost a fight to Katsuki and Shinso. He would have lost to the 3 of them as well. So Izuku knew they had to be okay, that they were probably downstairs and unaware of this current predicament. Hence the Alpha's need for Izuku to be silent. That meant a couple of things. The Alpha was afraid of the heroes being alerted to what was going on upstairs, which meant he probably didn't think he could face them in a fight and win. And since he hadn't just snapped Izuku's throat, he still wanted him alive. His intent was still to take him to this mother, a plan formulated in his head as Izuku glanced around the room. So far, it was just the Alpha, though Izuku didn't think for a second that it would remain that way if things started to get a little out of hand. The Beta had tried to handle him alone, until he'd realized he couldn't, then he'd called the Omega and Alpha to help. Izuku knew the possibility of him doing the same thing was high and he'd already lost to the trio, so his chances of facing the 3 of them again and winning were low. But if he could even the odds a little, he could take the Alpha on by himself. Or at least he believed he could. He just needed the right opening. The only problem was he was going to have to make that opening. First though, he needed to draw the Omega and Beta away, and he needed to summon the attention of the packmates downstairs. And he had a plan. Slowly, he let little parts of himself relax, stilling his struggles a little at a time. It was difficult to lay still, to feel the Alpha pressed against him and do nothing about it, but just as he relaxed, he felt the Alpha relaxing as well. That's it. What a good little Omega. The Alpha leaned a little closer, cooing quietly as Izuku did his best to go limp. Finally, his free hands slumped onto the bed, only a slight twitching left in them, and Izuku whimpered, forcing the sound through grit teeth. He hoped the Alpha wouldn't notice the strained quality of his voice or else would dismiss it as him being nervous. The Alpha didn't let him up, but he did loosen his grip a little more, did lean a little closer. His face was pressed very near to Izuku's scent gland. His heart was racing. His body begged for him to move. He held his breath to keep from screaming. "Shoo, that's right. I'm going to take good care of you now. You don't have to fight me. That's a good Omega." He lifted his hand from Izuku's windpipe, let the Omega gasp for breath, coughing and choking as the air bunched up in his throat. The Alpha ran 2 fingers along his Adam's apple. The motion may be meant to be soothing, but it just made Izuku choke a little more. "That's it, relax. Relax. Just go to sleep. I'll take care of you. Just close your eyes and relax." Izuku kept his eyes open, kept gulping in air, tried not to tense as the Alpha leaned even a little closer. Then, the Alpha rubbed against Izuku's scent gland, and every nerve in the Omega's body screamed. He grabbed the lamp on Katsuki's nightstand and smashed it against the wall, the shattering ringing out at the same time Izuku screamed, his voice cut off as the Alpha immediately slammed his palm back onto his throat. Undeterred, Izuku thumped the broken lamp against the Alpha's head, causing him to reel back, dazed from the blow. Taking advantage of the moment, Izuku kicked himself out from under the Alpha, scrambling off the bed and reaching for the closet. He hadn't gotten far when the Alpha crashed onto his back, Izuku gasping as what little air left escaped his lungs, as his arms were wrenched behind him. As they were, shouting rose up from the floor below, someone calling his name, the hurried sound of footsteps carrying up the stairs. Izuku's heart raced as the Alpha growled. "Thing," he muttered, and convulsed on top of the Omega. Izuku watched, transfixed, as the Alpha's back bubbled and expanded and popped in a gruesome display, depositing 2 forms onto the ground. The Beta and Omega rose up, dusting themselves off, somehow wearing the same dark clothes as the Alpha. "Go distract the heroes. We'll find a way out." The Omega nodded and did as the Alpha said while the Beta paused to glare down at Izuku. He didn't seem to have the same level of cognition as from the alleyway, but he still stared as if all he wanted to do was crush Izuku like a bug. Then, he turned and rushed out into the hallway, the immediate sounds of the heroes and the two villains clashing ringing out from the stairwell. "Daemon," the Alpha said again, turning back to Izuku. "I wanted to do this nicely. This could have gone differently. Now you force my hand." He grabbed Izuku's cast, crushing his arm in a powerful grip. The Omega screamed as his arm throbbed. "Play nice or I'll break your other arm. Get off." Izuku kicked, glanced forward, saw exactly what he was looking for just inside the closet. "Please let me go. Begging won't change anything. Now get up. We're leaving." He yanked Izuku upward, keeping a solid grip on his arms, but as soon as the Omega had his feet under him, he stepped back, planting a foot between the Alpha's legs, then he twisted, tripping him up, the Alpha losing his balance, pulling Izuku back to the ground with him. The moment they hit the ground, the Alpha's grip slipped and Izuku clawed himself free, crawling across the floor to reach the closet, to the case marked "Explosive Hazard." "Get back here." The Alpha roared, but Izuku had already reached the case, already opened it up, was already pulling a grenade free and tossing it at the Alpha. The Alpha probably didn't understand what was going on, not even as Izuku curled around himself, trying to shield himself from the blast that radiated out from the grenade. Katsuki had apparently refreshed this supply recently, as the explosion was powerful, knocking Izuku into the back of the closet and sending the Alpha sprawling along the floor. When the dust began to settle, Izuku rose up slightly, saw the Alpha was not moving. He tried to push himself up, felt his body aching and burning, his arm throbbing excruciatingly, his lungs burning for air. Still, he got to his feet, stumbled, had to use the wall for support as he made his way out into the hallway. Uraraka was facing the Beta and the Omega, Yaoyorozu standing back at the bottom of the stairs. The heroes were at the disadvantage, the villains with the high ground. Yaoyorozu was without protective equipment, so she was clearly nervous about directly engaging the villains, one hand pressed defensively to her stomach. Likewise, Uraraka knew Yaoyorozu was carrying and there was no way she was going to let the Alpha put herself or her child at risk, standing in the gap between them, her fingers hovering slightly apart from each other, parts of the staircase hovering like shields near her and Yaoyorozu. They were playing it safe. And Izuku understood why. Because of their distance, however, it was easy for him to pull the pin on the second grenade, to scream, hit the deck, and for the Omega and Alpha hero to understand what was happening. Uraraka pulled the pieces of wood close to her and Yaoyorozu as Izuku ducked back into Katsuki's room, waiting for the percussive wave to wash over the house and the startled yelps of the Beta and Omega to ring out. He peeked around the corner and watched as the Beta and Omega melted away into nothingness. "Release," he heard Uraraka mutter, then rushing up the stairs. "Deku, are you all right?" Izuku didn't wait for her to reach him. He threw himself at her so hard he nearly sent them both tumbling down the stairs. She grabbed the banister and held them upright, wrapping an arm around him and holding him tightly. "It's all right now," she laughed. "You were great. A real hero yourself." Izuku whimpered and she held him a little tighter. "It's okay. We're all safe now." Midoriya. Yaoyorozu had reached them and was joining in their embrace. "Thank goodness you're okay. Did they hurt you?" Izuku didn't really know how to answer that. Because he knew he was hurt badly, but he didn't actually know if he was physically injured. All he did know was that he wanted Katsuki even worse than before, he wanted Katsuki and he wanted Kazue. And beyond all of that, his mind was turning over something. How was the Alpha there? Katsuki and Shinso had taken the Beta into custody, but the Beta had appeared out of the Alpha's body. So, how had that happened? Where's Katsuki, he asked. He didn't want to tell them he needed the Alpha. But he at least needed to know whether the Alpha was safe. Uraraka held him at arm's length, taking the opportunity to look over him. She wiped at his cheek, Izuku hissing at the sting her touch caused, realizing her hand came back bloody. "He's out looking for Kazue in a neighborhood outside of town. On the east side of town, I think. So far away from the pack house. Come on. We need to let Ida know this happened." And Yaoyorozu finished connecting the spare communication device, so Bakugo needs to come pick it up anyway. "I'm sure he'll want to see you." "We should evacuate the pack house," Yaoyorozu said gravely. "Who knows how many more of them are going to be here?" Uraraka's lips thinned, but she nodded. Take Deku with you. I'll stay here and wait for the police to show up. Sue and the pups should go with you. The agency is probably the safest place for them. On it, Yaoyorozu tried to take Izuku's hand, but he slipped out of her grip. Come on, Midoriya. We should go. I need my phone. Even if what they'd said was true, he needed to know for himself. He needed to know Katsuki was okay. He looked up at Uraraka. The villain, he's in Katsuki's room. My phone's there. Please, Uraraka. The hero nodded. On it. Go get the pups. She hurried up the stairs as Yaoyorozu tugged him down them, the two dodging the parts of the staircase that had been ripped up during the fight. Inside the playroom, they were met by Sue standing over two wailing pups, the hero relaxing when she saw who walked in. Takahiro rushed over to Yaoyorozu, who scooped her pup up and cradled him and hushed him. Sue, meanwhile, walked over to Izuku, who went to get Fumiko. The girl clasped her arms around Izuku and wept, "Midi mama. I'm scared." Izuku hushed the pup, tried to bring her close to his neck, though she reeled back in shock. He then remembered that the alpha had scented him trying to calm him, and he suched her to the other side of his neck, feeling very unclean. Are you all right, Midoriya? Sue looked uncharacteristically worried. Fine. I'm fine, he said, but didn't believe it, and one look at Sue told him she didn't believe it either. They weren't there for much longer when Uraraka came into the room. Upon spying her, Fumiko reached for her mom and began wailing louder, the Omega hero trading Izuku the pup for his phone. While she tried to settle the pup, Izuku pulled up the tracking program on his phone. He'd seen that the tracking was two ways. Just as Katsuki could track his phone, Izuku could track the alphas. And he just wanted to know that everything was okay. When he pulled up the screen, it showed Katsuki in a neighborhood on the outskirts of the city, far away from the pack house, right where Uraraka had said he would be. For a moment he relaxed. Until, that is, he noticed the direction of the city. This neighborhood was on the north side of the city. Katsuki wasn't anywhere near where Uraraka had said he was supposed to be. He was close, but was close enough. No, Izuku didn't think it was. Uraraka, he muttered, still staring at the phone, still trying to glean whatever information he could from the little ping on the screen. He felt the Omega's attention turn to him, but couldn't look away. Think, he swallowed. Contact Ida. I think Katsuki's in trouble. The knife glinted in the low light of the kitchen, reflecting the black of Katsuki's costume like ill intent. Time seemed to still as the alpha registered everything that was happening. 1. Kazue was crying and screaming. The pup was reaching for Katsuki, as if trying to call him back, call him away from the danger. The door behind the pup was closing, as if on an automated system. Perhaps as a safety precaution against people getting inside, seeing too much. The locks looked automated as well. They were about to be locked into the 2. The Omega looked like Izuku. He smelled like Izuku. So much. He smelled of nights under the stars, of wildflower hills, of a time long since past. But it wasn't Izuku. No, she was not Izuku at all. It had to be Sugawara, using Izuku's scent. That was how she had fooled Sano, how she had kept Kazue from acting out. She had been using Izuku's visage to fool everyone, and Katsuki had fallen right into her trap. Third, he realized Sugawara was aiming right for his heart. The knife tip was drawn toward toward that very vulnerable spot, as if pulled on a string, the Omega knowing exactly where to strike. Her eyes gleamed with hate and anger and something Katsuki couldn't quite place but felt like bile rising up his throat. Because he'd never seen Izuku look like this. Izuku would never look at anyone with such disgust. Because she wasn't Izuku. He didn't have much time. But he had enough. Katsuki twisted his hand up, caught the knife in his palm, the point sliding through. Pain should have sent him reeling, but he'd felt worse. Instead, he rotated his arm, knocking the knife from Sugawara's hand, the Omega shocked still, just long enough for Katsuki to dig his heels in and throw his famous right hook, slamming the Omega back and against the wall. She yelped in pain and Katsuki flinched, hearing Izuku's pain in her voice. But she wasn't Izuku. She was just imitating him. It wasn't Izuku. He breathed, but the more he breathed in, the more he smelled his Omega. His Omega. This woman was falsifying his Omega's image and scent, trying to confuse him, trying to confuse his pup. He tore the knife from his palm, tried to move his hand, though some of the tendons must have been severed because only a couple fingers actually flinched at his command. It would have to be enough. I'm going to end you, Katsuki hissed, his palm popping. You hurt my Omega. You kidnapped my pup. I'm going to blow you to pieces. The Omega pressed a hand to her head, grimaced, then peered up at him. Her eyes were gorgeous. Izuku's eyes were gorgeous. Worn on the face of an imposter, they made Katsuki snarl. Kaken! Kazue called from somewhere nearby. Stay back, Kazue. He didn't take his eyes off the Omega. He couldn't afford to lose his concentration with how much Izuku's scent surrounded him, or, rather, Sugawara's false scent. His mind knew she wasn't Izuku. But he'd been fooled once. He couldn't let himself be fooled again. Even as he stood there, his alpha brain was screaming, howling at him for hurting the Omega. But he knew. He knew she wasn't his Omega. The Omega scoffed, tried to rise, paused when Katsuki loomed, when he growled at her. She tilted her head toward him, smirked deeply. What? Are you really going to stop me? Are you going to hurt me? Could you bring yourself to hurt your little, weak Omega? Izuku isn't weak, Katsuki held his smoking palm to her. And you aren't him. So yeah, I'll burn you to ash if you test me. F-I-N-G try it. I beg to differ. The Omega pushed herself up, set her teeth as she tried to find her balance. Glared hard at Katsuki. He's weak. He's a weakling and a stain on proper Omega. Couldn't even be bothered to be born the right gender. Katsuki snarled, stepped close enough that the light in his palm danced across Sugawara's false face. Across freckles that he knew well. Freckles that were not Izuku's. The Omega didn't seem to notice the threat, smirking up at Katsuki through the sparks. Someone like him doesn't deserve to exist, much less have pups. Pups are sacred. They're a gift. Someone like him shouldn't even be able to have pups. What a disgrace. She sighed, raised a hand to push Katsuki's away. You aren't going to stop me here. And I'll tell you a secret. I'm going to find that worthless were and bring him here and I'll make him suffer. I'll hurt him over and over and over and over again, until he learns just how worthless he is, until he begs for mercy, then I'll bleed him dry just like I should have done when I had an explosion ripped through the space between them. Katsuki's vision was red. Somewhere behind him, Kazue was screaming. The scream rang in his ears, mirroring another scream, Izuku's scream. The noise flooded over him as smoke filled the room, mixing with the Omega's words. Find him. Hurt him. Bleed him dry. Worthless. Disgrace. Make him suffer. Over and over and over and over, Katsuki breathed, gasped in air that was twinged with the smell of ash and sweat and wildflowers on a hill. Something crashed to the floor nearby and Katsuki chased it down, snarling, his palms filling with light and fire once again. Kaken. The name broke through the smoke. Drowned out everything else. The dust settled, fell away, revealing someone sprawled on the ground. Someone. Izuku lifted a hand towards Katsuki, BLD on his fingers, a tremble in his body. His shirt was burned, as was his arm, the skin angry and red, welts already starting to rise. A tear dripped from his eye. Kaken. Katsuki stared, and stared, and stared, then startled when Izuku flung himself up, when something glinted in his hand, and a solid impact knocked the breath from Katsuki's lungs. He fell backward, Izuku collapsing on top of him. The Omega's eyes were shadowed. He drew the knife from Katsuki's ST as simply as he might pluck it from a drawer. Between the 4 and 5 rib. That's the easiest access to the lung. Do you feel that pressure? That's your lung collapsed in on itself. The space around it will start filling with fluid soon. Believe it or not, it'll get even more difficult to breathe in a few moments. Katsuki gasped again, but his breaths were shallow and ineffective. When he looked up, Izuku stared back down at him, cold, hollow, almost unseeing. Katsuki thought he deserved this, that this was his punishment for all the shitty things he'd done, that he couldn't even be mad for this happening. He thought all of this until his alpha brain switched off, and he remembered that this Omega was not Izuku. He reached for her, his palms sparking, but she hooked a leg over his arm and pressed it back to the ground. Go ahead. Make an explosion. Set the house on fire. But you should know, in any given home fire situation, pups are the ones most likely to perish. Katsuki's fingers trembled. He tried to get air into his lungs, but his CT felt heavy and his head was spinning. The Omega caught his injured hand and held it to the ground, then brandished the knife over his teeth. If I stab you here, your other lung will collapse and you'll suffocate or drown in your own fluid. If I stab here, the knife swept to the center of his body, it'll nick your heart and you'll bleed out in 90 seconds. And here, the cool metal found the scar on his neck, it'll be 30 seconds. So, do you have a preference? With what little air he had, Katsuki snarled. His mind raced. There had to be a way out. If he could just get enough air, if he could just organize his thoughts a little more, if his vision would stop going in and out of focus. The Omega smiled, ravenous, malevolent, and raised the knife. No. An explosion ripped through the kitchen, drenching the Omega in fire. She howled, the knife clattering from her fingers, hands pressed over her face. Katsuki felt the fire and the pressure wash over him, stealing what little air was left in his lungs, the smell of smoke and ash and burning flesh racing up his nose, down his throat, but the moment his hand was free, he grabbed the Omega's green hair. Oh wait. The hair between his fingers was silky and black and longer than Izuku's. The face that burned through the smoke was that of a startled middle-aged woman, her dark hair smoldering at the tips, bubbling marks melting along her skin. Katsuki took in the air he could, yanked the Omega toward him and moved his head forward, the crown of his head connecting with her forehead with a loud crack. The Omega slumped over and Katsuki shoved her off of him, laying for a moment, still trying to breathe, aware that Sugawara was no longer moving. His vision was fading again. He could see a small fire burning near the window, on the curtains framing it. The house was going to be an inferno soon. Katsuki tried to sit up, but pain held him still, sapping his strength. He reached for the pup, blind, a bubble of panic rising in his throat, surprised when little hands clasped around his fingers, when his pup fell against him, weeping loudly. Kaken, please. The fire was growing. Katsuki watched it over the pup's head. There wasn't much time left. Not enough. He reached into his pocket, fished out his phone. The screen was cracked to hell. When he tried to turn it on, it remained dark. No other choice then. Kazuo, his voice cracked as he pulled the pup off of him, looked him in the eyes. Sugawara's words were echoing over and over again. Pups are the ones most likely to perish, as the fire spread to the cabinets. You need to go. Look back. No, Kaken, please. Kazuo clung to his shirt, little fingers digging in. Katsuki patiently unwound them, started to feel the heat from the fire at his toes. Kazuo, listen to what I'm saying. You have to leave right now. No, I won't. The pup buried himself into Katsuki's neck, wept, sobbed, rubbed at his scent gland. Please get up. You have to get up now. Kazuo, listen, no. He held on a little tighter. Please. Get up. Please get up, Daddy. Katsuki gasped. His chest hurt. It all hurt so much. But he pulled Kazuo away and smirked, hiding everything he was feeling, all of it. You lead the way now, firecracker. I'll be right behind you. Have to finish up here. Kazuo wasn't crying anymore. Katsuki had seen this before. He smiled, held in his own tears. I love you, Kazuo. Go on. I'll be right behind you. No, the pup insisted. Give your mom a big hug for me when you see him. No. What? Don't believe me. When have I ever lied to you? Kazuo just stared at him. The fire was roaring behind him. Katsuki took the pup's hands and noticed they were burned. He kissed the pup's palms, felt something wet on his cheeks. Go on, Kaz. I'll be right there. Kazuo sniffled. Katsuki didn't want to let him go. He didn't want to let go. The pup's hand dropped from his. Go, he said. Kazuo trembled, shut his eyes. Friend. Another explosion rocked along the house and the door rocketed open, Kazue wailing, his voice growing softer, farther away. Katsuki listened, but only for a moment, only until he couldn't hear the pup over the growing fire. Then he painfully pushed himself over, felt blood pour out from him, tasted it along his tongue, spat, then coughed and coughed some more. His hands searched for Sugawara, found her sleeve and yanked her closer. Then he reached out a hand, dug his nails into the floor, and heaved them forward. A couple of inches had him gasping and coughing. The fire was hot. He was burning up. He reached forward again, clawed for another inch. His vision went dark, but his head hitting the floor jolted him awake again. He reached forward again, and a shadow fell over him. A wave of icy air shot through the house, sweeping away the heat, catching in Katsuki's eye and making him cough even worse than before. Bakugo! A hand grabbed him, turned him over. When he looked up, he saw the stupid candy cane-striped hair of Todoroki. Hang in there. He ground his teeth together, looked up. Call for an ambulance, right now. He's bleeding. Katsuki heard another voice, tilted his head slightly. Saw Ida standing in the doorway, one hand pressed to his ear, shouting out orders, telling Todoroki that help was on the way. Katsuki felt the other hero's hands on him, trying to assess his wounds, but all he really cared about was the little figure pressed against Ida's. Kazue wasn't crying anymore. But he stared down at Katsuki, his eyes wide, perhaps not truly understanding all that was happening. Katsuki reached for Todoroki, who paused, leaned in closer when he opened his mouth. Don't let him watch. He tried to speak, but blood choked up in his throat instead. Todoroki immediately went back to administering his first aid, ignoring when Katsuki tried to get his attention. Don't let him watch me die. He tried to speak again, but the world was narrowing. His focus faded. Todoroki's silhouette blended into a mash of blue and white and red. Ida was a splotch of white. Kazue, nestled in his arms, was bright and defined, staring down at him, watching. Please don't. Please. He didn't think his eyes closed, but he couldn't see anymore. His hand fell to his side. It was cold. It was cold. It was so cold. Katsuki tried to gasp, but he couldn't fit any air in his chest. He heard nothing. He stared up at nothingness. He smelled nothing. He tasted nothing. There was nothing. The nothing ended suddenly. Brightly. It ended when he settled back into a body he didn't remember fully. This body ached and hurt and it felt. There wasn't nothing in this body. There was everything. When he tried to breathe, he choked, air flooding down sore and burning tunnels. His ears practically flinched at a rising noise, something sudden and loud and jubilant. Then his eyes cleared. He saw a pool of green. It was a very distinct shade of green. He didn't know why he knew that, but he did. The pool settled, warped into defined lines and shapes, mixed with other colors, filled into a face that Katsuki knew well. Izuku Midoriya smiled at him, despite the tears running down his face. He breathed in again, through his nose, smelled warm summer nights, fresh, warm winds, a campfire for two, a sky of stars for laying under. It was the best smell in the world. Although his body felt clunky and wrong, Katsuki found his hand, lifted it. His fingers didn't quite move the way he wanted them to, but he pressed his palm to Izuku's face, relished in the warmth that closed over him when the Omega covered his hand with his own. The tears on his face were wet, but somehow still warm. His warmth was a beacon. It was like a sun, shining down on him. He smiled. Hey, appealing. Izuku scoffed, sobbed, then bowed his head. He took Katsuki's hand and kissed his knuckles, long and tender. He sniffled when he lifted his head, laughed when Katsuki trailed a touch along his chin, up his face. Izuku pressed his hand into his cheek, closed his eyes, breathed in deeply. When he opened them again, he said, Hey you big, dumb alpha. Katsuki faked a wince, let out a chuckle, was surprised when Izuku shadowed over him, when the Omega leaned close to him. When their lips met, held for a second too. He still tasted like honey, but there was more to the Omega than just that. There were subtle hints of lavender, jasmine, something a bit spicier. When they separated, Izuku rested at his neck, whispered, just for him to hear, "My hero." Somehow, Katsuki was more surprised when the doctors told him he'd only been in a coma for a couple of days. He expected more. When he said this, Izuku groaned. "Katsuki, a couple of days almost killed me. I couldn't have handled more." Katsuki took his hand and kissed his knuckles. "Yeah, I might have died too." He didn't flinch when the Omega swatted at him. Once the doctors had checked him over, they gave Izuku the okay for him to bring Kazue in, as long as the pup was careful. Katsuki didn't give two sheets about anyone being careful. He wanted to see his pup. Izuku left for only a moment, the room growing colder and emptier in that moment, before returning with Kazue tucked in his arms. When he saw the alpha, Kazue chirped and reached forward, Katsuki opening his arms and meeting him halfway. Izuku made sure to place the pup on his right side, away from the wounds still healing on his left. As soon as he did, pup curled up right at his scent gland, just as he had done with Izuku, whimpering with sobs, saying, "It's okay now, Daddy. I'm here, so it'll be okay." There was something very bitter about hearing Kazue call him Daddy while trying to comfort him, but the sound was sweet enough that it balanced everything out. Katsuki rubbed his nose along the pup's face. "I know, Kazue. It's okay now. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, okay?" "Okay," the pup sobbed, then buried himself deeper into Katsuki's neck. Katsuki caught Izuku's eyes over the pup's head and saw the Omega was tearing up. He reached out a hand and Izuku took it, clasped it between both of his own, held it as if he were praying. The doctors gave them a moment to themselves. Later, a nurse knocked at the door to announce that visiting hours would end soon, that Katsuki needed time to rest, allowing them just a few more minutes together. Kazue had curled up and was sleeping peacefully, the first time he'd slept well since returning home, Izuku said, so Katsuki was reluctant to see him go, for that and for many other reasons. Izuku, too, looked pained at the news. Once the door shut, the Omega reached over, unlatched the arm of Katsuki's bed, laying it flat. "Move over a little," he said. Katsuki pulled Kazue with him as he shifted, slowly, with a hidden grimace as his body throbbed unappreciatively. With more space added, Izuku shifted onto the bed, tucking himself into Katsuki's side, curled around Kazue. His head rested right at the crook of Katsuki's neck, his breath steady and easy. Even if they were a little squished, the moment with his pup and his Omega was perfect. He closed his eyes, nuzzled a little closer to the two, happy when Izuku purred contently. When a nurse returned to tell them to leave, she lingered in the doorway, allowed them a few more breaths beside each other, before quietly saying visiting hours were over. Izuku peeled himself away from Katsuki, taking Kazue with him. He leaned in before leaving, sharing a kiss with Katsuki and whispering, "I'll be back tomorrow." "I'll see you then," Katsuki said, feeling the hurt radiating from the Omega. Kazue was starting to stir, unwell without laying next to his alpha. Katsuki was grateful that Izuku took him from the room before he started crying. That night was hell, alone, in that white, sterile hospital room. In the morning, the doctors told him they expected him to be discharged the next day. All Katsuki could think about was how he was going to stand one more night without his pup and his Omega in that place. Kirishima was the first of the pack that Katsuki allowed into his room. The beta looked so happy that Katsuki swore for a second that he was going to kiss him, wondered that if Izuku hadn't been in the room if he would have. But Izuku was there and Kirishima wept and told him how stupid he'd been and how happy he was to see him awake and doing better, and it felt good to see the beta again. Katsuki knew he would have missed him if he'd never had a chance to see his dumb face again. After Kirishima, Izuku somehow convinced him to let Ida stop by. He arrived in casual clothing, which was the first time Katsuki remembered seeing the pack alpha in anything but his hero costume when out of the pack house in a long time. "It's good to see you're doing better," Ida said as he settled in a seat next to Izuku. Kazue was resting against Katsuki's ST, having taken a fascination with listening to his heartbeat. The pup's energy levels were low, but he chalked it up to him still recovering from the trauma of all that had happened. However, at Ida's assessment of his health, Katsuki scoffed. "I'm well enough to get out of this dumb place. I want to go home already. Tell those pretentious idiots that I can clean my own stitches, damn it." Kazue immediately pressed a finger to Katsuki's lips. Language, Kaken. Katsuki growled, but said no more when the pup released him. Ida, unperturbed by the alpha's words, raised his arm before him. The doctors of this prestigious hospital have done marvelous work for you to feel as good as you do. Don't let all that go to waste by being too eager to leave. The pack house will still be there when you're feeling better. I am better, Katsuki growled. He ran a hand along Kazue's back. I'm ready to go back home with everyone. At this, Ida and Izuku shared a look. It wasn't an impulsive look. It was a knowing look. Something they had shared between them before. Though Katsuki could recall almost no other time the two seemed to be in agreement. But on what he had said, they were. Izuku suddenly stood, drawing Kazue's immediate attention. I think I'm going to go get some snacks. Snacks? That had Kazue's head popped off of Katsuki's. Mommy, I want to go. All right, well, come on. The Omega held out his hand and Kazue went to take it, then pulled back suddenly. He stared at Katsuki for a heartbeat, longer, as if waiting for permissions. Katsuki snorted. I'm not going anywhere, apparently. Go get your snacks. Still, Kazue hesitated long enough that Izuku took his hand first, the pup allowing himself to be led from the room. Once the door had been shut behind the Omega and pup, Katsuki glared at Ida. Spill it. Something's up. Perceptive. Though I shouldn't be surprised. Ida pushed his glasses up his nose, drew out the movement more than he normally would, avoiding the conversation to come. The longer he took, the more Katsuki felt a snarl rising up his face. Then the pack alpha met his gaze. Has anyone talked to you about what happened after you passed out? After I died, you mean? Katsuki had heard that part. That his heart had stopped for a third time. Ever since being told that, the thought had stuck to him, like a thorn he couldn't pull out, no matter how much he yanked at it. He'd only been grateful to hear that backup had arrived and taken Kazue away before he'd had to see Todoroki trying to perform CPR on him with a pierced lung. From what Katsuki understood, even the cool and collected alpha had been rattled by the experience. No, people tend to get caught up on that fact. Ida nodded, pushed at his glasses again. If Katsuki could reach, he would have ripped them off his face and snapped them in two. Understandable. But I thought it right to inform you that Sugawara was taken into custody. As well as Suda. That effort. They fined him. Well, fined is a loose term for it. Ida moved to touch his glasses again, carefully met Katsuki's gaze instead. He was apprehended at the pack house. Something rose up in Katsuki. He planted his hands on either side of him. You want to explain that a little more? To his credit, Ida didn't hesitate this time. He snuck into the pack house and attacked Midoriya. Katsuki hissed, shoved himself forward, ignoring the blinding pain that racked along his He was used to pain from his back anyway. This was nothing. Where's Izuku? Bring him here. Lay back, please. He'll return in a moment. You have obviously seen he's okay. He suffered only minor injuries, mostly burns and small cuts from the shrapnel. Shrapnel? Ida raised his hand, asking for patience. Katsuki had very little left to give, and if he had not seen Izuku smiling and happy and as well as he could be, given the situation, he would not have been so willing to listen. In this instance, he sat back as Ida told him what had happened, that Izuku had fought off the alpha himself using the spare equipment Katsuki kept at the pack house. He hadn't even known the Omega knew that stuff was there, thought he must have just stumbled across it himself. It was a smart move. Those little grenades packed a powerful punch. It was good to hear he'd smashed the alpha into dust, even though Katsuki felt a twinge of fury at the thought that he'd been attacked again. And not only had he been attacked again, but Katsuki hadn't been there to help him again. He'd been too busy getting his butt kicked by some middle-aged Omega with a superiority complex. Your room was damaged during the attack as well as some other parts of the pack house, but, minor injuries notwithstanding, nobody from the pack was harmed and we have no reason to believe that there are any additional threats against the pack. That being said, you may or may not have noticed there's been a guard posted outside your room and someone from the pack makes sure Midoriya and Kazue are never alone. Even if we have reason to believe this ordeal is over, we've learned our lesson and we're taking no chances, Ida continued. At the end of the day, It's my responsibility to see to the packs and the pack house's security, and I've failed you and Midoriya twice now. I can only offer my deepest apology." He bowed his head low. "I'll work to do much better. The pack's safety is my #1 concern as Pack Alpha." "Well, you've done a shitty job of it recently," Katsuki growled. He shifted a little in his bed, hiding another grimace as his side throbbed. "You owe your apology to Izuku more than to me. I owe apology to everyone, I'm afraid. And rest assured, Midoriya has already made his opinions on the subject quite clear to me." Ida rose slightly. "I owe you an apology as well for the injuries you sustained. I should have had the pack group up more efficiently. I was too focused on covering a wide area, not on the danger posed to everyone. It was an egregious miscalculation on my part." "We all wanted to find them," Katsuki muttered. Both he and Ida paused as the door opened and Kazue rushed over to the bed, clawing his way back up to the Alpha. Katsuki, however, kept his eyes on Izuku as the Omega pulled the door closed behind him and offered Ida a can of orange juice before taking his seat. Izuku met his gaze, held it. He understood that Katsuki knew what had happened to him now. The Alpha could see it written plainly on his face. He looked tired. He had since Katsuki had woken up. Perhaps he'd been a fool to think that his exhaustion was purely from what had happened to him and Kazue. Of course he would still be tired from the beta's attack. But maybe Katsuki should have known something else was wrong. "I fear I need to get going soon," Ida said, though he kept his voice quiet and neither Alpha nor Omega turned to face him. "But before I do, know that Inspector Tsukachi will be following up with you on what happened once you are recovered a little more. He has some questions for you, I'm sure, and some new information has come to light." "What information?" Katsuki turned to the Pack Alpha. He shifted his glasses one last time. "It's not my place to speak on that. What I've heard is mostly rumors. I'm sure the inspector will fill you in. In the meantime, watch out for yourself." His words set a stone loose in his stomach, one that sunk all the way to his toes. Even if he hadn't said it explicitly, Katsuki understood the meaning of the Pack Alpha's words. This wasn't over. There was still something out there. Without giving him time to say anything else, Ida bid them goodbye and left. Once they were alone, Izuku tried to smile at Katsuki, though the expression was so fake it looked painful. "How are you feeling? How are you feeling?" Knowing he'd been injured, by Katsuki's own equipment no less, he searched the Omega for signs of those wounds, but found nothing obvious. "I'm fine, Katsuki. We're both doing okay," he indicated Kazue with a tilt of his head. "You're the one stuck in a hospital bed?" "Yeah well," Katsuki growled. "All part of the job." Izuku frowned, fiddled with his hands. Something was on the tip of his tongue, but Katsuki couldn't tell what it was. He watched the Omega struggle with it until Kazue stood and suddenly leaped over to his mom, demanding some of the snacks they had procured from a vending machine. They were alone, just the three of them, for most of the rest of the day, nurses and doctors occasionally coming to check on Katsuki's progress. Despite him looking and feeling well, they insisted on keeping him overnight for final treatments for his lung, which was still healing. Izuku, too, felt it was better for Katsuki to stay one more night. The risk of his lung collapsing and him suffering another respiratory attack was too high for his comfort, even if Katsuki felt fairly sure he would be fine. The hardest part was trying to explain everything to Kazue. While the pup understood the need for someone to be in the hospital, he struggled with the realization that he wasn't going to be able to stay with Katsuki overnight. He clung to the Alpha more than he ever had before, something that was more than a little HRD on Katsuki. For as much as Kazue didn't want to be separated from him, Katsuki felt it even worse. He'd lost the pup once. He'd faced a reality where he possibly was never going to see the pup ever again. The thought alone of such a fate rattled something deep inside of him, some unturned emotion he'd never expected. It was a worse feeling than even when he'd thought Izuku was going to die. Never being able to see the pup again would have been worse than death. It would have killed that part of him, that small, vital part that he hadn't even known was there, to know Kazue was gone. Every time the pup was pulled from his arms, he felt that part of him aching now, intimately aware of its presence. Being apart from the Omega was bad enough. Trying to explain to Kazue why he couldn't stay, having to listen to the pup cry, was a hell he'd never experienced before. It was better when the pup slipped into sleep. Izuku told Katsuki that he was having trouble sleeping without the alpha, that he'd grown used to him being there, that he felt safe with the alpha nearby. Although Katsuki knew Izuku didn't tell him this to be cruel, it did not quench that pain that throbbed within him. It eased a little when the pup relaxed in his arms, when he became noodly as he slipped to sleep, when Katsuki could pick him up and mold him to his iti as if he were a piece simply put out of place. Kazue's soft breathing as he napped kept the pain at bay, but knowing he was facing another night without him and Izuku stayed present in his mind. Once the pup was asleep though, Katsuki turned to Izuku. The Omega looked tired as well. He hadn't admitted it, but Katsuki could tell that he wasn't sleeping well either. He didn't know if this was carried over from his own attack, that he was simply feeling the residual effects of being at such a heightened state of being, or because he was alone with a scared pup in a big house that had proven to be unsafe time and time again. Either way, he looked tired. And Katsuki didn't particularly care for that. He growled quietly, gaining the Omega's attention. Ida said I have to take a couple days off when I get out of here. Yeah, he mentioned that, Izuku muttered, turning back to his phone. Katsuki didn't need to see the screen to know he was scrolling through news articles, maybe about the attack on Katsuki, maybe not. From what he'd heard, Ida had done some PR backflips, probably with Suzuki's help, and had kept the real reason for his hospitalization from the media, stating that he was injured during a routine patrolling accident. It was believable enough, maybe. People would no doubt still dig, but he doubted they would find anything. But still, there would be articles out there about it, about facts and conspiracies alike, and it was impossible to tell which of those Izuku would be looking at. Katsuki reached out a hand. Hey, he called. Izuku blinked up at him, set his phone down to take his hand. Katsuki pulled him forward until he could settle a kiss on his knuckles. I'm sorry I wasn't there to save you. Izuku blinked again, then smiled, hummed quietly. You did more than enough. And you brought Kazue back to me. I can't ever thank you enough for that. It's bullshit though. Katsuki tightened his grip on Izuku's hand, the Omega running his thumb along the Alpha's palm. This is all such bullshit. Izuku tilted his head. You know, Ida approached me and said he understood if I believe the pack house isn't safe for me anymore. He wouldn't blame me for feeling uneasy there. Yeah, and I wouldn't either, Katsuki grumbled, readjusting his grip to intertwine their fingers. Izuku let him, slotting their hands so easily together. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I don't know how much longer I want to stay at the pack house. The words were not surprising. What was surprising was the shock that shivered through Katsuki. The thought that Izuku was confirming he wouldn't be living at the pack house anymore. Somehow, he'd known it was coming. But he'd also hoped. Izuku squeezed his hand. So, that being said, when do you think you can start repairs at your parents' house? The words registered, but it took Katsuki a moment to find the answer. Give me a phone and I'll call a contractor right now. Well, you don't have to do that. But yeah, when you're feeling up to it, and if that offer's still on the table, I think Kazue and I could settle in quite nicely. Are you sure? Katsuki didn't want to press his luck. If Izuku was saying yes to living at his parents' house, where he knew they were safe, where he knew he could at least keep an eye on them and know they were being cared for, then he could be happy with that. He didn't want to risk the chance of him changing his mind. But he also knew, all too well, that just as he sometimes got in his own way, Izuku's independent streak sometimes made him stumble right when he felt most certain. Knowing this, he halfway expected the Omega to take it back, but Izuku just shook his head. I'm sure, Katsuki. I've been thinking about it since you offered. Been thinking about it a lot, actually. I went back and forth on it, but I think, he paused, bit his lip. For a moment, he stared at their intertwined hands, but didn't shake Katsuki off of him. I think it's the best option. A good compromise, at least. I do have some conditions, though. Of course you do. Katsuki pushed himself up a little higher, shifting Kazue to stay on his tea, always making sure to keep a grip on Izuku's hand. Well, name your price. I don't want to join the pack, he said immediately, and somehow, it made Katsuki laugh. Yeah, well, that was kind of a given. But sure. I don't want to join the pack, Izuku continued as if Katsuki hadn't spoken, but I don't think it would be fair to cut them out of Kazue's life. So, I'd like to be able to visit from time to time. Katsuki didn't bother to mask his surprise, raising an eyebrow at the Omega. While that's not really my call, I think you couldn't convince Ida and Kirishima to not let you and Kazue to visit. Like I said, F-airs are hard to get rid of. I've noticed. Izuku sat back. He sat still smiling, but it was a different king of smile. Thoughtless and true. The Omega wasn't thinking about smiling. He just was. I guess they're not so bad. Some of them at least. But I don't want to be around them all the time. Yeah, well, I don't blame you there. Katsuki straightened a clump of hair on Kazue's head only for it to pop back to place. Anything else? Just one more thing. Katsuki noticed that Izuku wasn't looking at him anymore. Instead, he'd very suddenly grown a fascination with his hands, which he turned over themselves. I would feel more than a little awkward living at your patent's house, just Kazue and I. So I'd only agree to move in if you came with us. There was a quiet moment. A quiet, contemplative, surprised moment. Oh, Katsuki said eventually. That's... If you don't want to leave the pack house, I get it. It's your home. And it must be weird thinking about moving back to your parents without them being there. If it's too much, I get it. But, if that was the case, I think I'd rather go back to my apartment. It's a place I know. Mr. Aoki would keep an eye out for me. I'd be okay. Izuku paused to search the alpha's face. Katsuki didn't answer at first. He didn't honestly know how to. Izuku was asking him to stay with them. His Omega wanted him to stay around. Even after all that had happened, he still wanted him to go with him. But his ask wasn't a simple one. For as annoying as living at the pack house could be, Katsuki couldn't help but to remember his life before joining the pack. The emptiness, the loneliness, the crushing weight of expectation and failure. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he was more than a little apprehensive about going back to a place where that could happen again. And to move to his parents' house. His parents, who he didn't even really want to admit were long dead and gone. It was a lot to ask. But, how could he say no? Izuku would be there. And Kazue? How could he ask for anything more? Besides, Kirishima wasn't one to just drop things so easily. He'd be there too, like he always was. Maybe this was a new opportunity. A new beginning. A hand held out to him even when he hadn't asked for help. Izuku's smile softened. Katsuki. It's okay if you want to say no. That jolted Katsuki out of his thoughts like a SW's flicked on. He brought Izuku's hand to his lips. Looks like I need to have a talk with Ida. Don't know how he's going to feel having his second-in-command living outside the pack house. Izuku's smile fell quickly away. He sat back, taking his hand away from Katsuki. It's not really fair for me to ask you to leave the pack for us, is it? You're not. Half the pack's not even officially part of the pack. You really think Ida will give a shit? Katsuki scoffed. Just might mean Ponytail will take the number 2 position. Good luck to her, I say. Tired of keeping track of everyone anyway. Izuku pursed his lips thoughtfully for a moment. Just talk to Ida. See what he says. We don't have to make any decisions now. We have a few more days at least before the cast comes off, and even then, I'll probably need physical therapy to build strength back up. We have time. Do we? At its face, it was a simple question. Katsuki just hoped Izuku understood the connotation behind it. The Omega blinked once. Then he smiled. He stroked Kazue's hair, settled a hand over Katsuki's felt for his heartbeat. Then he smiled a bit brighter. Yes, Katsuki. I say we have quite a bit of time to figure things out. Maybe one day, they'd both find the words to be more direct. But that wasn't the day. And it didn't really matter, because they both understood what the other was saying. Katsuki ran a hand along Kazue's back, felt the tensions unspooling from his shoulders. He couldn't believe how light they felt. Hand me my phone. I've got some calls to make. Kazue cried when Izuku took him away again at the end of the day. Hearing his pup cry had little pops racing up and down Katsuki's hands. When the doctors came to check on him, he growled, "Tomorrow. You're discharging me tomorrow." They discharged him at 10 in the morning. By 5 after 10, he had Kazue in his arms, the pup with his arms wrapped around his neck, and Izuku at his side, double and triple checking all the paperwork. Then he pressed himself close to the Alpha's left side, to the place where he still had a bit of lingering pain. But having the Omega so near, he felt so much more satisfied. Everything was finally right in the world. "Let's go," he said, and they did. Ida ordered him to rest from the moment he arrived at the pack house. Rest was a loose term to Katsuki, who wanted instead to go work out, though Izuku pulled him to the couch instead, where they watched news footage on the Hero Expo that had happened over the weekend. Katsuki hadn't told Izuku that he'd planned to take him to the expo, instead allowing the Omega the awe of watching what it had been like. Still, it did leave a bit of a bitter taste in his mouth. Kazue never left their side, not even when Fumiko came over and demanded he play with her. Eventually, Katsuki glanced over and saw that Izuku was asleep. It was the first time he'd seen the Omega resting peacefully since they'd been reunited. And it was strange to think that they were just sitting in the pack house living room, the three of them. Like nothing had happened at all. Like he hadn't pulled Izuku, bound and gagged, from the back of a car, and hadn't found Kazue in the hands of a madwoman. Like this was just another normal day. He pressed a kiss to Izuku's forehead, rubbed at his neck, the Omega humming contently. When he pulled away, Kazue climbed a little higher, tucking himself into Katsuki's scent gland. Having just scented the Omega, Katsuki knew his own scent would be a healthy mixture of both the Omega and Alpha, the perfect scent for the pup. Kazue burrowed himself into Katsuki's neck, relaxed as if he were also going to go to sleep. Katsuki was content to let them sleep, let them relax, and would have been more than happy to just stay on the couch with them, but the pup muttered something, so soft and quiet that he couldn't quite pick out the words. He said, and Kazue curled in a little more. "Alpha, no one's going to hurt you, Kazue." He lowered his voice, tried to match the cadence that Izuku sometimes used to comfort the pup, though he couldn't quite find it. "No," the pup shuddered. "Bad Alpha? There aren't any bad Alphas here." The pup shuddered. Something wet dripped down Katsuki's neck. "Bad Alpha? Ooh." He paused, and when the pup didn't respond, he carefully pulled him back so he could look him in the face. Kazue avoided his eyes, pressed his hands to the Alpha's ear, feeling for his heartbeat. "Who are you talking about, Kazue?" The pup shivered again, tried to wiggle closer to Katsuki, though he kept the pup seated in his lap. Kaken, that Omega's face melted. It was the first time Kazue had mentioned Sugawara. Katsuki didn't really know if the pup understood everything that had happened, if there was an easy way to explain everything. But he collected his thoughts, and he tried. "Yes, Kazu. That Omega wasn't your mom. It was someone else. She had a quirk that let her smell and look like your mom. That's it. It wasn't him." But the pup raised his hands, stared into his palms, seemed to search them for something he was missing. Her face melted. "That was just her quirk, Kazue. Nothing else." "No." Kazue pressed a hand to the Alpha's lips. His scent rippled outward, heavy and angry, causing Izuku to stir. Katsuki raised his hands, trying to placate the pup, but he growled, "No, Kaken. Omega was hurt. The fire hurt him." He pressed himself to Katsuki's seat, curled up. "Bad Alpha." The pieces were slowly lining themselves up. Even if Katsuki couldn't know exactly what the pup was thinking, what he felt about what had happened, he understood enough to grasp what he was trying to say. He didn't know it was possible for his heart to break again, not after everything that had happened, but hearing his pup's words, knowing what he was trying to say, hurt him all over again. He wrapped his arms around the pup, rubbed against his head, tried to calm him, even if he knew he was simply inadequate for such things. "Kazue, you aren't a bad Alpha for hurting the Omega. Do you hear me? You aren't a bad Alpha." Kazue grumbled, curled in around himself a little more. Katsuki tried to pull him back so he could look him in the eye, but the pup stubbornly clung to him. "Kazue, listen. You aren't bad Alpha. You were helping me, weren't you?" Right? Kazue paused, lifted his head, just a little, peering at Katsuki with tear-laden eyes. He sniffled. "Kaken, you were hurt?" "Yeah, I was." Katsuki finally shifted Kazue so he could look at him properly. "But you helped me. You aren't a bad Alpha for hurting the Omega." "A bad Alpha hurt Mommy," Kazue said. Katsuki nodded. "Yes, but you didn't hurt that Omega for no reason. You were protecting me. That's what good Alphas do." They protect their families. He tried to smile, but Kazue still looked a little uncertain. Kazue, thank you for helping me. You were so brave. Kazue's eyes overflowed and he sniffled again, trying to rub the tears away as they fell. It was scary. I know it was scary. But you did really well. You were so good. He cuddled the pup close to his heart, smiled a little easier when the pup muttered, "Daddy?" He wasn't sure if there was more he could say. Probably. Though those words didn't come to him. Instead, he lay with his pup against his ear, holding him closely, feeling his heart stop aching only when the pup muttered, "Daddy. I love you. Please don't leave again." "I love you too, Firecracker. And I'll be right here. Always will, all right?" Okay. Dinner with the pack was the sweetest it had ever been. With the kitchen still largely out of commission, Ida said they would have to order takeout, but instead, the entire pack and most of the agency strolled through the front door, bearing a home-cooked dinner in celebration of everything that had happened. The pack went out into the gardens, where the fire pit roared to life and was joined by a couple other fires, kept in check by Todoroki. They gathered around a huge table at the center of the gardens and they sat and they ate and they celebrated their togetherness. Katsuki was not typically one for parties. But with Izuku at his side, smiling and jubilant, and Kazue in his lap, the pup cheering when the other pack members showed off their quirks for him, it was almost a perfect night. Eventually, the pack split into smaller groups, talking and enjoying the night. Katsuki snuck away to a corner of the garden to watch everything, but not before someone put a drink in his hand. He didn't need to taste it to know it was alcoholic, and while this would be a good time to have an honest drink, his mouth tasted a little sour at the thought of it. He wasn't there for very long when Izuku emerged from the crowd. He was also holding a glass in his hand. "Where's Kazue?" he asked as the Omega sat next to him. "Playing with Fumiko and someone else. I didn't know the pack had other pups." "Yeah, there are a couple of them running around. They're here from time to time, but since both their parents don't consider themselves part of the pack, it's not super often." "I see." Izuku ran a hand along his glass. "What are you drinking?" Katsuki shrugged. "Probably champagne." "Not a fan." He shrugged non-committally, then blinked when Izuku carefully took the drink from his hand and traded it for his own. "Well, I was drinking sparkling grape juice." Katsuki blinked at the glass, but it looked no different to the one he'd been holding just a moment earlier. Izuku had that mischievous look about him when he raised his glass, Katsuki tapping the rims together, and they both drank. He wasn't a fan of grape juice. But he had to admit, it was better than what Izuku was drinking. The party went on around them. Despite it being a celebration primarily about the Omega and Alpha, very few people bothered them. If anything, Katsuki would see from time to time a pair of eyes flick over to them, to make sure they were doing okay, before returning to the revelry they were partaking in. The pack was granting them this time, this private moment, after everything had happened. After Izuku had downed his glass, he leaned in closer to Katsuki, intertwined their fingers. "Hey, Alpha," he purred, "thanks for saving me." "Anytime, babe. You know that." Katsuki smirked, saw a matching expression on Izuku's face. No doubt people noticed when they leaned in a little closer, to kiss, to revel in each other's company, to be together, but the party continued around them, as if this was exactly what was meant to be. An alarm woke them early the next morning. Izuku, who had indulged in a couple more drinks, rolled away from the noise, dragging the blankets with him with a painful groan. Katsuki let him go, reaching for his phone and turning the alarm off. He checked his messages, didn't see anything important. A little chirp from the bundle of blankets around Izuku called his attention, Katsuki lifting them up slightly to pull Kazue from the bed. He shook his head, as if dazed, then wiggled until Katsuki let him go and clambered back to be with Izuku. The Omega opened his arms just enough for the pup to slide into place, then, purring, he seemed to fall back asleep. Katsuki smiled, took a moment he knew he didn't have to just sit and watch the two. Then he stood. He went and took a shower, got breakfast ready, though he knew he didn't have time to indulge Izuku in another breakfast in bed, so he tucked it into pre-made bowls and set them aside with threatening notes attached to them to sway any of the other pack members from touching them. Then he went upstairs to check on the two, but found they were both sleeping soundly. He leaned over to press a kiss to Izuku's forehead, then Kazue's, threw on something to wear to the agency, and went back downstairs, where a couple of the others about to go on shift were waiting. Once they were ready, they piled into the car and set off. It was such a normal routine. Such a normal day. It was almost strange to think about how normal everything was. Katsuki texted Izuku to let him know he had gone out on patrol and would be back later in the afternoon. The Omega didn't reply back, but he was fine with that. Knowing the two were sleeping soundly was good enough for him. Halfway to the agency, a message finally came through from Tsukachi. Got something for you to see. Meet me at the station ASAP. When Katsuki arrived at the station, Tsukachi was waiting for him in the lobby. They exchanged no words, just a nod from the inspector, before he turned on his heels and headed back into the building, Katsuki following behind him. The inspector led him past his office and down a hallway Katsuki hadn't seen before. For a second, he wondered if he was being led to an interrogation room until the inspector ushered him through a door, revealing a room with a wall stacked with computer screens. Each row of screens peered into one of the 4 interrogation rooms at the station, empty for now. We were able to interview Sugawara, Sahachi said as he sat before the monitors. She spoke with us 3 times, with varying success. You'll be interested in what she had to say, I think. Katsuki watched him fiddle with the computer for a moment, but only for a moment. Ingenium made it sound like there was still a threat out there. Tsukachi gestured for him to be quiet and flipped SW. Several of the monitors blinked to the image of Sugawara. She was dressed in a prison jumpsuit and had heavy bandaging over her left eye. Most of her other injuries were gone, though there was a slight reddening where Katsuki knew she had once been burned. The Omega sat reclined comfortably in her chair, one leg crossed over the other. In the room with her were Tsukachi and another investigator Katsuki vaguely recognized from the team. The inspector spoke first. We would like to hear your side of the story. What happened? Why this happened? Sugawara considered him and the investigator evenly. I'd like a cigarette, young man. I'd like to know how 2 missing pups ended up in your house, the inspector on the screen said. To the Tsukachi in the room with him, Katsuki asked, 2. The inspector pressed a finger to his lips and indicated the monitor as his counterpart kept speaking. We were very interested in what we found in your basement. Perhaps you have something to say to that. What did you find? Sugawara asked as if she had no idea what in her basement would be at all of interest to the police. Tsukachi sat back, watched her. Unfazed, she smiled. Young man, I'd like a cigarette, or else I'd like to go back to my cell now. I'm quite tired. The inspector did not move for several heartbeats, allowing Sugawara's words to fester. Then he pulled out a case file, opened it, and spread out some images before the Omega. The video quality was not good enough for Katsuki to see exactly what the images were, but his question was answered when Tsukachi asked, why are there names on these plaques in your garden? At first, Sugawara said nothing. She did, however, raise a hand and slide it along one of the photos, as if caressing a precious object or person. Her hand lingered for far too long before she withdrew it to her lap. Did you enjoy my garden? It's quite my pride and joy. I've put a lot of work into it over many, many years. You didn't answer my question. I think I did though. Tsukachi pursed his lips. There was a ribbon of butterfly pins in your home. Where did you come by those? Oh, I made them. Tsukachi stared at her for a moment, as if letting her words sink in. Katsuki tried to think back, trying to remember seeing any butterfly pins, but couldn't recall. Everything had happened too quickly for him to take in the minor details. But he did know he'd seen a butterfly pin before. Kazue had picked one off the street moments before Izuku had been dragged into the alley. After it became clear Sugawara was going to offer no more information, Tsukachi pressed, why? It's a hobby of mine. I'm rather fond of butterflies, you see. Many of my flowers provide nutrients and places to hide and places to lay eggs for the butterflies. They're a fragile species overall, but they're so appealing and they come from such humble beginning. Just a small, tiny, weak, ugly caterpillar. Then they liquefy themselves and become something so much more. She smiled. It's a wonderful thing, don't you think? Tsukachi considered the Omega carefully. Then he sat back. Do you like appealing things, Ms. Sugawara? The Omega smiled, showed pearly white teeth. Beauty is an abstract concept. People can have different standards of beauty. I, myself, don't buy into most of the conventional terms for beauty. I enjoy when things are as they should be. Butterflies should be appealing. Because they're all the more appealing. They're appealing because they are exactly what they are supposed to be. What are some things you would consider appealing then? Oh, there are too many to name, Sugawara gestured to the air. The mountains are appealing, the sea. Even my neighborhood is quite appealing in its own way. Tsukachi nodded, caught a look from the investigator beside him, who leaned forward and asked, a mother with her pup. Is that appealing? Sugawara smiled. The most appealing. Did you know a mother has heightened senses whenever her child is nearby? It unlocks someone's truest self, makes them more than what they normally would be. And that is appealing, don't you think? What about a mother who isn't mated? Who works to provide for her family instead of taking care of her pup? A mother who isn't even her at all. As the investigator spoke, Katsuki watched Sugawara's expression carefully. Her lips pulled back over her teeth, though she never did stop smiling. Be a dear and get me a cigarette, won't you? I haven't had one in several days now and I've such a headache. The video stopped there, so suddenly that Katsuki was tossed back to reality with the jolting of the final image. He blinked, then again, and Tsukachi leaned forward with a sigh, pressing keys on the keyboard. She didn't say anything else after that. Just asked for a cigarette a couple more times. Katsuki SEKD at his canine. What was in the basement? Another pup. Alive. Even as the inspector said it, Katsuki was somehow not surprised. Her name is Miyu. She is 5 years old, went missing 4 months ago after her mother was found dead in an alleyway. One of Yokoyama's victims. He paused as the screen flickered to a new interview, this time Sugawara missing the bandaging on her eye, though it was replaced by a more permanent-looking black eye patch. She was scared but not hurt. She kept asking for her twin brother. He swallowed, twisted his fingers into fists. We found his name on one of the plaques in her garden. The rose bush it was in front of looked newly planted. There was an implication that did not need to be spelled out, but there was also something else that caught Katsuki's attention. The fact that he'd noticed the garden even from the front of the house. It had been a massive garden. Had each of them, had it all been in tribute to her victims? And Kazue could have ended up in that garden. Katsuki took in a deep breath, held it for a moment. Reached into his pocket to run his fingers along the chain Izuku had given him. It had been returned to him soon after he'd gone home, both the Alpha and Omega afraid it had been discarded when his costume had been cut off him in the hospital. Apparently the hospital had given it over to the police for evidence, though Tsukachi had gladly returned it to the Alpha soon after hearing he was fully recovered. As his fingers ran along each link, he heard the names that meant most to him repeated in his head: Kazue, Izuku, Kazue, Izuku, Kazu, Izuku. We also found a makeshift dungeon, torture tools, things of that sort, Tsukachi continued. Katsuki waited for him to say more, but he didn't. Why would she have those? The inspector's lips thinned slightly. Second interview was 2 days after the first. I hadn't gotten the news that you had woken up yet, though at that point we were fairly certain you were going to survive. He gestured to the screen as the video began playing. The Tsukachi on screen was reading from a slip of paper: kidnapping, abetting in a kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon, holding persons against their will, misuse of quirk abilities, endangering a child, abetting in a murder, attempted murder. And that last one is still pending on whether Ground Zero will wake up. If he dies, that'll be murder. Sugawara was still smiling. Shame that he couldn't tell what she was referring to. A shame indeed. Tsukachi was alone for this interview. He didn't seem any less confident for it. Are you willing to talk to us now? What happened? I couldn't tell you, dear. Isn't that your job? Miyu is having nightmares. Tsukachi lowered his voice. Did she have nightmares locked in that cell you kept her in? Sugawara sighed deeply, tragically, as if she were truly feeling sorry. That girl is willful. I'm not a gambling woman myself, but I'd put money on her being an alpha. A female alpha. Can you believe it? She scoffed. Well, you can at least teach her to be more ladylike. Suppressants have come a long way, haven't they? Do you not like female alphas? It's not a matter of like or dislike. It's simply biologically crude. She shook her head. An alpha lady. Really now? Only thing worse is a... She stopped herself, glanced at Tsukachi, who had gone very still. Then she ran a hand over her thigh. A cigarette, dear? What were you going to say? It's not worth saying. Young man, do you really not have any cigarettes? Your line of work is so tiring, so stressful. Surely you've tried it once or twice. For several moments, it looked like Tsukachi wasn't going to say anything, instead drumming his fingers along the table between him and Sugawara. Then he said, "What did you think of Kazue? Was he willful to?" "Well, he's an alpha, young man. Of course he was going to be willful." She shook her head. "He was a good pup though. I would have liked the chance to get to know him better." Katsuki curled his fists tightly, took in a deep breath, ignored when the inspector glanced at him. The inspector on the screen was nodding. Well, he has some good parents. Particularly, he has a very dedicated and loving mother. Sugawara's expression twitched. For a second, only a second, her smile was gone. Then it returned sickly sweet. She tilted her head slightly. From what I understand, his mother pawned him off onto other people to raise, and he worked and went to school as if he didn't have any other obligations to a living, breathing person. So, perhaps you'll have to excuse me if I think differently. Is that why you took him? Did you think you could do better by him? Sugawara's teeth flashed. Young man, anyone could have done better. This time, Katsuki couldn't help the snarl that rattled between his. This speech knew nothing of Izuku. She had no right to judge him. And for her to think that Izuku wasn't a good mother. Bullshit. It was utter bullshit. He quieted down when the Tsukachi on the screen pressed, "So you knew you could do better. And that's why you took him. Is that why you took all the pups?" For the first time, Sugawara's smile completely vanished, replaced by a raised eyebrow and an assessing sneer. "Young man, I think I've asked you for a cigarette multiple times now. Do you intend to keep an old woman waiting?" The video went still again. When it did, Katsuki growled at Tsukachi. "You didn't seem to get much of anything from these. She's a bigoted piece of shit. Big shock." Tsukachi didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, he switched to the third and final interview. When the image flicked over, it started on a shot of Sugawara with a lit cigarette between her fingers. "Really?" Katsuki snarled, but Tsukachi raised a hand. "If you are one to take notes, now is the time you should pull out your notebook." The only thing that stopped Katsuki from snarling was the detective's voice. His eerie calm, his focused gaze on the monitors. As if nothing else mattered. It stopped his snarl, but Katsuki did let out a little growl as he also turned his attention to the screens in front of him. The interview started with Tsukachi asking Sugawara a question. "Did you send Suda to kill Midoriya?" "No, not kill. I had use for him." Sugawara spoke as if it were the simplest thing to say, obvious. She rolled the cigarette between her fingers. "The problem with older pups is they know their mothers well. It's harder to convince them that I am their new mother. But, after so long with my scent, even if I'm using my quirk to change my scent, they grow used to me. They begin to trust that I am their new mother, that I will take care of them. So I'd plan to keep him around, at least for a little while. I can only use the scent of someone I've smelled for up to about a week. After that, I need a refresher to get it right, otherwise it just smells stale. So I was going to keep him around. At least until Kazue grew to understand my role as his mother." "Then you would kill him?" Tsukachi finished. Sugawara took a drag on her cigarette, blew the smoke to the side. "Eventually. And bury him in your garden? Heavens so. My garden is a sacred place. I'd never defile it with such a disgraceful thing." She shook her head. "The dump is a much better place for people like him." The tape kept rolling, the words spilling out of Sugawara's mouth. Katsuki couldn't stop her from saying those things. Couldn't smash her face into the table and grind that cigarette into her skin. But he wanted to. He wanted to hurt her. For saying those things about Izuku. For threatening him. For saying she was just going to use him up then kill him and throw him away like garbage. for the fact that he very suddenly knew exactly why Sugawara had kept a dungeon and torture devices. That she'd planned to use them on Izuku. Katsuki wanted to hurt her. He let a few explosions pop along his palm. Tsukachi was watching the monitors still, too enraptured to care what he was doing. Why Kazue? Tsukachi asked. Why Miyu? Why any of those pups? Sugawara smiled. It was that same smile from her previous interviews. Mocking and cruel and unkind. Pointed at the tips. Why? Because they didn't have real mothers. The mothers they thought they knew were disgraceful, to say the least. They needed someone they could actually rely upon, someone they could trust. Someone who would actually take care of them and teach them and be a proper mother to them. She took another long drag on her cigarette. I've always excelled at being a mother. It's cruel, really. I was in an accident when I was very young. Most of my reproductive system had to be removed. I was told I'd never walk again. I was told I'd never have pups. Well, this time, her smile was more of a smirk. I showed them, now didn't I? Tsukachi didn't comment on that. Instead, he laid out several pictures before her. The pictures from the previous interview, he realized. Why are there plaques in your garden with the names of missing pups on them? Sugawara took a moment to stare down at the photos. She picked on up, examined it closely. Set it back down. Rio was a menace. He told me he could help me find and rescue little pups who needed me. Said he wanted to take care of the Omegas for me. That he could teach them a lesson while I was busy caring for the pups. But he could be so savage. I told him I needed the Omegas alive, at least for a little while. But he never was able to control himself when he got his mind on certain tracks. She sighed, flicked ash into a tray next to her elbow. Without their Omegas sent, I had a very low success rate with the pups. Some of them tried to escape. Some of them got hurt. One sweet darling had something wrong with her. Some sort of defect I couldn't fix. It was better she continue as a appealing rose bush in my garden than have to suffer through life as she was. That wasn't your choice to make. Tsukachi's voice was controlled. Katsuki didn't know how he could seem so calm. Meanwhile, Sugawara shrugged. It's a mother's job to do what's best for her children. Even if it's hard. She ground the cigarette into the ash tray, fingered the ashes for a moment. Tell me, was Kazue hurt in the fire? It was reckless and stupid of that hero to do what he did. Tsukachi cleared his throat, maybe to hide his emotion, maybe to prepare for his next question. It's interesting you mention Ryo Yokoyama. Or rather, Daisuke Abe as he was known when he was a pup. He went missing almost 20 years ago. His mother went missing as well. He paused as Sugawara studied him as much as he studied her. Why did you kill him, Ms. Sugawara? I told you he was a menace, she said simply, again as if it were obvious. I'd think you would thank me for that. Besides, I'd warned him repeatedly what I needed of him and he refused to listen. No child of mine will behave that way without consequences. Were you mad he let Midoriya and Kazue get away? Tsukachi pressed, though Sugawara gave no reaction. Were you upset he killed that little pup? A muscle twitched in the Omega's face. She nodded toward the inspector. Be a dear and hand me another cigarette, will you? Without questioning it, Tsukachi pulled out a pack from his pocket and offered it to her. Thank you, dear. She took one, waited for Tsukachi to offer her a flame from a lighter, then took a long drag. I'm sad what happened to Ryo. But he was defiant. And we do not tolerate defiance in my family. Much as I assume you do not tolerate defiance in your police department. Her smirk was back. It may have been his imagination, but Katsuki thought she was laughing at the inspector. Despite this, Tsukachi did not rise to the bait. Instead, he leaned back and said, It's interesting you mention family. Kazue said that someone came to your house. A son of yours, perhaps. And you mentioned there is a father in your family. Katsuki bit his cheek, glanced at Tsukachi, who kept his eyes on the monitor. Father. He glared at the screen, cursed to himself. This was what Ida had meant when he said it wasn't over. There were more of these freaks out in the world. Tsukachi continued speaking as Katsuki silently seethed. How big is your family? Sugawara gave no immediate reaction. In fact, she took her time, pushing the ash tray into a slightly better position, pulling the cigarette to her lips, and taking a deep, suffocating breath. The smoke she released clouded her. Father is a patient man. I think I'm rather the one who is the bad influence on him. He's a sweetheart at his core. What's his name? Where is he? That, I'm not sure. Father keeps several abodes. He enjoys checking in with our children, living with them for a few months at a time. He leaves me to my work and only visits when I need him. It's worked well for us in the past. How many children do you have? Oh, a happy family's worth. Sugawara sat back and frowned at the inspector. I'd rather you keep them out of this little spat. I've lost Rio and now Hideki's going to jail for quite a while. Can't you see I'm a grieving mother? She was so sick. Sick in ways Katsuki didn't want to believe a person could be. He thought of Izuku and Uraraka and Yayorozu, even his own mother, and he knew nothing this woman spoke of motherhood was anything like the real thing. How had she become so twisted and deluded? This accident she'd alluded to. Something else. If he was being honest, he didn't care all that much. He only needed the answers to those questions so he knew how to stop her, how to keep Izuku and Kazue safe. To truly see if the rest of her family was just as crazy as the others. As the interview went on though, he felt his teeth grinding in his skull. The inspector considered Sugawara for a moment, then shrugged and said, "Yes, well, you are the one who killed him." The silence settled for a moment, but when it becomes clear that the Omega was quite comfortable in that quiet, Tsukachi flipped to another paper in his file. Speaking of Yokoyama, he was shot with a gun, but we haven't been able to locate it. Where is it? Sugawara shrugged. Borrowed it. Wasn't mine to use, nor did the person I borrowed it from know I had taken it, nor were they very appreciative when they found out. I returned it and I don't know what they did with it after that. Needless to say, it's nothing for you to worry over. It's in very safe hands. I'd still like to account for it. It's quite dangerous. Sugawara smiled and smoked her cigarette. Again, Tsukachi waited, but only for a few moments. There was an Omega there as well. She had a couple very precise injuries, on top of some not-so-precise injuries. The former were very similar to Ground Zero's. Care to explain? Well, yes, of course. I worked in a clinic for a long time. Long before I realized the joy and opportunities of working for daycares. You learn a lot about the human body if you work around doctors and nurses long enough. She took another drag on her cigarette. Also, I just want to remind you that Ground Zero attached me first. I was defending myself. Bullshit. Katsuki hissed. If I'd wanted you dead, you'd be in the ground already. Tsukachi cleared his throat and nodded to the computer again. Be that as it may, the Tsukachi on the screen said, it doesn't excuse your continued dodging of my questions. I gave you your cigarette and you're still not complying fully as you promised. I said I'd answer any questions you had for me. Not for or about my family. It feels to me like you're making excuses. Truly, I'm not. I'm merely doing what every mother should do in protecting my family. Tsukachi paused, liked his lips. Why are you talking at all? What's a cigarette matter between telling the truth and living with your lies if you're so committed to your family? Silence fell between them. Even though it was just a recording they were watching, Katsuki could feel something pulled tight between them, a string vibrating, a low sound of apprehension ringing in the air. Or, perhaps it was just the air conditioning. Sugawara pressed her cigarette out in the tray. There comes a time in a mother's life when her children grow up and she realizes she's not really a mother anymore. Her pups have all gone off to their own lives. Her role is done and over. She shook her head. Her voice was lowered, quivered at the edges. It was almost sad. If Katsuki could forget that she had sent a murderous BSTRD to kill Izuku, tried to kidnap Kazue, twice, and also had sent another BSTRD to kidnap Izuku. None of that was anything he'd be forgetting for a long time. But he still listened as she sighed deeply. I've been clinging to the thought that my time as a mother was not over, but I'm afraid it is. Every woman must face it, I suppose. I just never dreamed the day would actually come. The video went on for a few more moments, then stilled. Tsukachi pressed a button and the screen went blank. Sugawara was found hanging in her cell last night. What? She'd tied a noose with her bedsheets, strung it over the bars of her cell and sat down until it strangled her. It was probably a long death. She didn't weigh enough to break her own neck that way. There was a part of Katsuki that was satisfied in hearing the Omega had suffered, even at her own hand. But to know she was dead, that she would never face justice. That she'd died and left them with nothing else to track down her family. Suda was their last lead, but from what Katsuki had heard, he wasn't talking. That was it. It was over. Just like that. Except, how could he know it was over? How could any of them know it was over? Katsuki growled, turned on the inspector. What else do you have? He called Izuku after his meeting, felt a strong, strange urge to smoke a cigarette, though he'd never done so before. The Omega picked up, and hearing his voice, the urge faded away. Hello. Hey. Are you out of your meeting, Katsuki? Yeah. Must have gone poorly. You only ever call me when you're out on patrol if something bad happens. Katsuki blinked, cursed himself quietly. Remind me to do better about that. No need. It's fine. You're busy most of the time anyway. The Omega paused, clearly waiting. Then he said, so, you want to tell me about it? Tell him. No, Izuku wouldn't want to hear about that. He wouldn't want to hear that the entirety of Sugawara's garden was being exhumed. That they were searching for 17 little bodies, if the number of plaques and rose bushes was anything to go by. That Sugawara was dead and she'd taken her final secrets to her grave. That she hadn't really answered any questions at all. And that there was someone else out there. Father was still out there. Somewhere. And countless other children she'd taken and brainwashed. Children once innocent who were now nothing of the sort. That Sugawara had planned to take Kazue and turn him into another Suda or Yokoyama. That her plan had so nearly succeeded. Katsuki. The Alpha growled. Sorry. Lot on my mind. I see, Izuku muttered. Oh, I have something that should cheer you up. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, glanced up to see if anyone had noticed him. The police station was fairly quiet though, Tsukachi checking in with some of the other officers while they waited for some files to print off for the hero. His eyes trailed to Ito's desk, but it was empty and clear of any paperwork. A small noise from his comms device, new and state-of-the-art to replace his old one, pulled him back to his conversation. Kaken. There was nothing sweeter than hearing his pup's voice. He could hear the smile in that little voice, could practically see him beaming into the phone. Hey, Firecracker. You doing okay? Yes. Mommy and I were playing with Fumiko and Momo and Takahiro. Momo's going to have another pup. Did you know that, Kaken? I did know that. You excited to have another pup to play with? I don't know. Mommy says I won't be able to play with them for a while. They'll be too little. As usual, your mom is right. Yeah. But maybe one day I'll be able to play with them. Katsuki hummed at Kazue's assertion, content to listen to him ramble on, though he went quiet for a few moments. Daddy, are you going to come home soon? Soon, Firecracker. Just finishing up something. He saw Tsukachi make his way over to the printer and begin compiling his file. In fact, I think I have to go here. But I'll come see you soon. And we can play. And we can play. The pup chirped and purred happily. Soon enough, he wasn't going to be purring much. His alpha hormones would steer him away from such pup sounds. There was something bittersweet in knowing that. So Katsuki enjoyed it for while he had it, quieted to listen to Kazue. Okay, I love you. I love you. See you soon. Give the phone back to your mom. Okay. Kazue said, a short shuffling following before Izuku picked back up. You heading back to work? Yeah. I'll see you later. See you soon. The phone hung up and Katsuki took a moment to listen to the silence, to imagine he could hear Izuku in that silence. Then, Tsukachi had strolled over and was handing him his file. Everything's confidential at the moment, as you know. Keep it to yourself. Yeah, whatever. Katsuki opened the file, saw a photo of Sugawara. It was her mugshot and she looked all too satisfied for having been charged with everything she'd been facing. He snapped the file shut, then nodded toward the desks. Haven't seen that annoying detective recently. The inspector turned over his shoulder, paused. You mean Ito? Katsuki made a dismissive sound and Tsukachi smiled. With the case over, he took some time off. Said he needed a few personal days. Can't blame the guy. It's been HRD on all of us. At least for now, it seems like it's over. We'll have to keep an eye out for this father guy, but it seems like she and Yokoyama were the main perpetrators anyway. He tilted his head toward Katsuki. You should take a page out of Ito's book and have a little vacation yourself. None of this could be easy on you. Take some time with your pup and Midoriya. They probably need it as much as you do. It was smart of the inspector to remind Katsuki of Kazue's and Izuku's needs. But he didn't appreciate being manipulated in such a way. Still, he snorted as he turned away. I'll look over this file. Get with Ida if you need me for anything else. Thanks for the help, Ground Zero. You're officially dismissed from this case, but if anything comes up about the rest of Sugawara's family, we'll be in touch. Take care of yourself. He growled quietly, left the police station. The papers under his arm burned into his skin. But at least, in one sense, it was over. It was finally over. Katsuki laid awake for a long time. Sleep only came as a drifting sensation. He slipped uneasily in and out of it. Every time he blinked awake, pulled away from the twilight, he checked the clock. Minutes ticked by. The hour never seemed to change, no matter how long he let his eyes remain closed. Eventually, he drifted off only to wake and find a few hours had passed. 3 in the morning was not an acceptable time to be awake, so Katsuki laid in bed, unconvinced he would find sleep again before dawn. He stared at the ceiling until he thought it would bore him into sleep, then Izuku shifted beside him. The Omega had rolled away from him at some point during the night. In fact, he'd even rolled away from Kazue, who, in the absence of his Omega, had glomped onto Katsuki's side, sleeping peacefully. The Omega, however, was overtaken by a deep shudder, the waves of his body rolling through the bed, which creaked sharply. Katsuki paused, wondering if Izuku's unease was the result of a nightmare, but eventually he just shifted enough to kick the blankets off of him and settled right back down again. It was more than a little strange to the Alpha that he'd kicked the blankets away. With winter coming, the pack house was definitely growing a little chilly at night. People were more liable to catch a cold than overheat. His hand hovered over Izuku to check to see if he had a fever, but eventually he withdrew. The Omega wasn't sweating uncomfortably and he had settled, which all pointed to illness not being the cause of his fit with the blanket. Besides, Izuku needed to sleep. They were all still recovering from what had happened, though the Omega had certainly taken it the hardest. Any night he didn't wake in a sudden panic was a win in Katsuki's book. So he watched Izuku closely for a long while, but when he kept on sleeping, the Alpha didn't move to wake him. After making sure both Pup and Omega were okay, Katsuki turned to check the time again, watched as the clock clicked over to 4. 4 was an acceptable time to get up, right? Katsuki thought about it, but only for a few seconds before he remembered he didn't give a shit and sat up. He carefully guided Kazue back toward his Omega, the pup rolling into Izuku quite happily. Izuku, too, seemed to relax as Kazue buried himself in his shirt, breathed out deeply, the bed shifting under them. Once they were still, Katsuki got out of bed, grabbing 2 sets of clothes before sneaking out of the room. The pack house was silent and dark. Its familiar halls looked strange in the pre-dawn, but Katsuki navigated the familiar route up to the 3rd-floor gym without making too much noise. The lights upstairs turned on automatically as he moved into the space. As he predicted, nobody was up. That suited him just fine. He changed into the workout clothes he'd snagged from his room and considered the gym. It was late and he didn't want to disrupt either Kazue or Izuku below, nor did he really want to deal with Ida if he woke the pack Alpha or anyone else. He knew from a quick glance of the schedule earlier that Ida would have gotten in late from a night patrol, probably only a couple hours earlier. He'd have to keep his workout quiet, which limited his options somewhat. No cardio, the treadmill and his pounding footsteps would be way too loud. The punching bag was noisy as well. No explosions either. It left him with a short list of options, but options nonetheless. First, he stretched, taking his time, feeling out the aching parts of his body. Although his injuries were fully healed, he hadn't stretched out the muscles completely yet, leaving him feeling strain he normally wouldn't. He lingered on those spots, rubbed at any knots he found. Slowly, his body unwound, slipped into something normal and pleasant, a warmth ringing through his limbs. It staved off the chill of the winter air seeping through the walls around him. Knowing he wasn't on the patrol schedule for a couple days, he did some weight training next, careful only to use the machines that could spot him. Ida always went crazy when he used these machines alone. Meanwhile, Katsuki knew he was quite capable of blowing the weights apart if something went wrong. Even though it wouldn't go wrong. Because that was what the machine was built to do, and he was a DMN professional. He set his teeth, wondered why he was thinking of Ida so much. Knew it was probably because they still had an uncomfortable conversation to get through and he wasn't really sure where he even wanted to start with it. It'd be easier if he could just say F it and leave, but he owed the pack for what they'd given him. They'd been a harbor in a storm he hadn't known he'd needed, and they'd offered their help knowing he'd have little to give in return. They'd expected nothing from him and given him exactly what he'd needed at his lowest point. He didn't want to leave unspoken after that. Especially after everything they'd gone through together recently, with finding and caring for Izuku and Kazuo. But that didn't make the conversation any easier. After weight training, he did a simple routine to cool down, wanting to do more but knowing it was still far too early. He'd have the rest of the day to get a proper workout in anyway. Maybe Izuku would join him. Since the Omega hadn't suffered any major injuries, he'd been able and eager to get right back into their workouts. It had been nice to hear their training had helped Izuku fend off Suda for as long as he had helped him escape him more than once and ultimately had saved his life. Just as eager as Izuku was to train more, Katsuki wanted to teach him more. To keep him safe. Even when he couldn't be at his side to protect him. This was the best he could do in the meantime. Still thinking about the Omega, Katsuki went and took a cold shower, then changed into his second set of clothes, checked the time. 5:30. The pack would start waking up soon. First Shoji and Todoroki, though with Yaoyorozu Piardinti the alpha might stay in bed with her a little longer than normal. Still, he didn't have much longer before the pack would start bustling. He went downstairs and made a pot of coffee, going back upstairs as it brewed. Careful not to make noise, he opened his bedroom door to check on Izuku and Kazuo, saw them both curled up around each other, Kazuo swaddled in the blankets while Izuku had clearly pushed them away from him again. This time, Katsuki thought he could see goosebumps rising along his skin, so he crossed the room and carefully pulled the blanket over him. His fingers brushed over the Omega's skin as he did so, but he couldn't tell if he felt feverish or not. He still seemed settled, so perhaps it was just him tossing from dreams. Clicking his tongue, Katsuki turned to leave, caught sight of a folder sitting at the edge of his dresser. He'd left it there, had tried to forget it by tossing a jacket over it. But it was there. Even in the dark, it stood out, taunting him. He checked the time again, glanced at the Omega and pup. Then he swiped the folder, left the room. Downstairs, he secreted the folder away into one of the offices, went and poured a cup of coffee, then shut the door to the small room. It consisted of only a desk, wrapped around the corner of the room, and a bookshelf with some random assortment of books on hero ethics, law, and history. Katsuki swept the desk clear and set the folder in front of him as he took his seat. There were things about the case that still bothered him. And he suspected they would bother him for a long, long time. Mostly because he was convinced they'd never have answers to any of them. Not answers that satisfied him. Still, he flipped open the folder and began spreading out the papers stacked within, organizing them in a loose timeline of events, trying to find a new pattern amongst them. They scattered in front of him, showing him everything he already knew, everything he'd already pored over, consumed like a hungry fire. His hands went immediately to the personnel files on the three criminals. Hina Sugawara. Quirk, Sweet Pheromones. Ryo Yokoyama. A.K.A. Daisuke Abe. Quirk, Primal. Hideki Suda. A.K.A. Satoru Shimizu. Quirk. He'd already read them over, searched for what connected them, what made them different. What he'd quickly found was everything they knew of Yokoyama, and Suda was everything Sugawara had wanted them to be, and everything they'd lost when she'd taken them. The police had confirmed that Suda had also been one of the children she'd kidnapped, about 17 years previously. Truly what the personnel files proved was that Sugawara had been doing this for a long time. Before they'd found her at that house with its morbid garden, they'd had a different address for her on file, one that was 12 years old. Both Yokoyama and Suda had been taken over 12 years previously, which meant she'd been doing these awful things even at her old house. Last Katsuki had heard, a team had gone to check out the house. Supposedly, there was another garden there. Which meant who knew exactly how many children Sugawara had murdered, and how many innocent mothers on top of that. And then, there were the children she'd taken but hadn't killed, that she'd successfully brainwashed. She had specifically said that she'd had less luck since Yokoyama had started helping her. Which meant that although only 2 of the children they knew had survived, there was probably more of a percentage that had survived from her earlier crimes. But it still left the question, exactly how long had she been doing this, and exactly how many people had she murdered? And how had she gotten away with it for so long? That last question baffled everyone. Her body count was already shockingly high. To go so long without anyone finding out, even with her ability to appear as other people, even not having a true paper trail to lead back to her, it was hard to believe nobody had suspected anything. That she'd simply lived her life and done these horrible things with no inquiries into her. There was something missing. And Katsuki suspected it had something to do with Father. There was a 4th personnel file on Father, but it gave scant details. His code name, his supposed relationship to the 3 others, the assumption that he was a knowing party to the crimes Sugawara had committed, even if he wasn't a participant himself. It was nothing to go on. Just a shadow that haunted the file. There were other missing components that they hadn't successfully pieced together yet. One came to mind as Katsuki shifted through the papers. It came with a screenshot of the text Katsuki had gotten the night of the most recent attack. The address that had been sent to him, leading him straight to his pup and Sugawara. The number that had sent it had been traced back to a burner phone, purchased several years previously with a couple others. There was security footage of the person who bought the phones, a young woman who had a wild splash of hair that covered most of her other facial features. She was obviously not Sugawara, but that was about all they could tell about her. There was nothing to go on who she might be, how she might be connected to the case, or how one of her phones had texted the address to Katsuki. Even without the details, they all agreed that someone on the inside must have contacted Katsuki. Someone from Sugawara's family. Most likely suspect was the man who had come to see her when Kazue had been in the house, though Kazue hadn't seen him and had only heard Sugawara refer to him as Sho. It wasn't enough to point to anything or anyone in particular. Hell, Todoroki could be called Sho if he wasn't so DMN proper. The common nature of the name meant they weren't going to get anywhere on it alone, and without Kazue knowing anything more, Sugawara gone, and Suda not talking, they were back at square one. But they did know one thing. Someone had betrayed Sugawara. Someone in her so-called family. It wasn't really a surprise to Katsuki, not at all, to hear people inside her circle were turning against her. Even if they had been brainwashed at a young age, it was still possible for any of her victims to realize the horrors of her acts. Someone had broken through. If they could find who that was, then they'd be able to access so much more information about the case and the family. But first, they had to track this person down. Even though he was as much a shadow as Father. Katsuki read over the report on the burner phones, put their numbers in his phone, just in case, so he'd know if they tried to text him again. He wasn't expecting to get any communication. In fact, when he tried to call and text the number that had reached out to him, he'd found the phone was either dead or turned off. So no luck tracking it through the cell towers either. All a dead end. With a growl, he shoved the report aside, saw another one slide into view. This was a full report on another incident, on Izuku's second kidnapping. Katsuki hadn't looked over the file yet. He'd been at the scene after all, and hadn't wanted to relive the memories. But here he was, staring at another puzzle piece he had to find a place for. So he growled, flexed his fingers, wiped his palms on his breathes, and opened the file. The opening pages included a short summary of the incident, the initial report filled out by the police on scene, then went into a written statement from Izuku on the attack. It was a chronological retelling of the entire event, starting with how he'd been lured away by Suda, who had tricked him into thinking Katsuki had been captured and was hurt. There was a part of him that hated this idea. That the Omega would put his life in danger to save him. He'd wanted to tell the Omega not to do something so stupid, but he also knew it would be pointless. Izuku cared for him. And he was selfless to a fault. If someone was in danger, he'd go to help them. That was just who he was. And for that, Katsuki loved him all the more. So he hadn't told Izuku off for chasing after him. But he had told the Omega that he'd never let himself be caught like that the Omega should never believe anyone who threatened his life. He was ground zero after all. He wasn't some chump hero. No villain was going to get away with something like that. He'd grind them into the dirt first. Reading Izuku's full story was an interesting, if not infuriating, time. Although the Omega had given him bits and pieces of what had happened, Katsuki hadn't had a chance to get the details until he started reading through his statement. It seemed Suda had been prepared for him, that he'd had conversations with Yokoyama previously about the Omega. Which in and of itself was interesting. They'd been in contact, even though Sugawara's family seemed scattered. So, how had they been in contact? The police hadn't found a phone with Yokoyama's body, though Suda had been carrying one and it had been practically destroyed in the explosion. So had Yokoyama left his somewhere? Had he lived with Suda? Visited? They were obviously close enough to speak to one another, and neither of them had been bothered by what Yokoyama had done. So Suda was just as twisted, even if he hadn't been as rough with Izuku. Or perhaps he was just used to the violence. Izuku also mentioned that Sugawara only sent Suda out when she needed something done, implying there were others in the immediate area she could call upon, but had chosen Suda specifically. She'd had options. Which meant more of her family had been in contact with her and willing to do what she'd asked. Suda was just the one she trusted most. There was some good news in that. Perhaps the family was more splintered than they thought, or perhaps not as organized, not as powerful. Suda had been formidable. His quirk made him a tough foe to take head on one-on-one, especially for someone without formal training like Izuku, though some pro heroes would have struggled against a 3-on-1 fight like that. And each of his personas had seemed different, though sentient in their own right, proven by the Alpha Suda's attack on the packhouse after the Beta Suda had been beat up during the kidnapping. It was versatile quirk. Yokoyama's was powerful too. And now that Katsuki thought about it, so was Kazue's. Had Sugawara been selecting pups with strong quirks? Or was that just a coincidence? Was 3 out of 3 a coincidence? He tried to find what Miyu's quirk was, but it seemed she was still unregistered. Either it hadn't presented at the time of the report, or it hadn't been deemed pertinent information. Katsuki wrote a note to check back up on that, then continued with his reading. After that, it came to the part that truly disgusted Katsuki just as much as it interested him. Suda covering Izuku's scent gland. There were no notes in his statement about the incident, though Katsuki had read the full analysis on it when it had first come out. Just as Shinso had said, the technique was one used commonly by human traffickers, who used it to keep Omega under their control. It kept them from comforting one another or from releasing distress scents that might attract unwanted attention, on top of being psychologically damaging. It was likely that Izuku hadn't even noticed that he was missing his own scent once his gland was covered, though the Omega had reported feeling overwhelmed and panicky, which he'd attributed more to the situation than his scent gland being covered. The analysis had concluded that it was probably a combination of the two, and that covering scent glands was a long-standing and well-known practice for traffickers. The only difference was they rarely used duct tape, typically opting for a specific rubbery tape which molded to the skin better and did a better job of keeping the scent from leaking out. Sometimes duct tape was used, though it wasn't as common as other means. There were a couple of things Katsuki and the analysis had taken from this. One was that Suda seemed to be familiar with the concept, even if he'd used materials that were somewhat unusual. Whether he'd done it before or not was difficult to say, as he had covered a larger portion of Izuku's neck and shoulder than was typically necessary. The tape could be explained away as it was simply what he had on hand. Then again, he'd gone to that alley knowing he'd be kidnapping the Omega that day, so that wasn't necessarily a good argument. So he was familiar, but it may not have been something he'd done very often. Which meant Sugawara and Hurt family probably weren't deeply associated with any traffickers, though they may have had dealings with them in the past. After all, there was still a question over where many of the Omega's bodies went. Of the 17 bodies in Sugawara's garden, several of those not associated with the current case had been identified and their mothers tracked down, none appearing to be alive. Some had known deaths, most in strange circumstances, with their bodies having been discovered in strange locations, but others had simply disappeared. If what Sugawara had said was true and there were no Omegas buried in her gardens, then where had the missing Omegas gone? Perhaps she'd sold them off to human traffickers once she'd brainwashed their pups. Or just disposed of them at better locations. If that was the case, how had her family know about covering the scent gland? Had she heard about it while working in that clinic she'd mentioned? Had she treated Omegas rescued from trafficking rings and heard about what had been done to them? Had they gotten their information from the source? It was still largely unclear, though the examiner suggested that he did not believe Sugawara nor Suda were heavily involved in any known human trafficking rings, and Katsuki reluctantly agreed. If they had been, there would have been channels they could have tracked them back through. But since they probably weren't, they were back to not knowing where to go. It was all a frustrating loop. An endless CYCL of dead ends. It felt a bit like they were running through a labyrinth of alleyways, searching for an exit, a clue, a sign, but finding nothing but high brick walls and pitfalls. He ran a hand over his face, sighed heavily. Picked Izuku's statement back up, scanning through some of the details on his injuries. A soft knock on the door behind him had Katsuki turning, a snarl on his face, until it opened and he saw it was Izuku standing in the doorframe. The Omega looked a little ruffled, his cheeks flushed, his eyes dilated slightly. While he hadn't looked ill in bed when Katsuki had checked on him, he looked downright feverish now. Izuku, what's wrong? You feeling okay? He stood, reached out to check the Omega's temperature, though Izuku jerked away. I'm fine. Just tired. Little sore. Took some medicine to feel a little better. Just waiting for it to kick in. He yawned, as if to demonstrate his point, though Katsuki was unconvinced. He didn't say anything, however, and the Omega's eyes roamed to the papers strewn along the desk. How long have you been in here? Katsuki blinked, checked the clock. It was almost 7:30. Don't worry about that. You want breakfast? I'll make you something. What are you working on? Izuku reached for the nearest paper, taking it up before Katsuki could stop him. He skimmed it, the color draining from his face. He handed it back to Katsuki, shaking his hand as if to be rid of any residual effects of the paper. Katsuki, breakfast? The Alpha repeated. Izuku paused, bit into his lip. He swayed a little in the doorway, sighed. It's okay, you know. You don't have to keep working at this. I was just checking out the latest reports. What for? Curiosity. Izuku scoffed. What? You're curious to know more about someone who's already dead? Katsuki ground his teeth, set his jaw in a way he hadn't in a while, though he relaxed when Izuku sighed again. Put it down. It's okay to not think about it anymore. You're the one who told me it was over. So, is it over, or is it not? He had told Izuku that. He'd told him Sugawara was dead and Yokoyama was dead and Suda was in prison and he wasn't getting out for a long, long time. He'd told him all the madness was over. Maybe because he wanted it so badly to be over. But was it really? Katsuki, Izuku took his hand. Squeezed it. If this is over, then let's go. We have more important things to do, don't we? And those, perhaps, were the words he had been looking for. Permission to move on. An excuse to set things aside. Because he was right, of course. There were more important things going on. Katsuki squeezed his hand back, smirked. Breakfast? He asked one more time. Izuku studied him, then shrugged. Kazue's asking for it? Well then, let's not keep him waiting. He paused to fit everything back in the folder, closed it. Took it back up to his room, where he found Kazue laying on his back on the bed, kicking his legs up in the air. The pup leaped up as Katsuki entered the room and launched himself at the Alpha, shrieking happily. Katsuki tossed the folder aside, not knowing where it landed, caught the pup, growled playfully when Kazue growled at him. Pulled the pup close to his heart and went back down the stairs. You going to help me make breakfast for your mom? Yes. Rice first, Kaken. You know that, don't you? Yep. Sure do. As the day went on, Izuku seemed a little wobbly still, though his skin lost that feverish color and he didn't wince with random aches and pains. His behavior ticked at Katsuki's concern, though he couldn't quite place what was bothering him about it. After breakfast, he took Kazue upstairs to practice his quirk a little more, the pup a little more reluctant since using it on Sugawara. With some encouragement, however, he picked back up on the exercises quickly. They were still simply focusing on him being able to control when his explosions happened, so he didn't accidentally blow something up, and Ida had promised that the pack would send for a quirk trainer to help Kazue, apparently one of the best out there, though they weren't scheduled to start lessons with the pup for a couple more weeks. Until then, Katsuki was fine doing his own training, enjoying the time spent alone with his pup. After lunch, Katsuki saw Ida wandering through the pack house, finally awake from his late patrol. Fries? He called, startling Ida. Put me on the schedule for tomorrow. I'm tired of laying around. Understanding rang in Ida's eyes and he pushed his glasses up his nose. He seemed to look past him, to where Izuku stood just beyond him, and cleared his throat. I think it best you take this time to relax, Bakugo. The last couple of weeks have been HRD on you. Just enjoy this time and don't worry about doing any hero work. There will be plenty of time for that later. Katsuki wanted to argue, but Ida spun around and walked quickly away before he could argue. He growled under his breath, quieted when Izuku suddenly took his arm. Katsuki, can we go for a walk? The Alpha blinked, waited for clarification, but the Omega just smiled up at him. I walk? Yes. Just the two of us. He leaned against Katsuki's side, purred deeply, little tremors racing up the Alpha's body. Since first being reunited, Izuku had not asked for them to take any walks, though they often had when they'd been together 5 years earlier. Though he supposed their circumstances had changed now that Sugawara, Yokoyama, and Suda were no longer threats. Maybe this was a return to normal that Izuku had been looking for. Plus, Katsuki wasn't one to deny the Omega anything. He intertwined their fingers, kissed his knuckles. Get a jacket. It's a little cold. The neighborhood felt different with Izuku at his side. Katsuki had walked those sidewalks many times before, but he hadn't given the area around him more than a cursory glance from time to time, looking for anything out of place. That day, walking slower than he normally would, Katsuki took the time to examine those living on their street. There were 2 pups playing in a yard decorated with weeds and wildflowers. An old man sitting on his porch who raised a hand at them when they passed by. A house, clean and tidy, with one glaring spot of dead grass in the center of the lawn, marked off by a red circle of paint. An obnoxiously Western-styled house next to an obnoxiously traditional-styled house. Katsuki imagined the two didn't get along well. Or maybe they did. As they passed the houses, Izuku leaned toward him and said, I bet those neighbors have interesting conversations. If they talk at all, Katsuki muttered back and Izuku laughed. They walked on for several more minutes before the Omega cleared his throat. This is nice. Katsuki rolled the words over in his head, grunted, yeah, guess it is. Maybe we can do this more often. If you'd like. Maybe. Izuku paused to bite his lip, Katsuki raising an eyebrow at him. He didn't look at the Alpha when he continued, maybe we can try mountain climbing again. When I'm a bit stronger. Katsuki blinked, more than a little surprised. He hadn't gone mountain climbing in years. Kirishima had taken him once, but Katsuki had lost the will to trek the mountains when his parents had passed. He hadn't even thought about it in a long time. But, reminded of his once favorite pastime, he remembered his treks with Izuku, the good memories and the bad ones. How had he forgotten all of that? How had he just tossed the memories away? Then again, he knew he'd dismissed many memories over the years. Memories of him and Izuku. Him and his parents. The good. The bad. He'd really thrown it all away. He noticed Izuku had Iggy in his cheeks, watching him, and said, I think that would be a good idea. But after winter. Too dangerous with all the cold and snow and ice. And you'll be out of your cast by then. Right? Izuku lifted his arm, turned it over to examine the cast as if for the first time. They walked on quiet. A bit awkward, though Katsuki couldn't decide why. Again, Izuku was the one to brave the silence. Katsuki, will you answer something for me? I can't think of anything you could ask that requires permission to ask first, the Alpha grumbled. Just say it. Well, it's just. Again the Omega trailed off. He still wouldn't look at Katsuki. When he remained quiet, Katsuki asked, Are you okay? You've been a little off all day. Something on your mind? That last question had an obvious answer. Yes, something was bothering the Omega. Katsuki just couldn't figure out what. Izuku ran his tongue over his broken tooth, his cheek bulging slightly, then he opened his mouth with an audible pop. Katsuki, would you like? He bit his lip, worried it. Yes. Katsuki prompted. Izuku kicked at a rock, watched it roll down the street. Finally looked at him, but only a quick glance, stolen from the corner of his eye. Do you enjoy spoiling me? The words came out in ones and twos, as if Izuku couldn't quite wrangle them together. But he finally said them, and when he did, he stole another glance, looked quickly away. Or, do you do it because you think you owe that to me? Both waited for the other to speak, Katsuki for elaboration, Izuku for an answer. Katsuki scoffed first. You think I enjoy raining gifts and tokens of affection on you just for the sake of it? Because I don't. Izuku nearly stumbled, but, anticipating it, Katsuki caught his hand, pulling him forward. I enjoy raining gifts and tokens of affection on you because I love you and it's fun to watch your face whenever I give you something. Especially if you think it's overly elaborate. You get this shocked, slightly disapproving look on your face and it's effing appealing. He squeezed Izuku's hand. If I could get you to make that face every day, I'd be the happiest alpha around. You like it when I look disapproving. There was genuine confusion in the Omega's voice. Katsuki smirked, noticed the shiver that went over the Omega. Those are the gifts I know you weren't expecting. It's always fun to surprise you. Izuku considered him for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Well, you have surprised me a lot recently, Katsuki. Good. The alpha paused. Tried to catch Izuku's eyes, but he had faded into a thought and was distracted by whatever was dancing around in his head. You know, I don't do this because of an obligation I feel because of our past. I do it because I want to. But, when he paused, Izuku lifted his gaze curiously. Katsuki allowed himself to get lost in his viridian eyes, catching all the shades of green, ebony, and silver. I know I owe you a lot for that. And no matter what happens with this, I'll be paying you back for the rest of my life. But you don't. Izuku stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, dragging Katsuki back with him. His eyes roared with a fire the alpha knew well, had known for many years. Even after all that had happened, it still hadn't gone out. It was appealing, powerful, familiar, like an old friend he'd never said goodbye to. Katsuki, please listen to me. You don't owe me for the past. Not for leaving. Not for how I ended up with Kazue. Not for Yokoyama. You don't owe me for any of that. He paused, then shrugged. You do owe me for signing off on that procedure and for sneaking through my memories, but that's a different issue. Katsuki had looked away at the mention of his actions in the hospital, but Izuku pulled him back with a gentle hand to his chin. I'm being serious here. Do you believe me? Silence passed between them, silence neither seemed to want to break. Katsuki tiptoed around it while Izuku stood immersed in it, waiting for it to be shattered. Eventually, the alpha growled, I was a shitty partner. I don't know why you're just letting that go. I made a lot of mistakes. I don't know how to atone for that. And what about me? I made mistakes too. Are you holding them against me? Katsuki set his jaw. It's different? Izuku tilted his head, peered up at him with a weird look in his face. Then, he closed the gap between them and kissed him. This kiss was different than the one from the hospital. That one had been soft, gentle, an invitation laid before him. This one was firm, settled, confident in a way Katsuki couldn't remember the Omega ever being. The alpha's jaw loosened, his lips opened, and the Omega licked at his teeth once before separating. The fire in his eyes roared higher. I'm here now, Katsuki. Doesn't that tell you something? The words were so simple. How could simple words be so powerful? Katsuki never seemed to find those simple words when he needed them most. And still, for as powerful as his words were, for as honest as they felt, Katsuki still frowned. I'm not sure. I feel stuck. Do you really regret it that much? I do. Izuku pursed his lips, stepped back. Maybe you need a fresh start? At his suggestion, Katsuki raised an eyebrow. A fresh start? With us? Just symbolically. Obviously we're going to return to the pack house and not act like we just met. But maybe you need something to clear your head. The Omega tapped his foot, put a hand to his chin, and began muttering up a storm. His mutterings soon devolved into a complicated mess that Katsuki couldn't quite follow, but in the middle of it, inspired by something Izuku had thoughtlessly said, a thought struck him and he grinned. "I have an idea," he announced, then launched himself into the air before Izuku could ask what. He angled himself into the sun, so the Omega couldn't see him, aimed carefully, and landed in the road beside him. Izuku jumped, startled by his sudden appearance, then smiled when Katsuki smirked at him. "Hey handsome, what's your name?" It was admittedly stupid, but it was also fun. Fun and impulsive and stupid, and it felt wonderful to see Izuku PP a mischievous grin at him. "Izuku Midoriya. But my friends call me Deku." "Oh." A thrill chased up Katsuki's spine as he rose to his feet. "You saying I can call you Deku?" "Absolutely not." Izuku turned away from him, leaving the Alpha floundering. Then, the Omega smirked over his shoulder. "But you can work up to it?" It was fun. It was stupid. It was CC in a way Katsuki hadn't been expecting. He scoffed as the Omega started walking away, hurrying to catch up with him. When he did, their fingers met and curled together, long-lost puzzle pieces finally together again. Katsuki pulled Izuku's hand to his lips, SED on several of his knuckles until they passed someone on the sidewalk, eyeing them with a bit of shock, and Izuku, flustered, shook their hands free and Katsuki chuckled in quiet triumph. That evening, Katsuki sat in the living room, surrounded by the pack, slouched so far down the couch he was practically no longer sitting on it at all, stewing. There were a couple of reasons for this, mainly that he tried to sit down with Ida to talk about him, Izuku, and Kazue moving out and his position in the pack thereafter, but the pack alpha had quickly dismissed him. Instead of just listening, he'd told him not to worry about anything at the moment and just relax. When Katsuki had tried to tell him it was important, Ida had come up with an excuse to leave the conversation entirely. So yeah, he was kind of sad about that. Additionally, after returning from their walk, Izuku had hung out with him for a little while, but he kept excusing himself, leaving for a few minutes at a time before returning. Every time he did so, Katsuki swore he came back looking worse and worse, taking on that feverish pallor he'd had earlier in the day. Whenever Katsuki tried to check his forehead, Izuku would dart out of his reach, spewing some excuse about need to get something. Izuku's increasingly worrying behavior didn't help Katsuki's mood any. The strangest thing though was Kazue. When they'd returned home, the pup wrapped his arms around the Omega, even more clingy since the attacks. But as the day wore on, he detached himself from Izuku, never wandering very far but certainly keeping a distance. Every now and then, he'd look up at Izuku with a puzzled expression, wrinkled his nose as if he'd smelled something funny. Although the Omega said nothing about this, there was no doubt in Katsuki's mind that he'd noticed. Even beyond all that, there was something else. A tension in his body he didn't fully understand. His alpha brain kept rearing its head, especially whenever Izuku was close by. He thought that might be because of their renewed commitment and everything else that had happened, but couldn't be sure. Something was off. He just couldn't put his finger on it. Dinner itself was an uneventful time, though it began with a celebration of Kaminari successfully carrying 3 boxes of takeout, one stacked on the other, to the table without dropping either. It was also marked by Kirishima presenting Mina with a courting gift, a golden necklace with pink petals along the chain. Mina shrieked in joy and Kirishima confessed his continued love and companionship for her, acted out on the stage of the pack house, the pack as their audience. The entire spectacle ended with both of them standing on the dining room table, singing loudly and off-tune together, apparently something about cherry blossoms, and probably love, though Katsuki didn't give them enough attention to figure it out. Instead, he amused himself by watching Izuku's face, the Omega completely stunned by the entire experience. "Are they always like this?" he asked in a hushed tone as the two kept singing. "Every DMN time." Izuku blinked at the couple, then at Katsuki. "Is that what courting's like for betas?" "Who knows, who cares?" Katsuki growled. "Kirishima tried to convince me I had to put on a huge show for when I gave you that first courting gift." "Wait, really?" A smirk spread over Izuku's face. You asked Kirishima for advice on how to court? So what if I did? Katsuki snapped, though Izuku just laughed. I should have known. You weren't ever quite that romantic when we were together before. For a moment, Katsuki wondered over the Omega's words. Then he snorted. You got a problem with how I'm courting you? The Omega hummed and nuzzled into his side. Nope. You're doing fine. He frowned slightly, watched as Mina and Kirishima kept their dance and song up as the pack watched. You've given me lots of gifts since we started courting. I know you said you'd spoil me, but this is the first time I've seen them giving a gift. So, maybe you're going a little too hard. Katsuki snorted. Nah. They like to do stunts like this from time to time, but they also exchange gifts in private moments, too. Usually smaller things. For big stuff, anyway, they make a whole show of it. And they've been courting for a lot longer. He grinned at Izuku. Haven't we had this conversation already? When are you going to just let me give you things because I feel like it? Katsuki, if I made things easy for you, I don't think it'd be quite as much fun. Yeah, you might be right. The Omega grinned at Katsuki, then looked away, watching the betas, and when he did, the Alpha let his smile slip away. With the Omega so close, he didn't need to reach up to check his forehead to feel the heat coming off of him. He was radiating like a little heater, his skin clammy. He sure felt as sick as he looked. Katsuki clasped his hand over Izuku's. Hey, maybe you should go lie down. Izuku turned a sharp look toward him. What for? Well, you kind of look like sheet. The Omega glared at him, huffed and pushed away from the Alpha. Thanks for that. It's true. Plus you're burning up. I'm fine. I'm hungry anyway, so let's just eat. Katsuki was not so convinced, but getting some food in Izuku in case he ended up too sickly to eat later wasn't a bad idea, so he said nothing. Finally, at the end of the performance, Kirishima and Mina struck a pose that was honestly more for the pack than it was for themselves. Kazue, who had been watching Kirishima and Mina the entire time, enthusiastically copied their pose as Katsuki had sometimes seen him do when watching heroes on the news. Several of the pack clapped or cheered, some ironically, some sincerely, Ida loudly praising them for doing a better job than the last time they'd done something like this. Izuku clapped for the two, but Katsuki just scowled at the entire affair. Yeah, great, can we eat now? Katsuki. It happened not long after dinner. Izuku had excused himself once again right after eating, disappearing upstairs. Katsuki had almost gone after him, half convinced the food had upset him even more and he was going to find the Omega bent over the toilet, but Kazue chirped demandingly at him, keeping him at the table. Eventually, Izuku returned, looking more than a little wobbly. Instead of helping the pack pick up the remains of their dinner, he went straight to Uraraka, whispering something urgently in her ear. The other Omega smiled warmly to him and called out, Hey Kazue, can you come help me with this? Kazue perked up at the call of his name and hurried over to her, accepting the small stack of plates she handed him. Katsuki watched, but only for a moment, as Izuku wandered over to him. As soon as he got close, he stood, reached out to grab his arm, to steady him. You need to go lay down. You're seriously not looking good. Izuku huffed, as if exacerbated, and nodded toward the stairs. Come with me. Katsuki was a little surprised the Omega was admitting defeat that easily, though he gladly put an arm around him and helped him back up the stairs. Although still a little unsteady, he kept up with Katsuki without too much trouble, pausing once they reached the top of the stairs. He glanced toward his room, grimaced, and glanced to Katsuki. Here, the Alpha gestured toward his own room. Come on. Lay down. Before you say that, I have to ask you something. It can wait. You're burning up and you still look like sheet. Hey, thanks again, Eho. Look, if you're sick, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Well, look like sheet when we're sick. At his door, Izuku suddenly stomped his foot into the floor. Katsuki, I'm not sick. Could fool me. You look like you're running a fever. Katsuki reached again to check his forehead, but Izuku batted him away. Yeah, I probably am. Are you messing with me or are you just that dumb? For a second, then another second, Katsuki stared at the Omega. Part of him was wondering what he was talking about. Another part was wondering what the F was wrong with him. And another part was still buzzing, the more alpha part of him. He took in the Omega, all of him, from his shaky legs to his reddened face, and the sweat gathering on his skin, and noticed a little sheen on his neck and shoulder, right at his scent gland. As if he were wearing scent blockers, it all clicked into place so quickly that Katsuki balked, taking a step back. Izuku, he shook his head, looked at the Omega again, who crossed his arms and tapped his foot impatiently. Are you in preheat? No, the Omega said matter-of-factly, I'm fully in heat. But, Katsuki shook his head, his mind spinning. So many things suddenly made sense to him. If the Omega was in heat, then hell yeah, as an alpha, specifically as Izuku's alpha, he'd be feeling all sorts of weird shit. Even with scent blockers on, he'd still be able to pick up on the Omega's heat pheromones to some degree, causing his alpha brain to go a little haywire. It would also explain all the physical symptoms Izuku was having, from his shakiness to his fever, even to him clinging to Katsuki as he had on and off throughout the day. And it explained his behavior last night. It even explained Kazue slowly drifting away from the Omega. No doubt he'd also sensed the Omega's heat pheromones. They were often aversive to a pup. Sometimes when Uraraka went into heat, Fumiko would run screaming from her mom, telling her she smelled weird. As an alpha, Kazue would be even more sensitive to it, and perhaps even more repelled by the smell. But there was something else that kept nagging at Katsuki's brain, something he couldn't quite figure. He took a breath, pinched the bridge of his nose. Didn't the doctors tell you to be on suppressants this CYCL? Yes, and I am. Izuku flinched suddenly, passed a hand over his stomach. Katsuki followed the motion rapidly, then realized what he was doing and blinked and looked pointedly away. Suppressants can't stop a heat entirely, they just make them easier to manage. This is probably the worst it's going to get. Not fun, but I'm functionable, and it'll only last through the night probably, maybe into morning. He paused, chewed on his tongue for a moment, carefully met Katsuki's eyes, only to look swiftly away. I was, wondering. It occurred to Katsuki very suddenly that they were alone. That Izuku had sent Kazue away to Uraraka. That Ida had made a point to tell him to relax, to not get too involved in anything except for taking care of Izuku and Kazue. As if they had known. It occurred to him very suddenly that he had an idea of what the Omega was going to ask him. And he wasn't entirely sure he knew how to answer it. Izuku took a moment to gather himself, shuffled his feet. Then he said, I wanted to know. I mean to say, even though it's not as bad as usual, doing typical heat stuff does still help. And He bit his lip. I'm kind of awful at this. Katsuki didn't move. Didn't speak. Thoughts and words were swirling around his head. He wasn't sure what to make of everything. Even when Izuku finally met his gaze, when he finally took a breath to say what the alpha already knew he was going to say, he didn't know what to do. Katsuki, would you like to share this heat with me? No, the word popped out of his mouth so quickly that Katsuki blinked and Izuku took a step back, stunned, hurt welling immediately up in the Omega's eyes. I mean. He raised his hands, rushed to find the words to say, cobbling together whatever came to mind first. Listen, Izuku, I don't know if this is a good idea. There was hurt in the Omega's voice. But it was paired with fire. A raging inferno of indignation and hurt. I'm what, Katsuki? Katsuki held up his hands a little higher. Isn't it a little soon? Soon for what? Soon for us to be doing something like that. I mean, after what happened with, he didn't want to say the name. He hoped Izuku wasn't going to make him. The Omega understood, he saw. But he also saw the tilt of his head, his expression falling, despair tracing a line down his chin. Tell me what you're really thinking, Katsuki. That was the problem. Katsuki didn't know how to tell him what he was thinking. Carefully, Katsuki picked over the words in his head, bought time by taking Izuku's hand, by cradling it, by pressing into his palm, by running his thumb along the line from the Omega's wrist to the knuckle of his middle finger. A little tension began trickling out of the Omega, calmed by the force on his palm, by Katsuki soothing the pressure point there and in his wrist. It was a technique Uraraka had taught him forever ago, when he'd first moved into the pack house. It had helped him through some of his worst days, even when he'd done it to himself, but he knew from Kirishima doing the exact same to him that it was always better when someone else did it. He put a lot of attention on the motion, on soothing the Omega, on helping to ease him, if only a little. And as he did, he thought of the words to say. "What I'm thinking, Izuku," he said carefully, minding each word, "is I don't want you to make any hasty decisions about this. I can wait. You've been through a trauma. You don't need to rush anything on my accord. I don't want you to make this decision now and regret it later. I'd rather just wait for when you've had some time. And maybe we'll try then." He carefully looked up, saw that the Omega was staring at the floor. For a moment, he said nothing and Katsuki kept pressing into his palm. Then, Izuku sighed, placed his other hand over Katsuki's. Met his gaze. "I've known about this for a while now. I knew I'd still have some sort of a heat, even on suppressants. I've given this a lot of thought, Katsuki. I even waited all day thinking about it. I told Uraraka about it and she promised to look after Kazue for us if I wanted to do this. And I think this is what I want. But if it's not what you want, if it's too soon as you say, if I'm still not clean enough or whatever, then that's fine, but I'd rather you just, wait." Katsuki dropped Izuku's hand so quickly another hurt expression flashed through his eyes but he hardly noticed it. Anger was bubbling up in him, something he could place immediately. "What the F are you talking about right now?" "The doctor explained it can happen," Izuku muttered without looking up. "It's got a name even. Alpha rejection syndrome or something like that. That's the simplified version, I think. But I'm not effing rejecting you, Izuku," Katsuki hissed. "That's not what's going on here." "It's fine, Katsuki," Izuku pressed, as if he hadn't heard a DMN thing Katsuki had said. "It's a natural response when an Omega is claimed by another Alpha. There's a natural aversion. It's fine. Doctor said it could take a couple cycles to be fully rid of any after effects from so many bites." His hand drifted to his neck, but before it reached its destination, Katsuki grabbed the Omega, maybe a bit too harshly, and kissed him, hard, rough, nipped. Demandingly at his lips until Izuku opened his mouth and he kissed him even deeper. The Omega's knees shivered and he might have fallen, but Katsuki held him upright, kissed him until the pull of air was too strong, until he was gasping for breath and Izuku did as well, the heat trickling between them. Something deep in Katsuki's navel pulled him toward Izuku again, but he dug his feet in, refused to give in to his carnal instincts at that moment. There was something so much more important than his own wants in that moment. Because even with the scent blockers on, during the kiss Izuku had released a whole new wave of heat pheromones and he smelled so sweet, a buffet laid before Katsuki's senses, all of them, a feast in every regard. He wanted to touch Izuku's body. He wanted to taste the Omega. He wanted to bathe in his scent. He wanted to watch his face flush with lust. He wanted to hear the Omega begging for him to take him. He wanted it all, could feel everything just at his fingertips. But he knew better than to just pounce on it. Better than to shove the Omega into his room and onto his bed. He knew, because the last he'd seen the Omega like that, he'd been laying on a lumpy mattress, bleeding and hurt and in so much pain it was numbing even to think about it. Katsuki shuddered, maybe from the memory, maybe from the want, but he felt that shudder mirrored in Izuku, saw the Omega's eyes brighten slightly when he met the Alpha's gaze. "Izuku," he growled, "I don't give a F what some doctor says about some dumbass syndrome. I'm not rejecting you. I want you. Don't you even see that I want you so much?" But, he bit his lip. Realized he was holding onto Izuku's shoulders tightly, released him. "But the last time you were with an Alpha, I know it wasn't a pleasant experience. And it hasn't been all that long." He waited, for pain, for shame, for some horrible remnant of the attack to surface in Izuku's eyes. But it didn't. The Omega just stared at him, waiting for him to finish speaking. "If this is just your heat talking, then I'd rather us wait. I want to wait until you're actually ready. Alright. I'm not saying no to you. I'm just saying now might not be the best time." Izuku was quiet. For a long time. Long enough that Katsuki took a step back, another, gave him a bit more space. Then, he paused when Izuku laughed, quiet, bitter. He smiled, but it wasn't much of a smile. "You know," he sighed, I know what happened. I remember what happened. I still feel it sometimes. But that, he paused, chewed at his tongue again. That was different. For a lot of reasons, it was different. You're different, Katsuki. And maybe the mechanics are the same, but it's not the same. I want you. I want you too, Katsuki. And it might be easier this way. While I'm in some sort of heat. It might make things a little easier. If you're worried at all about this, then we shouldn't. Izuku took his hand. His grip was steady, confident. He met Katsuki's gaze much the same. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about this at all. I'm not worried because it's you, Katsuki. I know you'll take care of me. I know if I say no, you'll listen. But I also want you to hear me right now, Katsuki. He pressed Katsuki's hand to his tea. I'm saying yes. I want this. If it's with you, then I want it. And if you want it too, then it's okay. Let's just do it. Katsuki waited, but the Omega said no more. He just stood there, keeping the Alpha's palm pressed to his tea. Under his fingers, his heart was racing. There were so many things he could take from that. Fear, excitement, apprehension, anticipation. You really sure? Izuku smiled, an easy curve in his lips. I'm sure, Katsuki. Slowly he reached up, put his arms over the Alpha's shoulder, pulled him a little closer, smirked. Just a touch. Go ahead. Take me, Alpha. Hot breath trailed over Katsuki's throat. Their noses were nearly touching. Then, Katsuki felt that pull in his navel, a pull that he indulged, growling deeply, wholly, wrapping his arms around the Omega and pushing him into the room. They fumbled with the door for a moment, Izuku reaching over his shoulder, Katsuki searching for it with his foot, as Katsuki bit again at Izuku's mouth, melded their lips together, pulled him even closer, until their bodies were pressed flush against each other. Eventually, the door creaked and swung shut with a final click. The noise made Katsuki growl again, a rumble in his tea that made the Omega shiver. They parted only long enough for Katsuki to tug at Izuku's shirt, Izuku shucking it quickly off and sitting at the foot of the bed. Katsuki crowded over him, pressed him onto his back, kissed him again, but only briefly before turning his attention elsewhere. The Omega's body was different from when they were kids. More mature. Definitely more muscular. But there were parts of him that were familiar to Katsuki. The little freckles along his right side were most familiar, Katsuki kissing them, liking them, just as he had so many years ago, feeling the Omega shiver and purr under his careful touch. His stomach was the most changed. Long lines, proof of his bearing Kazue, marked all along his midsection. Katsuki kissed each of those lines too, revering their meaning, mourning the loss of getting to see their formation. He growled a little more, crawled onto the bed, pressed Izuku in a little more. This time, he felt a little shiver go over him that wasn't like the others. Where the previous shivers had come and gone and left the Omega feeling a little looser than before, the tension lingered this time. Katsuki felt the resistance, pressed closer, tighter, moving his hips in line with Izuku's, felt another shiver, more tension building in the Omega's body. A powerful scent struck him and he opened his mouth, drooling with hunger. He moved toward that smell, drawn closer and closer, until his teeth met the skin on the Omega's neck. Immediately, Izuku grabbed his arms, fingers digging in. He hummed, low and needy, as Katsuki teased his scent gland. The aftertaste of the scent blockers was vile, but if he dug past the vinegar flavor, he knew he'd reach the drunken honey scent underneath it. He essayed at the Omega's scent gland, prompting the release of more of that wonderful scent, pausing to just breathe it all in, to breathe and savor the moment. It had been a long time since Katsuki had smelled this, had bathed in the Omega's scent, had felt the heat radiating from him like a literal sun rather than just a metaphorical one. They had never shared a heat before, but they had shared a few nights like this. Just the two of them, focused only on one another. It was easy to fall back to what he had done before, to move from the Omega's lips to a CK at his throat, feel the thrumming of his BLD under his skin, the vibrations as he purred and hummed and ummed quietly. As sweet as all that was, Katsuki preferred him to be a little louder. The pack wouldn't mind. To this end he lowered himself onto the Omega, pressing into his body. However, he kept fully aware of how Izuku reacted, listening to his breath hitch as their bodies lined up in familiar ways, as the Omega's hands clawed at his shoulders, his back, fingers dug into his shirt, holding him close. He also kept aware of the building tension. He felt it like a spring coiled in the Omega's something that buzzed with anticipation, already ready to leap out. When he looked up though, Izuku's face was flushed happily, looking all too content with himself. Katsuki growled, sat up to tear his own shirt off, throw it to the side. He loomed over Izuku for a moment, trying to decide what he wanted first. Then he paused. Watched Izuku as the Omega blinked up at him. Slowly he lowered himself down, planted one hand beside Izuku's ear, pressed against the wall with the other. Well, Omega, what would you like first? An alpha giving me the choice. I'm giving you a test. He leaned in to kiss him one more time. Give me the right answer. Izuku growled, pushed off the bed to throw his arms over Katsuki's shoulders. Just F me already. A smile spread over Katsuki's face. Good answer. Take the rest of your clothes off. As he spoke, he released his alpha pheromones, commanding the Omega more than he asked him. Izuku shuddered under the effect of his scent, fell back against the bed, his body nearly limp, though he did start unbuttoning his jeans rather quickly. Katsuki grabbed his waist and helped him along, stripping off the breathes in one quick motion, though one of the legs did get snagged around Izuku's thigh, and in the alpha's enthusiasm, he almost dragged Izuku off the bed. The Omega laughed, helped to kick it the rest of the way off. While Katsuki struggled with his own breathes, Izuku sat up and pressed his mouth to the alpha's scent gland, skinging at it much as Katsuki had done to him. Katsuki growled, fumbled with his zipper as Izuku's teeth grazed his skin. Alpha, there was a demand in his voice as well. So needy, Katsuki kicked off his remaining clothes, pushed Izuku back into the bed. He flashed his teeth, grinned, passed a hand down his toward his crotch, and something happened. Izuku's eyes flew open, wide, so wide, yet somehow unseeing, roaming the room in a fevered frenzy. Something like lightning surged through the Omega's body. Katsuki felt it through the bed, along under his hips, as the Omega thrashed, shrieking out in clear panic. He pushed Katsuki away and the alpha leaped up, dizzy and hot and breathing, but holding very still as Izuku pulled his legs up to his sat up, gasped for breath. His eyes were spinning around the room, his entire body quivering. He was heading straight for a panic attack. Hey. Katsuki reached for Izuku, stopped when the Omega flinched and flailed to get away. It's okay, shush. It's me, Izuku. It's Katsuki. You're safe. I promise you're safe. The more he spoke, the more Izuku breathed, the more he settled, the more he unwound. He looked around the room, took everything in, looked at Katsuki once, twice, then pressed the heel of his palms into his eyes, held his breath. When he released it, he leaned against the wall. Sorry. It's okay. Katsuki rubbed his lips, wished certain parts of him would calm down already. That's enough. You should get some rest. No, wait. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's arm as the alpha tried to rise. I'm fine. I want to keep going. Katsuki looked the Omega up and down. Izuku, no, I'm fine. Come on. Please come here. It's okay to need some time. Katsuki searched the floor for his shirt, pulled it on, started looking for his breathes next. He rubbed his mouth again. Lay down. I'll lay next to you. Izuku grabbed him by the collar. Fingers twisted in the material. His grip was steady. His expression calm. You can say no, he said quietly, but don't say no for my sake. I want this, Katsuki. If you want to say no, then just tell me you need some time. If you want me, then go ahead, he swallowed, maybe slower. Slower. Katsuki bit his lip. He allowed the Omega to pull him closer, leaned over him as Izuku laid back down. You tell me if I'm going too fast, okay? You tell me anything you need. Anything at all, babe. Izuku nodded, closed his eyes, took a breath. Then he laughed. I need you to come up with another name than babe. I keep thinking of Sano when you say that. Katsuki growled, leaned a little closer. Don't think about anyone but me right now, Omega. You just let me know what you need. I'll let you have it all. Izuku ran a hand under Katsuki's shirt, lingering over ridged muscles. Kiss me. Katsuki kissed him, sweetly, pulled back to see the smile on his lips, kissed him again. This time, they began to move with a slow rhythm, the press of their lips, the flick of tongues, the short pauses for breath, and in that movement, Izuku kept running his hands over Katsuki's body, his fingers warm, surprisingly calloused, lingering in places, pulling him closer. Katsuki focused only on Izuku, on his breathing mostly, on the way he smelled so nice, the sweet undertones of his almost heat becoming more and more pronounced as the room filled with their combined issy pheromones. Katsuki quickly abandoned his shirt again, but he kept his hands firmly above the Omega's waist. Mostly, he worked at Izuku's scent gland, kissing it, sking at it, teasing it, much as he had many times on that starlit hill. Izuku shuddered under him, just as he had years earlier, and Katsuki felt the tension seeping in and out of his body, tightening in certain places only to fade in others. He was particularly aware of the Omega's member growing harder and harder, his own becoming quite uncomfortable, though he kept his attention on what he was doing. In his exploration of the Omega's scent gland, he eventually found the two little notches in his skin, the places where he'd been scarred by the attack. He growled, gnawed at the Omega's skin. Izuku groaned, wrapped an arm around Katsuki's neck. Do it, he muttered. Katsuki hissed, unable to form words. And he didn't. Mostly because he knew as soon as he did, he'd lose control of everything else. Izuku's hands were the first to travel lower, finding Katsuki's D and stroking it. The alpha arched his back, groaned. Izuku's hands were a bit clumsy, a bit frantic. He caught a half-lidded look from the Omega, who smiled. Well, take me, Alpha. Part of Katsuki wanted to pause. To be sure. To check again that Izuku was doing okay. Most of him, though, was sick of waiting. Especially as Izuku kept stroking him, kept encouraging him. So he growled, ran his tongue over Izuku's cheek, leaving a line of saliva that the Omega made a disgusted but amused noise at, and said, "Spread your legs then." Izuku did so, and Katsuki wasted no time, pressing 2 fingers at his entrance. He slid in and Izuku flinched, resisted, but only for a moment. The tension in his body released suddenly, followed quickly by a rush of slick. Katsuki chuckled. So wet already? How many times you going to make me ask? You going to F me or am I going to have to do it my? Katsuki smiled, pressed 3 fingers in, Izuku's words sputtering off. His tongue lolled out and he looked up at Katsuki. He was so red his freckles were nearly gone. Sweat poured off of him. Despite it all, he was clearly unsatisfied. But here was a note of apprehension in him. Katsuki could feel it. Something that kept him shivering even as Katsuki slowly worked him open. Something that had the Omega turning away from him, as if trying to hide it. Katsuki lined himself up, the Omega eagerly tilting his legs open a little more. But he stopped. Leaned in to kiss him, to SCK at his lips once, twice, then to press his lips to the Omega's forehead. You're okay? He asked. Izuku met his gaze. Nodded. I want to F you now. Go ahead. I want to mark you. At this, Izuku paused. He seemed taken aback by the request, enough to break through the haze of his heat. He blinked, once, twice. What? Katsuki snarled, laughed, kissed him again. You can be so dense sometimes. I want you to be mine. My Omega. My love. Izuku laughed, rubbed his scent gland along Katsuki's neck. Laid back down. He wasn't shivering anymore. Go on. I'm yours. Take me. Katsuki did not need a second invitation. He pressed hard against the Omega, his teeth finding those little marks and filling them up, reclaiming that space, just as he moved into the Omega. The Alpha had a moment of absolute bliss, tasting Izuku's BLD on his teeth, honey and sweetgrass and starlight, feeling him slotted up into the Omega's body, pressing into a place he was remembering well. A place Izuku shrieked, a sudden, sharp noise that startled Katsuki out of the moment. He moved as if to draw back, but Izuku grabbed onto him, clung to him, breathed in his ear. Yes, he said, and all the worry left Katsuki, left him to bite a little deeper into the Omega's neck, to settle inside him. Alpha. He sighed in a breath as Katsuki released his neck. The Alpha liked it his BLD, sighed out as it welled to the surface. It was undeniably his mark on the Omega now. His mark? On his Omega. There were no words Katsuki had anymore. Just primal sounds, groaning in joy as he slowly began moving his hips. Izuku breathed with emotion, ummed and groaned and twitched at all the right times. Although his face was flushed and his body was slick with sweat, and his hair was plastered to his face and even clung to Katsuki when he leaned in close, he was appealing. He was so appealing. So wonderful. Katsuki kissed the new mark on his neck, growled as Izuku sighed, as the Omega's arms wounded around his neck, as he moved a little back at the Alpha, demanding more. My Alpha, he said, and Katsuki growled back, rising to meet his every challenge. An alarm clock went off in the morning and immediately stopped when Katsuki blasted it off the bedside table. He rolled a little to his right, found Izuku exactly where he'd left him, nipped hungrily at his neck, at the fresh scabs on his scent gland. A hand pressed into his nose, shoving him away. No, Izuku hissed, too early. Omega. Shut up, Katsuki. Aren't you supposed to be in heat? Doesn't that last for days? Gods, you're annoying. Izuku growled, because it was clear he wasn't in heat anymore. His scent had returned to its normal honey-laced smell, though Katsuki was more than happy to realize it was now twinged with the scent of caramel. Part of his own scent. The Omega's hand trailed over his neck, sighed. I think you bit me too hard. Even after such a late, exhausting night, Katsuki felt wide awake. He sat up, pulled Izuku's hand away to examine the mark himself, grimacing. It was an ugly thing, uneven and messy. And it did remind him of... Katsuki shook his head. This was different. He was just inexperienced. For a first mark, he probably did fine. He hadn't done this on purpose. This hadn't been his intent. And he promised himself it wouldn't happen again. When he leaned in again, Izuku tensed, clearly ready to tell him off, but Katsuki only kissed the mark, nuzzled into his scent gland. Sorry. I'll do better. Izuku nosed into Katsuki's neck. Next time. Next time. Izuku was telling him next time. Katsuki settled, satisfied, smug, happy. For all of 2 seconds before their door was kicked in. Kazue shrieked, but when he did, Izuku shrieked as well and drew the blankets up around him and Katsuki, burrowing his head under the sheets as if to hide from the pup. I'm so hungry. I think I could die. Please. The pup paused, taking in Katsuki, who was not hiding under the blankets. Then, as loud as the pup could manage, he shouted, Kaken, why are you naked? Izuku ummed in embarrassment, but Katsuki just grinned. As soon as Izuku walked into the living room, with Katsuki behind him, heads turned toward them, lingered momentarily, clocking the fresh mark on Izuku's neck, before turning away. Well, most of them anyway. Mina beamed as if she'd won a prize and Kirishima gave Katsuki a thumbs up behind Izuku's back, while Uraraka stared smugly at the two. Todoroki was the last to notice. He turned over his shoulder from where he was minding the coffee pot and very deliberately stared at Izuku's neck. It gave Katsuki a certain bit of pride knowing the other alpha saw that his Omega bore his mark. He expected the half-and-half BS dude to say something, but he simply held up a mug to the Omega. Coffee. Izuku took the mug and hummed in appreciation while Katsuki silently seethed behind him. Kazue came running into the kitchen, diving into the cupboards and pulling out the pot Katsuki typically used for making rice. Luckily, however, he was easily persuaded to eating a bowl of cereal with the other pups, much to Katsuki's relief. With the excitement of everything settling down, he was starting to feel the drag of his and Izuku's shared night together. They'd been up late, going again and again until Izuku had seemed somewhat satisfied, much to Katsuki's relief. As great of a time as they'd had, he was unsure of what to expect next time. Izuku was on suppressants and he'd barely kept up. The hell was he going to do the next time, when the Omega went into full heat? It was something to look into later, not that Katsuki was particularly looking forward to it. He was just glad that the Omega seemed stated and happy, even with the messy mark on his neck. In fact, Katsuki had half expected him to wear a high-necked shirt. Instead, he'd decided on a shirt that bore his mark rather proudly. He didn't seem to care that it wasn't perfect. It would fade in a couple of days, and next time, Katsuki would do better. It didn't matter what it looked like. Its meaning was what was special. Katsuki knew that, could tell by the way the Omega tilted his head as if to show it off. He was happy. And that was all that mattered. As they sat down for breakfast, Katsuki slid a hand along Izuku's jaw, moved a string of hair from his face. Izuku huffed at the stray hair. "I need a haircut," he grumbled. Yeah you do. Any recommendations?" "Mina's actually not too bad." Izuku tuned over his shoulder. Any others?" Katsuki chuckled, paused as Shoji and Siro came to join them at the table. "Good morning," Shoji said, while all Siro managed was a tired groan. "Morning." Kazue chirped from Izuku's lap before burying his face into his bowl. Izuku pulled him upright. "Stop, Kazue, stop. Use some sort of eating utensils, please. Not your face." "Mommy, how can I eat my breakfast without using my face?" He swung his jaw open and closed to demonstrate his point. The question had Izuku sitting in silence for a moment, clearly trying to puzzle it out. "Just use a spoon," he eventually sighed. Although grumpy with the request, Kazue settled into his food quickly. As he did, Katsuki leaned a little closer to the two. Izuku met him, let the alpha kiss him, even briefly. "Hey love," he growled, and Izuku smiled. "Better than babe," he agreed, then frowned as milk splattered onto his face. Katsuki leaned in, intending to lick it off, but Izuku wiped it off first, gave him a flat look that said he was not amused. Katsuki returned his look with a smirk and looked away. "Boys, put me on the schedule." Ida, who had been typing furiously on his phone, paused, looking a little startled. "Bakugo, you should take this day to relax and recover, you deaf or something. Put me on the schedule. I'm not going to be the #1 hero without going out and doing hero work, right?" Ida frowned, seemed to glance to Izuku, who shrugged. He pushed at his glasses. "Very well. I'll put you on for tonight. You should try to get some rest before that. Don't order me around so much." Katsuki growled, going back to his breakfast. Kazue had watched the exchange while chewing intently on his food. "Kaken, are you leaving? Tonight. Going to go beat up some bad guys." The pup swallowed. Searched him. "Are you going to come back?" It was an innocent question with a not-so-innocent reason. Katsuki knew exactly why he was asking. He knew, and there was more than just a small part of him that was hurt by his reason. A lot had happened to him. Far too much. Katsuki would have given anything for the pup to have kept his innocence, to not have to wonder if when he left, if the alpha would ever return, if when he left, whether he and his Omega would be safe. Katsuki hated that his pup was thinking about such things. That the world felt so dark and unsure. But all he could do was his best. All he could do was to prove, one day at a time, that that wasn't true. That Katsuki would come back. That he would keep them safe. That they were his family, now and forever, and he'd care for them. He ruffled the pup's hair, Kazue shying away in delight, giggling and nipping at his fingers. "Yes, Kazue. I'll be back. In fact, you might be able to watch me beat up some villains on the news later." Almost immediately, Izuku shot straight up in his chair. Katsuki, that's not, eh?" Kazue leaped up, pumping his fists in the air. "Kaken, I want to watch you beat up bad guys. Mommy. Can we please? Please, it'll be so cool." Izuku sighed defeatedly and Katsuki smirked at him. As the Omega tried to explain to the pup that it'd be too late for him to watch, Katsuki watched them. Really watched them. Saw them, pup and Omega, Kazue and Izuku. Knew this was going to go on. Again and again. They'd sit at the breakfast table again and again. Kazue would get to watch him on the news, beating up villains and keeping him and his mom safe, again and again. He'd lay down in bed with Izuku, again and again. This was just the beginning. The beginning of something so much more. The beginning of everything. Izuku blinked suddenly at him. "Katsuki. What's wrong?" Katsuki didn't miss a beat. He just smirked at the Omega. "Was thinking about how handsome you are." Izuku seemed somewhat confused by this, but Kazue gasped loudly. Kaken! Don't you know you only say that to people you really like? Yeah, well, I really like your mom, Kazue. For a moment, the pup was quiet. Very quiet. And very still. The entire pack seemed to have stilled at his declaration. But, perhaps not for the declaration itself. It was for the sudden look in the pup's eyes. Intense. Unblinking. Almost possessive. Boy, he was an alpha. Katsuki could almost guess what was coming next. Still, he didn't flinch when Kazue stood up, crossed from Izuku's lap to Katsuki's, and pressed his hands on either side of the alpha's face. Kaken, he said, dangerously low, that's my mom. My mommy. If you like my mommy, you have to be very nice to him. Or I'll be mad at you, Kaken. With his cheeks squished, it was hard to smile at the pup, so Katsuki opted with telling him, Kazue, I'm going to be nice to your mom, okay? I'm going to make sure your mom is happy. No, he pup growled, squishing the alpha's face a little more. You just be nice to him. Else. It was strange feeling being threatened by his own pup to be nice to his own Omega. There was probably something to be worked out about that. But he caught an amused look from Izuku, so he obviously wasn't all that worried about it. In fact, it was the Omega who finally picked Kazue up and drew him away. All right, enough harassing Katsuki. Be nice to your alpha. You don't get to tell him what to do. Kazue huffed and buried himself into Izuku's shirt, as if claiming him for himself. Yes, they were going to have to figure out how to deal with that little hiccup. But that was okay. It was something small in the grand scheme of things. Something they could handle. In fact, it was something Katsuki was looking forward to. They'd have to tackle it together, and together was exactly where he wanted to be. He took Izuku's hand and kissed his knuckles, listened to the Omega's low, contented purring. And for a moment, it was just them. Him, Izuku, and one slightly grumpy Kazue. And even then it was perfect. There was nothing in that moment that Katsuki would have traded for the world. Patrol was, like most patrols, incredibly boring right up until it wasn't. After the madness that had been trying to find and save Izuku and Kazue, after taking down Mother's entire operation, Katsuki felt out of step going on normal patrol. As if putting one foot in front of the other without having to worry about whether Tsukachi was going to contact him, whether Izuku was going to call him in a panic, whether his Omega and pup were safe, was all too simple. He walked the city streets convinced he should be doing more, distracted by how little he had to do. Kirishima was his partner for the day, chatting incessantly to fill the space where Katsuki had nothing to say and nothing to do. Their patrol was only broken up by fans who wanted to greet them. But that was all. No worrying orders. No desperate phone calls. No signs that anything was out of place at all. Then, right as the city started quieting down, when the night was dark and the cold of winter was really descending on them, they got the notification. Residential fire. A neighbor had called it in and hadn't seen if anyone was home or if anyone was still inside. Police and the fire department were on the way, but Katsuki and Kirishima were close. When Katsuki turned to the horizon, he could see the smoke rising up. That's our cue. Kirishima sounded far too delighted for the situation, but Katsuki understood his enthusiasm. He snorted. You meet up with the fire department and make sure they get to the right house. I'll see if I can slow the fire down any. Good plan. Kirishima bumped his fists together and they raced off. Katsuki took to the air, arching over the house to get a good look at it. The garage was a cloud of smoke, gray burgeoning on black. Which meant it was spreading pretty quickly. And it might have meant there was something feeding it. Something more than just the house itself. Arson. Katsuki clicked his tongue, landed in the street in front of the house. Neighbors were gathered outside, murmuring worriedly, though they cheered when Katsuki arrived. The hero glared at the fire, how the flames were visible, how the smoke was overwhelming, how the garage was quickly succumbing to the inferno. He aimed his hands carefully, set his feet, and screamed, "Die!" An explosion shot from Katsuki's palms, a concussive wave of wind and pressure damping the flames, though the smoke spewed out, threatening to cover the street. Katsuki paused to take in the effect of his explosion, saw that the fire had been knocked down somewhat, though he knew he wouldn't be able to stop them on his own. He looked up and down the street, trying to see if he could spot Kirishima on his way, but nothing red bobbed on the horizon. Growling, Katsuki hurried to the front door, kicked it open with ease. Too easy. As if it hadn't been. But maybe he should have checked that first. But anyone in there? He called. Nobody answered his call. Though the garage was in flames, only a trickle of smoke clung to the ceiling of the home, a haze hanging in the air. Taking a deep breath, Katsuki braced himself and went into the house. He didn't get far. Not far at all. Around the first corner, he was faced with a large, open-concept room, a living room, dining room, and kitchen spread out before him, marked by a long, white wall at the back. At the center of the white wall, a body was slumped to the ground, head bowed, the splatter of brain matter decorating the wall. A gun was cradled in the corpse's grip. A knife was driven into its thigh. Fingertips stained with dark BLD-like ink. Written above the corpse, in pristine, red-brown strokes, was disappointment. Katsuki didn't need to look very closely, because he knew who it was. He knew, even with the deformation of his face from the gunshot wound. Leaned against the wall before him was the body of Detective Shoei Ito. Tsukachi knelt before the young detective. Katsuki didn't know if he was grieving or just examining him. But he did pause for a long, silent moment, just looking at the body. Then he sighed. Rose. How's the fire? Fire's just about out, an officer called from his post at the entrance into the garage. Good. This site is officially a crime scene. Block it off. Get the neighbors to a safe distance. Call in everyone. A shout of affirmation followed the inspector's orders, but Tsukachi had already turned away, facing the two heroes standing in the kitchen. Katsuki knew the inspector was watching him, could feel Kirishima hovering at his back. All he could concentrate on was the letter in front of him, left on the kitchen counter, abandoned like everything else in that house. On the front, the words flowed, clear and legible, a steady hand to the pen strokes. Father, I can't ask your forgiveness. I doubt you'd have any to give in the first place. But I'm tired of pretending. I wanted to be a hero. You forced me to be something else. Something for your own selfish benefit. But now I'm as close to a hero as I'll ever be, and I'm happy. Don't you see? I'm happy being a hero, even if it's just a delusion. Mother didn't understand. She just wanted her little show to keep in his place. She didn't understand that I've been suffocating for years now. I know you don't either. But this is the choice I've made. My choice. It's my choice. But for as twisted as it is, I still love Mother. And I still love you. And I'm sorry. I love you, Father. I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love. The pen marked a sharp line across the page, as if dragged along as a body slumps the floor. On the back, the letter continued. Or, rather, it devolved. Father, 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 I love you, Father, love, Father, Father, smells nice, smells nice, smells nice, Father. Another line, a spot of ink where the pen lingered for too long. Then, in perfect script at the bottom of the page, yes, Father. Katsuki turned the note over and over, reading and rereading it. The words never changed. Their meaning never changed. The terrible truth of what they represented never changed. He only looked up when Tsukachi walked over. Then, Katsuki pushed the note toward him. All his wounds were self-inflicted, weren't they? The inspector skimmed the note, again, pressed it aside. Yes. He did this to himself. But not of his own free will. Maybe. A question hung between them. The real question neither wanted to broach. But it was building, expanding, filling the room just like the smoke had, until it was nearly suffocating, until Katsuki felt his hands prickling and he couldn't keep quiet anymore. He was part of Sugawara's group. We don't know that, Tsukachi said immediately, but Katsuki snarled. How could he not be? It all makes so much more sense if he was. Ground zero, the inspector said, harsh, sharp. He tugged at his jacket, straightened it, as if to reorient himself. As much as we've been involved in the Sugawara case, as much as it has affected you personally, not everything revolves around that. Oh, it's coincidence then that he's writing a letter to Father, and that Sugawara specifically said that Father was still out there. That Sugawara, Suda, and Yokoyama all knew things about Izuku, like where he used to live and where he was staying, same as Ito did. Detective Ito was a dedicated member of the police. Tsukachi grit his teeth together, trying not to rise to Katsuki's challenge and failing spectacularly. Katsuki gestured to the wall, with said detective's BLD strewn over it. Your dedicated detective stabbed himself in the leg, wrote on the wall in his own BLD, then shot himself in the head. We can assume he did that not under his own free will, Tsukachi insisted. What was his free will, then? Katsuki watched Tsukachi, but the inspector no longer seemed to be paying attention. Who was he really? Who was the man you set to investigate the near murder of my Omega? The words gnashed between his teeth finally drew Tsukachi's full attention. Who did you trick all of us into trusting? Kirishima took his arm, held him back, but Katsuki hardly felt it, was hardly aware of anything else in the room, until someone cleared their throat and Tsukachi turned over his shoulder. An officer was standing in the hallway across from them, the hallway leading to the bedroom. His face was ashen. Inspector, we found a safe. It's been meddled with. And with a convenient excuse to leave, Tsukachi followed the officer into the bedroom, not another word spoken to the heroes. Katsuki tried to step forward, but Kirishima held him back. Please, Kats. Take a breath. I know you're upset, but you can't go crazy like this. He knew, Katsuki hissed. That piece of sheet detective knew everything about Izuku and Kazue. And he just fed them to the wolves. You don't know that, Katsuki. Kirishima sighed when Katsuki jerked his arm free of his grasp and stomped toward the hallway. Just, please don't hurt anyone, all right? You can still be arrested for stuff like that and Ida won't like it very. I don't give a shit about what Ida thinks or says. Kirishima sighed. All right. Well, Midoriya is going to be very upset if you end up in jail tonight. Katsuki whipped toward him, halfway to a snarl, though the beta held his ground, didn't look away from his glare. He and Kazue need you, Kats. So just, don't do anything too crazy, all right? We'll get to the bottom of this. One way or the other. Red Riot. We could use your help in here. Tsukachi's voice flowed from the bedroom. Katsuki glanced between it and Kirishima, who shrugged and led the way down the hall. In the bedroom, Tsukachi and several officers were gathered around a safe. From the drag marks in the carpet, it looked as if someone had pulled it from the closet. Its dial had been crushed inward, effectively locking the safe to any intrusion. Locked and left in the middle of the floor, abandoned just like the note on the kitchen counter. Something else intended to simply burn away with the house. Do you think you can break the safe open? Tsukachi asked Kirishima. The beta tapped on the safe with hardened knuckles, a dull, heavy clunk following each rap. Not very easily. Seems pretty solid. Don't know if I have the strength to bust through. Here, when Katsuki spoke, everyone turned to him as if surprised by his appearance. I can weaken the metal. All right. Kirishima grinned. Don't burn it up too much. Just shut up and get out of my way. Katsuki held his palm to the top of the safe, pressed into the cool, smooth steel. Just as he'd done to break the HNDCFFS put on Izuku, he let sparks heat his skin, but this time, he kept it up until his hand was burning, until he had to bite his cheek against the pain. The metal sizzled, or maybe that was his palm. Then he caught Kirishima's eye and pulled back, the beta striking the still hot metal and slicing easily through. He widened the breach, drew his hand out, and Tsukachi shone a flashlight into the safe, peering in with his lips pressed tightly together. Anything in there? Kirishima asked while Katsuki pressed his stinging palm into his Yes. The inspector didn't elaborate, didn't seem to be aware of everyone leaning in to see for themselves. He waited until the metal had cooled somewhat before reaching in. The first item he pulled out was a cell phone. He handed that over to another officer and continued his digging. Katsuki, however, couldn't care less what else was in that safe. Because he had a starting idea. A feeling rising up in his gut. A realization that had him swallowing. He reached into his pocket, fingers brushing against the warm metal links of Izuku's chain, before finding his phone. He drew it out, turned it on, opened his messages. He'd kept one message he searched in particular, one message he'd kept maybe due to some morbid curiosity. All it was an address, from a number he didn't recognize. He pressed the call button and only had to wait a second for the phone in the officer's hand to ring. The officer startled, but Tsukachi snapped toward Katsuki, as if knowing what had happened. Katsuki curled his fingers around the phone, fought to keep sparks from jumping along his palm. "Ito's the one who sent me the address to Sugawara's house," he said, as if it needed to be spelled out that plainly. But maybe for his own understanding, his own acceptance, it did. Sho was the name of the person who came to the house and had that argument with Sugawara. As in Shoei Ito. Neither Katsuki nor the inspector moved, both caught in a moment between them, a conflict so deep it didn't need a name to be recognized. Eventually, the inspector moved first, to pull something from the safe, to examine it, paying the hero no mind. "You get it now. He really was one of them." A sad noise slipped from Tsukachi's lips. A bit like a sigh. More like a groan. Some sort of release of breath, of despair, of acquiescence. He flipped over the paper he was examining, then held it to Katsuki without looking up. "It seems you're right. There was no point rubbing it in anymore. No point making a spectacle now. Because it was undeniable. Because it was the truth. Because it all made so much sense and also none at all." How had Ito gone through school, graduated, entered into the workforce, without anyone batting an eye at him? How had he gotten a job as a detective without anyone realizing? Beyond that, how had someone with an entirely false identity and life worked so closely with Tsukachi, who had a sort of truth-telling quirk, without raising suspicion? Katsuki suspected he hadn't, that the inspector's bias to the young detective had made him blind to it. That Tsukachi had overlooked obvious signs because he simply couldn't believe Ito was anyone but who he'd said he was. And, in many regards, he was everything he claimed to be. He was a good detective, with a somewhat crummy family life, who, by all accounts, had wanted to help people. He'd just never been allowed to follow that dream to its farthest end. And with his betrayal of both his so-called family and his job as a detective, he had been ruined completely. His death wasn't the shock. The shock was the manner. Just how much influence father had over his children, maybe over Sugawara as well. All this proved father was real threat. The real villain in the shadows. And he just executed their best hope at finding him. Katsuki stared at the inspector, and he knew all this. He knew it to his core. But as he looked, the inspector's face fell even more, a shadow creeping through his eyes, along his lips. Clenching his jaw, Katsuki snatched the offered paper, realized it was a photo, and he, too, felt a shadow crash over him. In the photo, a young Shoei Ito had his arm around the shoulders of an equally young Hideki Suda. Ryo Yokoyama lingered behind the boys, a little older than they were, and behind them, perhaps a dozen more children. Katsuki clocked one girl with wild hair, the same who'd bought the burner phones. In the middle of them all, Sugawara smiled, her head tilted slightly to show off a bright blue butterfly pin in her hair. Next to her, an arm at her waist, was a man close to her in age. His shoulders slim, relaxed. His smile easy. Wrinkles like laugh lines around his eyes. Dark hair, darker eyes. Plain as could be. In the photo, father stood with his arm around his mate, surrounded by a pack of children who were not his own. And he looked happy. Katsuki shoved his way out a side door, found himself standing in a quiet side yard, staring at a neighbor's house. A low murmur came from the front of the house, where most of those neighbors were gathered. There was no one to see him standing there, no one to see his hands shaking. Not even Kirishima had followed, the beta having paused when he'd snapped, "I need to make a call." His mind still tumbled over the realization of everything, on just how this could have happened. How could any of them have known this was coming? That one of their own had been working with the enemy. Even when it seemed so clear now. When everything lined up so cleanly. It all made sense. But it also made no sense. None at all. And here they were. Ito just another corpse they should have been able to save, but hadn't. The breath washed out of Katsuki. Because he'd stood there before. Standing there, faced with the realization of something terrible, only for it to be a distraction. A fire to draw them away. Away from what was really important. Izuku. Kazuya. His hand flinched to his ear, winced as it ran over the still raw skin, finding the new calm's piece nestled in place. Call Izuku Midoriya. The phone rang and rang and rang, and Katsuki thought it was ringing in time with his breaths, the pull of air into his lungs, the rush of it expelled from his mouth. He thought it was never going to end. He was going to stand in that yard, breathing in the lingering smoke, with a corpse in the house behind him, a note of madness racing in and out of his mind. Lo! Izuku! Izuku huffed, groaned. It's what time is it? Izuku! Yeah. The Omega paused. What's going on? How could he tell him? How could he say anything? How could he tell the Omega he'd handed him and his pup over to the enemy? Had practically served them on a silver platter to the very people who had hurt them. He swallowed, breathed out, somehow felt there wasn't any air in his throat. He heard a rustling, Izuku shifting, breathing quickly. It's okay. It's not. You're scaring me, Katsuki. What's happening? A door opened on the other side of the phone. Katsuki. 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 Say something. What could he say? What could he possibly say? How could he tell him anything? Another door opened. Ida. Something's wrong. Very suddenly, everything rushed back into Katsuki. The You went and got Ida. Kirishima wasn't here. Where are you? Tell me where you are. Izuku, I'm on scene. Patrol. Well, you didn't tell me that. You just... Hiyasigidi in a breath. Ida wants to say something. He heard the phone being transferred over, heard the first syllables leave Ida's mouth, and immediately ended the call. That had been a mistake. A horrible mistake. Slowly, he sunk to his heels, pressed his fingers together, bowed his head into them. Not too long after that, he felt someone looming over him. Payment. You okay? He hated the slow, careful cadence of Kirishima's voice. He hated that he recognized it. The beta hadn't talked to him like that in years. Katsuki growled, stood, ignored the tremble in his knees. Fine. I just can't believe this bullshit. Yeah, it's all a little crazy. The inspector's shaken up real bad too. Kirishima paused to study his face, to bite his lip. Hey man, maybe you should sit this one out. What? I mean it. This is a little too close to home, isn't it? Kirishima waved his hand. Haven't you been through enough with this? You can let us take care of it. Obviously not, Katsuki snapped. Obviously there's still a threat out there. Obviously it's not over. Obviously I didn't do enough to stop this, to keep Izuku and Kazue safe. He felt his phone buzzing in his pocket, heard a request come over his comms, but tapped it, ignored the request. I'm not going to just walk away from it now. You wouldn't be walking away from it, Kats. Kirishima kept his voice low, even as he also tried to keep that same skip to his words, that upbeat tone, and missed the mark. You would just be protecting yourself. You have to think about Midoriya and Kazue now. Have to think about being there for them. That was the problem, wasn't it? Because Katsuki was thinking about them. Thinking about whether this was over for them. How many times had he told Izuku it was over, for it to just be beginning? How many times had he promised he'd keep them safe, only to watch them be hurt and scared? How could he keep doing this to them? Katsuki took in a deep breath, tilted his head back. Imagined he could feel the moonlight burning against his skin. Even if he felt nothing at all. Then, snapped his jaws. Come on. Should at least see this scene to the end. Kirishima bit his lip. But he knew Katsuki too well. Knew he couldn't be deterred that easily. So he nodded. I'll stick by you, man. You know that. Yeah, Katsuki fished out his phone. Saw Izuku had sent him a message. Are you okay? Please answer my call. Katsuki, I'm thinking of you. He took in another breath. Sent a quick reply, and followed Kirishima back into the house. Go back to bed. I love you to... The house was deceptively quiet. Tsukachi had sent the heroes home early, Kirishima and Katsuki going to change at the agency. While Kirishima had decided to take a shower, clearly needing to wash the events of the day off his skin, Katsuki had opted to go straight home. He hadn't really known what to expect upon opening the door. But he figured half of the pack probably knew what had happened by now, that Ida would be standing there, tapping his foot, looking ill at ease. However, it was almost pitch dark in the house. The only light coming from the television, which was turned to a news station. They were showing reruns of stories from earlier in the day. A cheer-in at the bottom mentioned heroes and emergency personnel at the scene of a house fire that had turned quietly into a crime scene, though nobody knew why. And they wouldn't, at least for a couple of days. Katsuki was not looking forward to the speculations to come. Laid on the couch in front of that television, Izuku was sleeping but not soundly. When Katsuki stepped closer, he shifted, his face twitching. Tucked into his arms, Kazue was squished against his scent gland, completely still, even as his omega moved. A blanket was bunched up at Izuku's knees. Katsuki carefully crossed to them, turned the television off, and leaned in to kiss them both on the forehead. Kazue gave no reaction and Izuku quieted at his touch, probably catching his scent in the air. He pulled the blanket up over them, careful to tuck it around Kazue and cover the omega as well. Then he went into one of the offices, pulled out a pad of paper. Wrote quickly, telling Izuku he'd gone to bed in his room, that he'd probably sleep for most of the morning, but that he'd see him when he woke up. And that he loved him. Even though they were the words he was eager to write, they felt heavy and wrong and so very true. It felt cheap to just write them on a piece of paper for the omega to find. Still, he tore the paper free, placed it on the table in front of Izuku, and went upstairs. It was quiet upstairs too. Ida didn't come storming out of his room when Katsuki reached the second floor. In fact, nothing moved at all as he slipped into the bathroom to wipe the sweat off his body and change into something more comfortable. Then he went into his room, closed the door, and nothing chased after him, demanding answers he didn't want to give. For a long while, he laid in bed, staring at the ceiling. It was late and he was tired, but his mind refused to let him rest. He kept thinking about Ito. About all the signs he should have seen. All the times he'd had a bad feeling about him and had just let it go, had pawned it off on him just generally not liking the detective. On all the times he could have stopped Izuku and Kazue from getting hurt again and hadn't. And about father. About Ito's death. The way his note had ended so simply, so calmly. His father. And that was it. A sound from the hallway pulled Katsuki's attention. He waited, figured it must be someone going to the bathroom, but then his door rattled. With a little effort, it turned, and a small figure came into the room. Kazue bumbled around, whined, reached for him, and Katsuki stood to scoop him up. He scented the pup, thought about questioning him, but realized he didn't really care why the pup was there, that he was just happy to hold him. He shut his door, crawled into bed, and curled up with Kazue next to him, the pup growling contently, and sleep came quickly and easily, with no more thought on Ito or Tsukachi or Sugawara or father. Just on his pup, on how wonderful he smelled, on how he made Katsuki's heart feel light and warm, on how everything was right when he was by the alpha's side. Sometime later, his door opened again. Katsuki stirred, but Kazue popped up, as if he'd been waiting for that door to open, and someone hushed him. Kazue giggled, was lifted from Katsuki's arms, the alpha blearily blinking to look for him. A shadow fell over his vision, a kiss brushing his temple. He reached for Izuku, but the omega pulled away, the door shut, and it was quiet. Still more time passed before Katsuki could rise from bed. Almost immediately, he was thinking about what had happened the previous night. Wondering if new information had come through. He groped for his phone, but there were no messages waiting for him. Just a cheerful goodnight text from Kirishima. No doubt the beta was still sleeping. A glance at the clock told him it was almost noon. He could make Izuku and Kazue lunch. Make it up to the Omega for his reckless call the night before. With that thought in mind, he got up and eventually made his way downstairs. The pack house was buzzing with a familiar energy. But not any more than usual. If people had heard what had happened, they were doing a good job holding it in. Which meant they were probably just unawares still. The comforting atmosphere of the pack house going about its normal business set Katsuki into a unquiet ease. He wanted to sink into it, but simply couldn't allow himself to forget all that had happened, all that continued to happen. He was on edge, ready to react. Because he had to be ready for anything. Anything to keep Izuku and Kazue safe. Ready for whatever could happen next, because nothing could be ruled out. When he stepped into the main room, he found Kaminari and Shiro playing video games, chatting between themselves, and Todoroki and Yaoyorozu sitting at the dining room table, poring over a book laid open between them, Takahiro resting in the female alpha's lap, just as drawn to her pup scent as much as the rest of the pack was. From the kitchen, Katsuki heard Izuku laughing, along with Tsu and Uraraka's voices. He also smelled something. Something that tingled his nose, something spicy and also eerily familiar. Someone called to him as he followed the smell, but he didn't pay them any attention. In the kitchen, he first saw Tsu and Uraraka, standing in the center of the room, their backs to him, but only for a moment. They turned to face him, Uraraka smiling. "Good morning, Bakugo. You doing okay?" "Fine." Katsuki stepped past the Omegas, only interested in seeing Izuku. As soon as he stepped between them, Izuku was right there, bouncing right in front of him. "Katsuki." His smile was wide, his teeth bright. "Good morning. Notice anything?" It was a test. And he knew it. Katsuki glanced him up and down. "Haircut? Hell no. Or if it was a shitty job. New clothes? No, not that. What else?" He blinked. Reached to take Izuku's hand, but was surprised when a pan of noodles was moved under his nose. "Made your favorite. Or at least I did my best. I think it smells good at least." Katsuki took the pan, set it aside. Izuku frowned, then blinked when Katsuki took his hand. The hand that had been trapped in cast since Katsuki had rescued him. The hand that had skinned the alpha was seeing for the first time in weeks. The hand and the arm that was now free of its cast. "Oh," Izuku smirked, "also, I got my cast removed this morning. I'm officially all healed up." Even that wasn't what Katsuki was really looking at. He was looking at the marks along his skin, the ugly scars that ran up and down the Omega's arm. Scars that hadn't been there before. Scars that Katsuki knew had come from the attack from Yokoyama. Kaken. Hearing that name from the Omega's lips startled him. Had him freezing in place. Feeling like a child called out for doing something bad. Izuku was still smirking at him. "It's all right," he said. "And I have to tell you, it feels so nice to be able to feel air on my skin again. Never thought that would be something I'd miss, and here we are." He slipped his arm from Katsuki's grip, lifted it to show it off. Gave no mention to what they both knew Katsuki was looking at. Behind him, he felt Uraraka's and Tsu's eyes on him, waiting for him to react. And Izuku, too, watched him, waiting for his response. And when he gave none, the Omega put his hand on his hip. "So, now that I'm fully healed, if I hear you say the phrase, weight limit, one more time, I'm going to scream. I'm going to hold my pup. I'm going to move heavy things. I'm going to do whatever I want, and I don't want to hear a word about it from you, understood?" He raised an eyebrow. "Understood, Katsuki." Still, he gave no word to his scars. To the reminders of what had happened. Instead, he'd moved right on. Had gone on to telling Katsuki off for how he wanted to be treated. But no, that wasn't it. He wasn't just glossing over the fact. He was standing there, showing it off, not hiding it but not dragging it before him. Not pressing it into his face. He was just living. He was focused on other, more important things. Things that mattered to him. Things like weight limits. Things that signaled they were moving forward. Moving on. No longer hiding from the past. But moving into the future. Like that was all that mattered. Katsuki watched the Omega, saw his confident stance, the slight tilt of his eyebrow, the food he'd made, spicy noodles, Katsuki's favorite, sitting there. All a signal of moving forward. On and forward. With him. Katsuki felt his breath catch. He couldn't look away from the Omega. Behind him, he heard Uraraka clear her throat. "Tsu, don't we have to check on your garden after that cold snap?" "Probably. We can check it out." "We'll talk later, Deku." The Omega called, and the two quickly retreated, leaving the Alpha and Omega alone. And alone, Izuku kept focused on Katsuki. Only on him. He grabbed the pan and held it up to him again. "Try it. Tell me if it's spicy enough." Katsuki stared into the pot, blinked, accepted the chopsticks Izuku offered him, and tried the noodles. They were spicy, a little crispy. Izuku's cooking had changed over the years. He set the chopsticks down and the Omega frowned. Not good. What's wrong with them? Nothing. Katsuki shook his head. Tried not to look at the scars on his arm. Get me a bowl? Izuku considered him, tilted the pan back and forth. Then he set it down, turned to find 2 bowls for them. When he handed one over to Katsuki, his grip lingered, their fingers brushed against one another, a spark of warmth shared between them. Izuku tried to catch his eye, but Katsuki stared resolutely into his food. As he picked at it, Izuku cleared his throat. So, you going to say anything about what happened last night? You going to say anything about those scars on your arm? Nope. Then I don't have anything to say on last night. He stared into his bowl. After a moment, Izuku began eating as well. They stood awkwardly in the kitchen eating, but not together. It was more than a little strange to be standing there with Izuku but clearly not acknowledging him, not acknowledging what was between them. Truth be told, he hated it. He hated feeling there was any sort of distance between him and the Omega. After everything that had happened, the attacks, their renewed commitment to each other, Kazue, the space between them was more than a little painful. What Katsuki would have given to cross that room and eat his lunch straight from Izuku's mouth. Even as he thought it, he admitted to himself that that was a little over the top, pushed his food around, searching for something that wasn't in his bowl. It's all right, you know. Still, Katsuki didn't raise his eyes. Didn't react to the Omega's comforting words. Maybe because he didn't believe them. Maybe because he didn't want to admit he needed to hear them. If you need some time, it's okay. I'll be here when you want to talk. Halfway to his mouth, Katsuki lowered his chopsticks. This time, it was Izuku who wouldn't look up at him. He picked through his bowl, shoved a string of noodles into his mouth, focused intently on chewing. But he didn't leave. He stood there, next to Katsuki. Didn't push him. Didn't ask for anything more than the alpha could give. He was simply there with him, present in the moment. Unconcerned with the past. Even such a recent past as the previous night. A spark warmed itself in Katsuki's eye. He couldn't name what that spark was, but he knew it had been there for a long time, that he'd felt it at various times throughout his life, that it always seemed brighter. When Izuku was nearby, his words only strengthened it, brought that simple spark up to a small ember, a little fire that made his fingertips tingle. I'll be here. Slowly, Katsuki crossed the room. Leaned against the counter Izuku stood at. Ate without once looking up at the Omega. It's good, you know. New recipe. Izuku shrugged. I just threw together what I could with what was in the pantry and fridge. Glad you like it though. He dug a pepper out from his bowl and offered it to Katsuki. Katsuki bit down on his chopsticks, gave him a smirk as he liked it away. Izuku rolled his eyes, but his smile remained. You have patrol later? Oh, tomorrow. I'm work the mid-shift with Todoroki, I think. So you have the rest of the day off? Yep. You have any plans? Izuku shrugged, smiled. You want to go for a walk in the park? Katsuki smirked. Took his hand. Kissed his knuckles. Anything with you, love? Izuku's lip curled slightly. He leaned a little toward the alpha, drew back with a start when someone shrieked in the archway. You're eating without me. Kazue pouted, his little lip quivering, then spotted Katsuki. And Daddy too. Why are you eating without me? You were busy playing with Fumiko. Izuku gestured him over. Come try this. It might be a little too spicy for you. He offered his chopsticks to Kazue, though the pup ignored it and grabbed a handful of noodles straight from his bowl, much to the Omega's displeasure. The pup chewed at the noodles, blinked, then narrowed his eyes. Mommy, what's that? Spicy noodles. It's Katsuki's favorite. Kazue whipped around to Katsuki, glaring hard at him. Somehow, Katsuki knew what was coming, hid a smirk in his bowl as the pup swallowed and proclaimed, Mommy, I love spicy noodles. Can I please have some more? Izuku shook his head, but got him a bowl and sent him to sit in the dining room. Then, he turned to Katsuki. If he was any more like you, I'd have to get him tested to make sure he was mine at all. Don't be ridiculous. Katsuki set his empty bowl in the sink. He's more like you than you think? Oh really? I couldn't tell past the outward appearance, the fiery personality, the dramatics, and now the love of spicy food. Hey, he gets the dramatics from you. He absolutely does not. Mommy. Daddy. Kazue called from the other room. Sit with me. Katsuki and Izuku glanced at each other, at their empty hands, both already finished with their lunch. But then again, why would that stop them from this? Katsuki leaned in to sneak a kiss from the Omega, who purred happily, wound an arm around his waist. My Alpha, he hummed. My Omega, Katsuki replied. They walked together out into the main room, where Kazue was waiting quite impatiently. They sat on either side of him, the pup looking quite satisfied with himself. As they sat, other members of the pack drifted over to say hello, to fill the room with their warmth, to surround the little family. For as annoying as they could be, Katsuki didn't mind them coming to sit with them. No, he didn't mind at all. In fact, it was rather nice. He leaned back, watched as Izuku smiled at something Yaoyorozu had said, watched as Kazue dug into his bowl, egged on by Kaminari and Siro, and he closed his eyes. Allowed himself a smile that was not a smirk. Allowed himself to admit, yes, he was happy. He was so very happy. Right where he was.